Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Rewrote the Entire Timeline? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A young blonde panted harshly on her knees at the surface of the water, chakra barely keeping her up. Her blood was running heavily from the tears on her shoulders down to her hands, dripping heavily and mixing quickly with the glass-like, flowing floor below her. Black and orange clothing torn and muddied, a large patch of crimson was spreading from her chest. Her azure eyes reflecting the light of the full moon as she looked up intensely at coal-black eyes. The raven, who was in similar condition but with a long claw mark running across his torso, returned the strong gaze, supporting his upper weight on his thighs. The teenage woman finally broke the eye contact, looking down at the dark depths of the water, a small smile tugging her lips despite the situation. She shakily stood up, the red coat's black flames dripping with cold water, and straightened to connect with his dark eyes once more. "Sometimes I wonder." The soft whisper escaped her lips. "If I had the chance to go back, what would I say to my past self? I've been thinking about that since I was learning the art of seals with Arrow Sennin. We never got to find a jutsu that could send us back in time, though I abandoned the idea after he died." A hopeless smile touched her lips. "But now I think, if I tried harder, would I have been able to stop all this from happening? Would I have been able to stop this tragedy?" The male teen had his hands balled to fists, and a pained look flickered through his eyes as he slightly tilted his head down. The black and orange-clad blonde didn't notice it, however. She had turned her head towards the white moon that hung amongst the darkness, accompanied with bright twinkling stars. "It's too late now," she whispered ruefully. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she bowed her head, wiping away the flow that didn't seem to end with her sleeve. His sandals caused ripples to form with each step as the man walked closer to her, slowly bringing his hand to touch her hair. It was mere centimeters away from reaching it, before he dropped it by his side again. Sorry, Naruto." Naruto looked up in shock with moist blue eyes, more tears flowing down her cheeks, lips parted slightly. Forcing a small laugh, she quickly rubbed her wet cheeks. "Did Itachi punch some sense into your thick skull, Sasuke? I've never heard you apologize in, 3 years? Feeling a sense of relaxation wash over her, she daringly stepped forward, leaning her head on his chest as she wrapped his comparatively large hands with her small ones. "Your eyes look different." Sasuke's eyes flashed with unrestrained surprise, before a ghost of a smile appeared on his lips. He took his hands away from hers, ignoring the slight tense of Naruto's shoulders. He then enveloped his hands over them, much like she tried to do, and rested his head atop hers. "Use your Atonki." Naruto's eyes grew wide, and new teardrops formed at the corner of her eyes. Sasuke loosened his hands from hers, and wrapped his arms around her, holding her. Hands free, Naruto brought it to clench his shirt at his chest, crying harder. "Since when were you such a crybaby?" The two stayed in the same position until Naruto finally calmed down, fully satisfied of releasing all her pent-up emotions. Sniffles were what were left compared to the bawling she had done earlier, and Naruto finally let go of him. "I'm not a crybaby, UJRK." She softly punched him, her hit so light Sasuke wondered if she had even done it at all. "You do realize that I am your enemy, right?" Sasuke panted, still as tired as she from their fight. "You will never be. I never thought of you being anything else other than as my best friend." Naruto smiled weakly, exhaustion starting to take over. "Though I guiltily admit, I had always wished." "Naruto!" Sasuke caught her before she fell. "Get up." Her eyes had become unfocused, before she managed to bring a hand up to cup the man's cheek. "Sorry, Sasuke. I'm sleepy." Naruto pulled the last grin she can make, taking in Sasuke's features one last time. "Though I guiltily admit, I had always wished we were more than best friends." Sasuke's face blurred, and Naruto felt her eyes droop. "I was still all right with the close friendship we had. I was happy with you just being at my side." Naruto lifted the corner of her pale, chapped lips. "And I can rest in peace knowing that you're back to me. even if it was only for a short while. No, Naruto. Don't sleep, damn it. Sasuke desperately shook her shoulders, eyes widening in terror as the girl's eyes slid shut slowly. Namake's Uzumaki Naruto is now gone from this world. Sasuke shook his head. Naruto would be gone after a day has passed. He unzipped her jacket and lifted her shirt to reveal her stomach, ignoring the glowing seal. Biting his thumb, he drew blood, using the red liquid as replacement for ink. He drew squiggles and kanji characters over the Jinchuriki seal. The preparation of the jutsu complete, he felt his life force draining away at a rapid speed into the blonde woman in front of him. His fingers combed through the tangled golden tresses, thumb wiping away the last teardrops that had escaped her eyes. He slowly formed the hand seals, and on the last one he uttered the jutsu, the wind carrying the whisper. Thank you, Naru. Thank you for believing me, after all this time? Sasuke's lips curved into a gentle smile as he weaved his fingers with the blondes. Thank you, and his form collapsed next to Naruto and rolled over to face the vast, midnight sky. Farewell. Surrounded by a beam of light, Naruto disappeared. Crimson, demonic eyes snapped open as the ground the beast laid in shook. He hadn't died as fast as his blonde Jinchuriki did, though he did feel quite drained. Taking in the light that shone out from the doors where his captor's memories lie, the many symbols and scribbled kanji that spread throughout the area, Kurama instantly knew what was going on. He did not need to read the seal to figure what was occurring, and the fox sighed heavily. That stupid Uchiha brat. What Naruto saw in the reckless and idiotic boy, he would never know. But one thing's for sure, the Uchiha brat didn't have enough chakra to even send her back to their newly genin days. Even if he did, Naruto wouldn't have time to stop everything. Well, at least Uchiha put his life into her, so Kurama wouldn't have a problem with that. The demon forced his chakra out in one giant blast. You owe me a hell of a lot for this, Uzumaki brat. Kurama muttered inwardly, settling his head back on his folded arms. Though, I know you'll push some more favors out of me in the future, or should I say past. You can see through many things. As most of you have probably realized, my full name is Namake's Uzumaki Naruto. As in, Minato and Kushina's child. Obito and Rin gawked. They both looked at their teacher, and saw that his face was grave. They never saw him look that serious before. They turned to their teammate, Kakashi, and saw that he had furrowed his brows in confusion. Rin and Obito finally turned back to the Naruto, who didn't explain further. Minato wanted to confirm his suspicions. I have never gotten a woman PRNE before, I have never had IC before. Rin and Obito blushed. That would mean that you could have only come from the future. Kakashi interrupted in disbelief, finally getting it. He looked at Naruto, and thought through what had happened in the mission. Naruto had somehow known that Rin was going to be interrogated by a genjutsu. Rin had said that when they first found her, she had very large wounds, but there wasn't a sign of an enemy nearby. She didn't know where she was, and was confused with her age. She mentioned a kid's name that was most likely the same age as them, but they never heard of him before. Naruto seemed like she was from a different world, or more correctly, time. Rin had suspected that a little, but it sounded so far-fetched. There was no way. She checked Naruto's expression, looking for any signs of surprise, or maybe traces of lies. But she was shocked when she saw that Naruto was merely grinning. She looked back on when they first found her, much like how Kakashi had, and realized that it made sense. Naruto's confusion to her surroundings was evidence. Obito looked between the two blondes, and then back to Naruto. He felt a little dizzy, and decided to plop to the ground, surprising his two teammates. So let me get this straight. Naruto's the future child of my sensei's, meaning that she time-traveled back here, and is really wait hold on, 13 plus 13 IO. 26 years old. He shrieked. The other 13-year-olds cringed. Naruto sighed. Not really. If you look at it like that, then it's really 30. Obito gaped. Somehow I shrunk back from being 17 to 13 again. So it's really just my mental state that's older. I shut up, furball. Huh. Rin and Obito piped, as Minato and the Hokage narrowed their eyes. Sorry, that was just... You know what? I'll just tell you. It would make life easier and better. Naruto rolled her eyes. She was really starting to feel like Shikamaru. This was getting troublesome. At first, it was fun to see the looks on their faces, but now it was getting annoying what with all their questions, and it was time to get down to business. I came back here, from I think it's about 18 years into the future, and Kyuubi, Minato and Sarutobi Esigi in a breath. The Nine Tails? So it was true. Probably knows something about it. I was actually fighting to the death with Sasuke, the last Uchiha survivor. Obito widened his eyes, before narrowing them. The last Uchiha? Survivor? Everyone looked at him, seeing as he was an Uchiha, and a proud one. They expected to see him maybe looked shocked and scared, but they were surprised to see that he was serious. Obito wanted answers. What happened to my clan? Naruto twitched, not at the tone he said it, but from how he would react when she told them. Everyone caught it, and realized that it was probably quite messy. Obito clenched his fists, waiting. I think I'll tell you guys everything, starting from Kyuubi's attack. That got everyone's attention. Kyuubi attacked the village on the day I was born. The fourth stopped him and sealed it into me. He wanted everyone to see me as a hero, their savior, but of course that didn't happen. No one really noticed how she avoided to look at Minato. They were too shocked. Everyone hated me, except for the very younger generations. The Sandaime made it a law that no one shall ever speak of the incident, and ever lay a hand on me. But that didn't stop them from expressing their scorn for me. Minato clenched his fists. Where was I in all of this? Where was Kushina? Naruto didn't look at him. Dead. Everyone was shocked at how bluntly she said it, and looked at her father in concern. Minato's fists were now shaking, his jaw clenched. How? You both died, protecting the village and I from the beast. Well, there's more to it. I think the Sandaime understands what happened though. The old man pinched the bridge of his nose. She sighed. Okay, I don't really know how I should put this, so I'll say everything I experienced and heard in order. I warn you, it's going to be long. They all nodded. They wanted I needed I to know. After the attack I grew up, isolated and lived through the glares, the whispers, and the hatred. I didn't know why they hated me so much, and I felt alone. Until I met Sasuke. For the first time since she told them about the future, they saw her eyes light up in happiness. It was after the Uchiha massacre. Everyone is in a breath. Obito looked down with trembling fists. And Sasuke was the only one left, except for his brother, who was the one who assassinated the clan. Rin gasped, while everyone else was frozen, unable to utter a word. Naruto let out a shaky breath. We were 7 at that time, and that was the time he started getting all moody. Itachi said to him that if he were to kill him, Obito whipped his head up to see Naruto, and ran to her, grabbing her jacket. Itachi? You've got to be kidding me. He's my cousin, damn it. Was I also killed by him? Naruto's face was expressionless, while Obito's was the look of anger. Minato, who was closest to Naruto, held the boy's wrist firmly. Obito, let go, and let her explain everything. I understand that you're having trouble coping with all of this, but we need to know. No, you weren't. You were supposed to die in the cave. Naruto cringed. She could have worded it a little better. You pushed Kakashi out of the way from the boulder, resulting in you taking his place. Everyone whipped their heads at Obito's direction, who was shaking. So, you're saying that if you hadn't appeared I would have. He trailed off, and Rin walked up to him to hold his shoulder firmly, wanting to comfort him. Kakashi looked down at his feet, feeling the guilt gnaw his heart. Naruto looked away. Yeah, that's what was supposed to happen. But also, if I hadn't appeared, Kakashi would have lost an eye, and you would have unlocked your Sharingan. Kakashi and Obito looked up with wide eyes. Obito, your right side was crushed by the boulder, and your left side was left unharmed. You forgot to give Kakashi a present for his success in going up a rank, am I correct? Obito nodded, and Kakashi stepped back in shock, realizing where this was going. As a late present, Obito, you gave Kakashi your left eye, your Sharingan, with Rin's help. Rin's legs gave in, and she sat down on the floor. Her face was streaked with tears as she sobbed in her hands. Kakashi and Obito stared at each other, processing the information. Minato looked away from everyone, shutting his eyes as he clenched his fists. The Hokage gazed solemnly at his hands that rested on the desk. Naruto decided that the silent pause was dragging on for too long. Do you want me to continue? I can stop here and wait for you guys to recover. Team 7 stood up straight and shook their heads, dismissing her suggestion. They were ninjas of Konohagakure, and they needed to protect their village. They couldn't try to ignore the opportunity of saving the village's future when it was just handed to them on a silver platter now, could they? The blonde told them everything, watching their expressions. She explained in detail, making sure they got the point. Naruto told them all that she could remember. They were pale throughout the whole timeline, getting paler by the minute. Obito shrunk back when he heard why Itachi did it, and was shaking uncontrollably when he heard about Sasuke's situation. He didn't want to know how he felt. Rin and Kakashi's eyes were wide. The Sandame's face was solemn, as was Minato's. Naruto choked on some parts, mostly when she talked about Sasuke. She looked away from everyone, knowing just what the looks on their faces were. When something great happened, it crashed down again. And the fourth great ninja war? That was probably worse than the other wars the world has faced. It's a wonder how they even survived fighting the legendary ninja zombies and Uchiha Madara? Yeah, we weren't living the calm, peaceful life, of course. The future's a mess. I don't get how I got here, now you tell me. Naruto blanked out for a moment, a vacant look in her eyes. When she got back to normal, however, tears were forming. She used her sleeves to wipe them. She spoke in a weak, wavering voice. Kyuubi told me that Sasuke used a jutsu to send me back, and was probably trying to get me back to when we were kids so that I could change everything. Kyuubi used his chakra to send us further back, however, knowing that it was easier to start from the very beginning. I was supposed to be dead, but Sasuke... Naruto choked on her words, the tears falling even more. That idiot pushed his life force into me. Everyone looked away, knowing how hard it is for her to explain everything. And what made it worse for her was that she loved the Uchiha boy. Minato was glad that Naruto understood what he and Kushina wanted for her. He was glad that his daughter had grown up to be a kind-hearted, understanding and strong woman. His eyes softened as he smiled, looking down. Well, then I ended up here and all that. I plan on changing the future completely, and I would need everyone's help. Naruto concluded, remembering what Itachi had strictly told her. She noticed the tense atmosphere in the room and wanted to remove that. Everyone nodded, determined. She grinned, getting her smile back, which everyone was relieved for. I'm hungry. Is it Chiraku, here? She rubbed the back of her head. Everyone faltered, already knowing her love for ramen. Minato smiled. Yeah, it's already made. Ichiraku's quite famous now. Naruto hooped, all right. Sarutobi had a hint of a smile. Now hold on, Naruto. We need to think up of a cover for you. Everyone would notice the similarity between you and Minato. The girl nodded, understanding his point. Oh right. Rin piped up this time. How about this? Naruto is Minato-sensei's long-lost sister, who was separated from him during the beginning of the war. Not many people know about Minato's family, and they would welcome her warmly. The third nodded, the idea was good. That's believable and a very likely scenario. We'll stick with that. Minato smiled brightly. Then she could live with me. I have a spare room, and I want to get to know my sister a little better. Naruto grinned, liking the idea. You'll be a Chunin and would be able to enter the Jonin exams. Since the other teams are full, and it's a good idea to let Naruto be with you she'll be a new addition to Team 7. Obito hooped, and the others smiled. Rin was happy she will no longer be the only female in the team, unlike other teams take that. Minato was happy, he could spend some time with his daughter, and Kakashi liked having the blonde around. Obito liked Naruto, they were like twins. Yeah, they were going to have a perfect time with the blonde Jinchuriki. Tucci and Minato's team was absolutely horrified when they saw how fast the girl could eat. She was currently at her 4th bowl. They had barely even finished their 1st or 2nd bowl. Rin's sweat dropped as she weakly said, Naruto? Why don't you slow down? It's bad for your digestive system. Naruto blinked and swallowed, and sheepishly scratched her head. Oh right, sorry. I was hungry. But man, I'm stuffed. Kakashi snorted, catching everyone's attention. You eat like a pig. He blinked when he felt strong killing intent and automatically reached for a kunai. He flinched when he realized that it was the pig who was leaking it. Naruto snapped her chopsticks unconsciously, scaring the people at the stand even further. Excuse me? She gave him a sickeningly sweet smile. And no, it's nothing at all. Kakashi squeaked, trying to avoid pissing off the already said girl. She returned back to normal immediately, the tense air evaporating in a second. The people at the stand let out the breath they've been holding in relief and ate at peace. Itachi and Minato sighed, obviously experiencing this before with their own wife or girlfriend. Naruto chattered away to Rin. The blonde huffed. Honestly, I swear he's such a prick. Well, I guess every Team 7 needs one. She rolled her eyes as Rin giggled. Boys sometimes need a punch at the head, of course. They need someone to knock some sense into them. Naruto nodded at her logic. Obito had unconsciously been inching away from them, closer to Minato. He would never understand girls. Naruto looked around the streets feeling nostalgic. It was just like how it was before the Chunin exams incident. She grinned as she waved to a bunch of people who were whispering and waving back excitedly as they watched her walk with the famous yellow flash. It was different from the icy glares she received in her childhood, and was quite similar to the warm welcome she had when she came back from the talk with Pain. She noticed the route they were taking was very similar to the route she used to get back to her apartment too. Minato watched in amusement as she soaked her surroundings in. He smiled when he saw her grin at the people around them, waving. When she finally realized where they were heading, Naruto stopped in her tracks. She turned to look up at Minato, eyes wide. You live here? Minato thought she was displeased at her new home, so when he turned only to see a pleasant smile on her face, he was quite surprised. He honestly didn't know why she looked so happy. The apartment was old and looked a little shabby, something females never likes. He thought it was fine, really, as long as it can provide good shelter and comfort. Well, yes, I'm sorry that it looks worn down and all. Hope you don't mind. Naruto blinked but widened her grin. It's not that. I used to live in the same apartment before it was blown away. Minato's lips quirked into a smile as his eyes crinkled upwards. Ah, that explains your good mood. Yup. I think Kakashi-sensei would have arrived by now. What's keeping him? Naruto groaned, and Rin nodded, also wondering what Obito did on a daily basis that got him late for every meeting. Kakashi twitched when he heard the sensei bit. He was definitely not used to it, and probably never will. But it did make him happy that his future student displayed affection for her teacher. It meant that he was doing a good job. Hey! Sorry I'm late, guys. You see, there was this old lady that dropped her tomatoes down a hill, so naturally I just had to help. Naruto's eye twitched before she sighed. Well, at least your excuses are more believable. She rolled her eyes. But seriously, Obito, that doesn't take 4 hours. What happens if you're late for a mission? Kakashi shook his head. Obito's only late when we have team meetings. Naruto blinked. That was what Kakashi of the future often did too. Now that we're all here, can we get on with training? Minato nodded, while Obito mumbled to her. You're awesome and all, but seriously, you should stop obsessing with training. You sound like Kakashi. Kakashi glared lightly, but Naruto just grinned. Yeah, I love training, so what? She stuck her tongue out. But at least he's getting better. I think he's just still getting used to the stick's absence from his Rin hurriedly spoke up, blushing. Let's just get on with the day, shall we? She pleaded. Minato nodded, shaking his head at his daughter's indecent use of words. Let's start with the usual spar. Obito, Rin, you both start first. The match was a taijutsu spar, seeing as both opponents weren't able to use ninjutsu. Obito's fire techniques were too dangerous, while Rin's strong point was hand-to-hand combat. She also used chakra to help her in speed. Naruto recognized that Rin's way of fighting was very similar to Sakura's before she became Tsunade's apprentice. It works well, but only against people who tire easily. Rin would have to lose both chakra and stamina, and can only use close-range combat, seeing as it was taijutsu. The blonde smirked. She could teach her some of what Sakura showed to her. Naruto had good enough control to be able to do a little of Sakura and Tsunade's method of taijutsu. Rin's chakra control was quite impressive, much like how Sakura had been. It's a good idea. Alright, that's enough. Minato spoke as he raised an eyebrow at Naruto's expression. Obito, it would be a good idea to learn more techniques. If you were to be against an opponent who you don't want to injure too badly, say a potential spy, you'd be restricted to using either taijutsu or D to C rank jutsus. It would cause you to be at a disadvantage. Rin, you were great, but you'll have to grow your chakra levels, stamina and learn long-range techniques. Obito and Rin nodded, keeping what he said in mind. Next. Kakashi, Naruto, you're up. Obito hooped, wanting to know who'd beat the other. He grudgingly admits that Kakashi was the strongest out of them, but now he didn't know who was the best. Naruto was pretty strong from what he had seen, and she had more experience, after all. Rin also thought the same, anticipating the match. Seeing as how Kakashi wasn't going to start first, Naruto formed her favorite hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 clones appeared, and along with Naruto, they formed a circle around Kakashi. Kakashi widened his eyes, knowing where this was going. As he expected, all of the clones and the original attacked him, giving him a hard time to find the original. He didn't notice one of them make another shadow clone appear behind him quietly, and didn't notice it run up to a tree. Minato widened his eyes at the tactic. It's very smart and perfect for one like Naruto, who has an extraordinary chakra level. Obito and Rin watched in amazement. They knew Naruto wasn't using anything she learned after she was 13, since she said it felt unfair. Kakashi was rather put off with that, but didn't say anything. The prodigy finally got rid of 4 of them, and was fighting off the one he expected to be the original. So imagine his surprise, when he kicked it and the blonde disappeared in a puff of smoke. He realized what Naruto did immediately. Koarimi with another clone. He growled in frustration, before looking around. Naruto stayed hidden in the tree, getting ready. It wouldn't be as great as Lee's or Guy's, but it would have to do. She stealthily went back down, and applied chakra to her muscles. She dashed across the field looking like a yellow blur. When Kakashi noticed her, it was already too late. His face twisted in horror when he recognized where this was going. Instead of the green blur he was used to, it was a flash of yellow. She jumped and twisted her body to apply all of her strength to her foot. Konoha Senpu. Kakashi was sent backwards when Naruto's foot collided with his cheek. Obito and Rin gaped, as Minato struggled not to laugh, acting very concerned like the caring teacher he was. When Kakashi was still lying on the ground, Naruto swore, "Sheet." She ran to him, checking for severe burns or anything. She really did it. "I am so sorry, Kakashi. I didn't mean to hit you that hard." Kakashi's eyes screwed shut in pain, as he slowly propped to his elbows. The rest of the team came along too, worried. Kakashi, trying to save his pride, shook his head slowly. "It's all right. I'm fine." When they were sure he's safe from harm, Obito grinned at Naruto, who was still apologizing. "Man, you were awesome, Naruto." The girl shook her head furiously, still guilty. "No, I used Lee's technique, which was something I learned from observing after I was 13. I cheated." Kakashi got up, patting dirt off his pants. "That's not true. It showed that you were serious, which is something I'm thankful for. I wouldn't live with myself if I had been beaten by a girl my age who wasn't even trying." He smiled, which made Obito gape again. Rin rolled her eyes and smacked Obito lightly at the head. Naruto looked down so that she didn't see his face. What's wrong with her? She was used to the odd eye smiles she received from him before, so why not now? She fidgeted, and concluded that it was just because he didn't cover his left eye, and that he was younger. Yeah, that's it. Feeling more confident, she looked back at the team, who stared at her in concern. Minato coughed, gaining attention from everyone. "Kakashi, you need to work a little more on your observation skills. It's very advanced, but people could mask into their surrounding quite well, although I'm still not sure how Naruto managed to do that, what with her very bright sense of fashion." He pointedly looked at her blue and orange jacket. Naruto, although you escaped quite well, it's probably a good idea if you change to a more darker color. Naruto sheepishly giggled. I was wearing black and orange before I time traveled. Kakashi deadpanned. How did he get beaten by this? Orange-obsessed girl? Was she even a female? Obito grinned. Well, he knew what to get her for her birthday. He has an extra set of goggles, which was quite new. Rin face-bombed. Minato rolled his eyes. That's an improvement. Naruto, I didn't really notice much mistakes or improvements you might need, but it would be easier on all of us if you wouldn't use a handicap. I think you would want to work on your other techniques, seeing as how you've returned to being 13 again, which causes you to have to relearn everything. Naruto nodded. But I can do that later. Can I show Rin something? She asked, excited. Minato nodded and looked at Rin in confirmation. Is that all right with you? Yes, but what do you want to show me? She asked. Naruto just smirked, and Rin knew that that smirk was bad news. All right, now that we have an idea of everyone's strength, let's get on to training our weak spots. You said that you would like to be like Tsunade-chan, correct? The young medic nodded. Great. I know some things about her fighting style. It's not much, but I'm sure you can improve it, what with your amazing chakra control. Rin blushed at the praise and suddenly found her sandals interesting. Alright, so it goes like this. Obito and Kakashi glanced at the two girls in interest. They saw that Naruto was about to punch the ground, and wondered if Rin had somehow gotten her angry. So imagine their fright when they saw her form a large crater with her fist. They would never look at her the same way again. Minato watched in entertainment when he saw the horrified looks on the two boys' faces. He was surprised that Naruto knew how to use Tsunade's technique, but remembered that Naruto was her apprentice's best friend. He watched Rin's look of awe, eager to learn it. He turned back to Obito, who weakly mumbled. Note to self, never PSS Naruto off. Result would be sickeningly unpleasant. Kakashi merely nodded. Kakashi sighed as he lied on his bed, facing up at the ceiling with his head on his folded arms. It had been a long day and just after a mission too. He thought back to what Naruto had revealed to them. He seriously couldn't imagine himself to be the goofy, perverted teacher she had listed him as. He was even more shocked that he'd take on the responsibility to be an instructor Naruto's instructor. Had Naruto have never appeared, he would have lost an eye, and Obito would have been killed. Obito didn't get his Sharingan, but there was a hint of it. Obito's irises changed slightly when they fought the ninja, which pleased the boy greatly. It was like Naruto was an angel sent from heaven. Ever since Naruto's been around, Obito had gotten a little more mature, which was something Kakashi could definitely live with. He smiled as he rolled to the side. She was interesting, he'll give her that. Naru was woken up by the sound of the door banging, which was slightly muffled by her room's walls and door. She rubbed her eyes, trying to shake off some of her sleepiness, and checked the time. 7:30 a.m. She got out of bed drowsily, mumbling incoherent words. When she walked through the hallway, she heard a familiar feminine voice. The owner of the voice sounded very eager, seeing as how she kept pestering her dad. What's this I hear about a long-lost sister? Is she up? Can I meet her? Naruto had to blink twice when she saw the flaming red hair, squinting to make sure Minato was blocking the woman, standing at the door. She widened her eyes when she realized it was really her mom. She rushed to the bathroom to wash her face, and combed her long hair quickly. She dashed back out to the living room, keeping herself composed. This was a woman who she hadn't met, and has no relations except through Minato, her long-lost older brother. She chanted in her head. Minato hadn't noticed Naruto in the room, too busy trying to calm his girlfriend down. He had to warn Naruto first, who fortunately might still have slept through the racket. Alright, I'll go check, Kushina. Hold on a moment. He was surprised to see Naru, who seemed to have already washed up. He coughed in his hand, and introduced the two to each other. Kushina, meet Naruto, my sister. Naru, meet Kushina, my girlfriend. Kushina's eyes brightened up considerably. Naruto grinned, waving. Hi. Kushina-nichan. That got a squeal out of her mom. I never heard that she was this cute. She pushed her boyfriend out of the way, who yelped as he was sent crashing into the wall. "Hi, my name's Uzumaki Kushina. Nice to meet you." She crouched down and shook Naruto's hand, who blushed. She rubbed the back of her head. "The name's you, Inamike's Naruto, but call me Naru. Pleased to meet ya." She looked back at the man who was supposedly the infamous yellow flash twitching on the floor, a crack on where he hit against the wall. Kushina followed her gaze and laughed nervously. "And Minato? Are you all right?" He twitched in reply, as the cracks on the wall grew bigger. Naru and Kushina cringed when pieces of heavy wood broke off and landed on Minato's most NTMT place. Yui. Kakashi, Ren and Obito were very surprised to see a very set-off Minato limping as he was being supported by Naru, who had his arms slung around her shoulders with the other by a woman with bright red hair. They recognized her immediately. She occasionally came by to watch their training, and she was quite famous for her specialty in sealing, pranking and scaring the hell out of people. She was the red hot-blooded habanero. "Minato-sensei? Naru? Kushina-san?" Rin, still in her surprised state. This was probably the first time they have ever seen their sensei that mad. Scratch that? This was their first time seeing him mad. He was always calm and collected, so what happened? Kushina and Naru grinned, and the other 13-year-olds gaped. If Naru had a red wig and paler skin, changed her eyes to darker blue contact lenses, and erased her whisker-like marks, she'd be an exact replica of her mother. "Hey kids. Sorry I arrived so late. I had been attacked by a boar." Minato glared at Kushina, who glared back, while Naru chuckled weakly. Rin and Kakashi decided not to ask, not wanting to further irritate the already angry man. Obito didn't, however, oblivious to the tension. "A boar? Now that's worse than my excuses." He laughed, but shut up when his sensei merely looked at him. He yelped and hid behind Rin, who twitched an eye at his idiocy. Minato's dark chuckle turned into a full-blown, outright creepy, evil laugh. Naru then let go of him rather harshly, seeking shelter in her new teammates. She glomped Kakashi, who was the farthest away from the man, shivering in fear. The boy didn't have the heart to shove her away, seeing her distress, and he also wanted to cling onto someone himself. Kushina gaped, feeling horribly betrayed. She did the same then, but ran, fleeing for her life back to her own apartment. Minato's chakra spiked, and he started trembling now as he got up from his crumpled state on the floor. His eyes were shadowed by his hair, but Kakashi, Rin and Obito saw the insane smile that was plastered on their sensei's face. Poor little Naru buried her face into Kakashi's chest, sobbing. Everyone flinched when they heard the hysteria dripping from Minato's voice. "How about a little training session? It's been a long time since we've had that, don't you agree?" Naru would have piped up that she hasn't been with them very long, but when she felt Kakashi shudder, she decided against it. And she was still sobbing. Their training session would have sent even Guy a run for his money. When Kushina finally reached her apartment, safe and sound, she collapsed on the sofa. She let out a breath and giggled. That was the first time she had ever gotten Minato so furious, and despite the fact that it was directed at her, she was laughing. She hasn't had that much fun in quite a while. But Naru was such a cute girl. Kushina squealed in a pillow, trying to muffle the sound so that she didn't disturb the neighbors. Minato would have trouble keeping all the boys away. She, of course, was going to protect that girl, but she would want her to get a boyfriend. Preferably a good-looking one, maybe one like Kakashi or Obito. She loved Naru already. She drifted off to sleep for a while, and was stirred an hour later. She got up at the sound of knocking, and rushed to open the door. She was pleasantly surprised to see Mikoto, her best friend. "Hey Mikoto! How's everything going?" She greeted. Mikoto giggled at her cheerfulness. "Hello Kushina. You sound very happy. Have you met the long-lost sister?" She inquired. That made Kushina's bright smile evolve into a grin. "Hello Sarya. She is such a cutie. Before that, though, why don't you come in?" Kushina chattered about the young blonde girl while pouring some tea to their cups, as Mikoto listened to every detail enthusiastically. She smiled and thanked her as she sipped. Kushina told her what she did to Minato rather guiltily, and Mikoto laughed. "Wow, I can't wait to meet her now. You've gotten me impatient, Kushina. she pouted, and the redhead laughed. Speaking of kids, how's little Itachi? 5 years old, was it? I haven't seen him in a while, with the missions and all that. Mikoto smiled affectionately. He's such a sweet child. He doesn't cry a lot and barely causes any trouble. He's so nice and sincere that it's as if he's an angel in disguise. This one time, I feel like I have just been trampled by hundreds of bulls. Naru whined as she leaned against a tree, trying to stand. Kakashi's eye twitched uncontrollably. Yeah? Well, I feel like I have just been trampled by 200. Obito whined louder. Rin's fist trembled with a nerve threatening to pop as her eyebrows went into a twitching frenzy. Minato watched the four, and was really regretting to not bring some popcorn. Shut up, Nerf. Who was it that dragged your sorry but through the whole lapse? Oh, I remember, me. Naruto blinked at the obvious irritation in his voice and looked up in surprise. Wow, you swore. Never knew you had it, hey. Watch the face. Obito laughed as he pointed at her misfortune. He abruptly stopped and flinched when he felt a glare directed at him, remembering that he also made Rin pull him throughout the whole run. His neck craned as his head robotically turned to the brunette's direction, only to be sent flying from the punch. And Rin was glad she learned how to add chakra to her attacks beforehand, until she saw the result of where she sent Obito to. Minato watched with forced amusement while Rin watched in horror as Obito crashed into Kakashi, forcing him forwards. Forcing Kakashi's lips to Naru's. Naru stuttered when he finally pulled away from her, and Kakashi took a step back. Wait, now he took millions. Naru traced her lips with her hand, trying to confirm what she had just experienced. As she stared wide-eyed, Kakashi did the same, staring right back at her. And Obito just had to open his mouth. Look on the bright side, Kakashi had his mask on. Naru cracked her knuckles with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred and ignored Obito's, "See, come down now. Stay away." The startled birds flew away from Konoha, along with the other birds that had lived nearby the village. Ha. Naru huffed as she walked away from the unconscious boy, and walked straight to Rin. She held her hands firmly, and Rin blinked at the seriousness in Naruto's dazzling blue eyes. Rin, that kiss with Kakashi was nothing, you hear me? Don't think for a second that I was trying to abuse your feelings, 'cause it was all unintentional, got it? Naru tightened her grip, although not so much as to hurt the brunette. Rin blinked several times more when she realized that Naru was trying to reassure her about the incident. She smiled. I don't mind at all, Naru. Really, she didn't. And that worried her. Naru let go in surprise and tilted her head to show her confusion. What? I thought that you... She trailed off, unable to comprehend what just happened. She was sure Kakashi-sensei told her that Rin had a crush or more on him, and seeing how crestfallen she was to hear that Kakashi would have left her made her even more sure about it. Rin still had her smile, but on the inside she was rolling around, very confused. She had a crush on Kakashi, or so she thought, but felt nothing except for the guilt when she saw him kiss Naru by her actions. Nothing. She didn't get it at all. Minato frowned, concerned for Rin. He noticed that she didn't have a hint of a lie when she said it didn't bother her, and how even she was surprised herself. Which was odd. He then remembered what had just happened and glared at Kakashi, who was still frozen. Who would have thought that the calm and collected Yellow Flash was the overprotective dad type? Kakashi didn't know what to make of this. He had just lip-locked with his future student, and he only knew her for 2 weeks. To make it worse, he liked it. Oh dear Lord, was he going to be the same perverted man his future self was? Was he going to shamelessly read the Ika series in public? His head started spinning, and was it just him, or did he feel some major killing intent? He twitched, knowing the only person who could emit such hatred for him that moment could only be either two blondes, but the younger one was too busy apologizing to Rin. And Minato-sensei. He yelped, seeing the man attempt at glaring a hole through his head. What happened just now was completely unintentional. Obito was the one who shoved me into her. That kiss. Minato's glare intensified, so Kakashi changed his choice of words. That form of contact was not on purpose. He backed away slowly as his sensei had steam forming out of his ears. I can't believe that I kissed a guy by accident again. Naru whined, and everyone whipped their heads at her. Again. When was your first time? Was he cute? Rin gushed. Naru shifted uncomfortably and blushed. Oh right, I didn't mention it before, did I? I was pushed into Sa. She was cut off by a loud screech. Girls. Kakashi's here. Even more screeching. Kakashi widened his eyes, and placed Naru in front of him as a shield. The human shield's eye twitched, feeling as though she has been stuck in this position before. But when Sasuke was too scared of facing his morbid fangirls. Judging by his strong grip on her shoulders, he was frightened. She tried to glare at him, but he only clenched harder. Oh, geez, what is your edge? Apparently, the insane girls took their position the wrong way, and now she were being chased. What are you to Kakashi, huh? Who are you? Hey, get back here and explain, you nobody. Nobody? Naru ran all around the village in mute anger until she finally found an alley, the perfect hiding spot. She also only just remembered that she had dragged Kakashi with her in her panic, and looked around to find him crumpled on the floor, out in the open. Should she help him? After he just used her? But he might be tortured by the girls if she doesn't hide him soon. Naru really hated being a kind person. She dragged Kakashi into the narrow alley and climbed up, using chakra, at the wall of a building as she swore the whole time through. She accidentally hit the boy against the wall as she held him by his sword straps, and hoisted him up on the roof. God, what do they see in you? She poked him on the ribs, thinking he was still out cold. Until he twitched. Naru narrowed her eyes. You were awake the whole time? She paused, waiting for him to give up the act. Get up, you lying bisudi. She jabbed him in the stomach when he didn't. He groaned in pain as he doubled over, and Naruto smirked in satisfaction. Kakashi glared. Geez, woman. Are you even female? He pointedly stared at her BRSS. Naru, mortified, trembled in absolute fury as she covered her chest. This idiot. They're bounded, idiot. I'm a kunoichi. What do you expect? And I stop looking at me, pervert. Kakashi widened his eyes. Naru's words rang in his head non-stop. Pervert. 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 Naru raised a brow. Kakashi? Are you there? Earth to Eep. She yelped when he suddenly turned and held onto her shoulders, eyes wide with terror. Tell me, am I turning into the idiot my future self was? Naru blinked, startled, then laughed. She laughed. It's not funny. Ha, Kakashi, that's just priceless. You should have seen the look on your face. She clutched her sides. No, you're not like him at all. You're too stiff. Kakashi grunted as he looked away. There was an awkward pause, until Naruto broke out into another fit of laughter and Kakashi's lips twitched. Rin and Obito waved at the two as they walked back to where they left the team. Rin asked, Where on earth have you been? Naru rolled her eyes. Kakashi acted like a damsel in distress, and counted on me to save his sorry butt. Kakashi glared. He pretended to faint, and I had to drag him all the way up a building to hide him. She blinked as if remembering something. And I just found out that he was a pervert moments ago. Kakashi panicked, knowing Minato would skin him alive, and hurriedly shut her mouth. Minato's eyes squinted at Kakashi in suspicion, before rolling his eyes. Obito grinned. Who would have thought, Rin giggled as Naru high-fived him. Minato felt rather guilty for the training he put them through, so he decided to give them a treat. Who's up for ramen? I'll pay. He saw the bright twinkle in his daughter's eyes, and regretted it immediately. Me. Obito snuck quick glances at Kakashi and Naru, who were both talking about training as they walked to the stand. Rin caught him, and elbowed his ribs lightly. I don't think they'll appreciate it if you keep looking at them like that. Whispered, raising an eyebrow as he grinned. He kept his voice low. Don't you think that those two have been a lot closer recently? I think forcing them to each other helped. Although it wasn't intentional. Rin nodded, also thinking the same. And Kakashi got less arrogant ever since she came. I think it's a great idea to push them further together. What about you? Rin grinned at him. Yeah, count me in. Minato rolled his eyes at his students' antics. Trust Obito to try and play matchmaker. But he had to agree, Kakashi's been kinder recently, but it might have been because of what nearly happened to Obito. Although, he thought grimly, Kakashi seems to be interacting mostly with Naru. Kakashi suppressed the urge to smack Obito upside the head, as he heard everything he said thanks to his sensitive ears. He looked from the corner of his eyes to his left at Naru, who didn't seem to notice, seeing as she was farthest away from the Uchiha and was in deep thought. Kakashi was sure that Naru was only a friend to him, and an odd one at that. He sneaked a glance at the blonde, who added a bounce to every step she took. Hey Naru. What was your Kakashi like? The boy mentally face-palmed at how weird that sounded. Naru grinned as she remembered the tall, lazy, silver-haired man with his orange book in hand. At first I thought he was a BE, since he acted like how you do right now. Kakashi faltered. But then I changed my mind when he said stuff about teamwork at the end of our test. I thought he was awesome. Kakashi's eyes widened a fraction, not expecting such a praise. Spending time with him was fun, even though he seemed mostly interested in reading Pawn. She smiled fondly. Kakashi shifted, wondering if he should, and then decided, how about me? He asked casually, trying to act mildly curious. Naru blinked in surprise and thought for a minute. I think you're cool. Although you act a little cold and all, I have a good time when you're around. Kakashi was, to say the least, shocked. He thought that he was rather boring to be around, or too strict about things, but here was Naru telling him that she has a good time with him. Naru waved a hand in front of Kakashi when she noticed he stopped walking. Oi, Kakashi? You in there? She knocked his forehead protector. We're already here, you know? She looked to see that everyone else already sat and ordered, so she pulled on Kakashi's sleeve. It still bothered Naru to see Tucci with brown hair and not the gray she was used to, or the fact that Ayam wasn't working there and was currently at home playing with her dolls. She sat next to Rin, who was on her right, and Kakashi on her left, at the very end of the counter. Tucci-san. Miso with lots of pork please. Tucci chuckled. It still surprises me how you already know what to order without the menu, Naru. She grinned, and was about to say something only to be cut off by a very loud voice. Hatake Kakashi, my eternal rival. A bright green blur passed by her left, knocking Kakashi off his chair. Naru stifled a laugh and innocently looked to the side as Kakashi glared at her. He grits his teeth. Would you kindly get off, Guy? Naru couldn't stop it this time, she laughed. Guy got up and turned to her, forgetting to help his eternal rival up. You must be the lovely beauty of Konoha. I've heard many things about you, and I've heard that you are the Yellow Flash's long-lost sister, am I correct? Naru spluttered. The lovely, what? But yes, I'm his younger sister. She glared at Kakashi, who started smirking at her discomfort. Even though she couldn't see it, his smugness was radiating out of his form. He smirked. Naru's fists trembled in fury. Guy gave her a thumb up, his mouth stretched and showed his teeth that sparkled. Nice to meet you. I'm the beautiful green beast of Konoha, Mato Guy. Naru could have sworn he had light shining all over himself. Kakashi got up, still smirking. Naru felt the need to punch him. So she did. And boy did she regret it when she saw Guy's sparkling grin widen. What a youthful! Naru resisted the urge to groan. Young lady! He slapped Kakashi's back repeatedly, unknowingly giving pain to the silver-haired Jonin. You lucky man! He chuckled loudly. All right, I challenge you to a duel for this lovely maiden's beautiful heart. The lovely maiden sobbed on Rin's shoulder, who encouragingly patted on her back. The Jinchuriki heard Kakashi sigh. You can have her for all I care. Naru shot up in panic, and just knew that the idiot was smirking again. She gave Guy and the others. Obito was laughing his butt off a sweet smile. We'll be back in just a second. She didn't wait for their reply as she pulled Kakashi out of the stall by his ear. What the hell, Kakashi? Naru shrieked in his ear once they were farther away. Kakashi clutched his red ear. What? It's not like I like you or anything, and he seemed pretty infatuated with you. He smirked. Or did you want me to accept his challenge, Did you want me to be jealous? He hinted on the last word, and Naru turned red. No, I mean yes to the first, but no to the second. I don't want him to win my beautiful heart. Kakashi, help me. She whined, pulling his arm down as she sobbed. Kakashi, clearly annoyed, tried in vain to shake her off. Why should I waste my time? Naru pleaded even more, giving him her ultimate puppy eyes. I'll do anything you tell me to. And I never go back on my words, Databeo. Kakashi smirked, and Naru wanted to slap her head at her stupidity. Anything? For the rest of your life. Naru gawked. That wasn't what she said. But judging by his smug look, he wasn't going to agree with anything else. She weighed her chances. The main problem, and probably the most embarrassing moment of her life, was Guy winning by default and proclaiming he got his lovely maiden's beautiful heart to the whole world. But if she promised Kakashi to do anything he tells her to until the day she died, that wouldn't happen. Is it worth it? She glanced back at the stall and remembered those god-awful bushy brows. She pinched the bridge of her nose, knowing she was going to regret this later. Yes, anything for the rest of my life, but only if you win. She regretted it already. But it's not like he's going to make her run around the streets or anything, and he does know that there were limits. Naru really needs to think of an escape plan before she killed Kakashi. She didn't look at his smug expression as they walked back to the ramen booth. She slumped on her chair and whimpered on Rin's shoulder again. Everyone else snapped their heads to Kakashi's answer, stupefied. On second thought, I accept your challenge, Guy. Kakashi glanced at Naru and smirked even more, and I really don't want to lose to this either. Minato, Obito and Rin just wondered what Naru agreed to for Kakashi to change his mind and be this eager. They looked at her weeping form and concluded it to be a very, very dreadful for the blonde, but they understood that she had to take drastic measures. Obito and Rin shuddered at the sight of those eyebrows while Minato ummed along with his daughter. Guy grinned determinedly, Yash. Then how about a youthful match on taijutsu? Naru fell off of her seat. But that's... Kakashi chirped. Perfect, so should we start now? Naru looked appalled. But he's a taijutsu specialist. That's unfair. She went back to bawling her eyes out onto Rin's now soaked shoulder. We haven't even eaten yet. Guy blinked. Oh yes, that was right. I was so caught up in the heat of it that I have forgotten to eat. Guy jabbed his index finger to Kakashi. We eat, then spar. Rin was about to say something, but stopped when she saw the cunning look in the silver-haired boy's eyes. After doing a lot of thinking about her situation, Naru just realized that she did a very stupid mistake. She could have just confronted Guy about it and tell him that it bothered her, since he was a gentleman, and gentlemen did not cause trouble to ladies. It's an unspoken rule. She slapped her head at her stupidity and felt Kakashi's smirk directed at her. She was too distressed to care. There were too many things going on today for the poor blonde. She had been terrorized by her dad and probably did a year's worth of training. Kakashi was forced to kiss her. She was chased all around the town by his fangirls. She had to drag Kakashi up a building. She was questioned on her gender by the ungrateful Guy. Guy challenged Kakashi to a duel for her heart, and she sentenced herself to do anything Kakashi tells her to for the rest of her messed up life. Naru decided that this was the worst day of her messed up life. Jonin exams? Naruto asked, surprised. She had been in this time PRD for 4 weeks, nearly a month. They had decided to list her as Chunin, to make up for Kakashi who had been promoted. Rin, Obito, Naruto and other Chunin ninjas stood in front of the Hokage at his office. Sarutobi nodded. This exam does not include other hidden villages and it would be taking place here in Konoha. It starts 2 weeks from now, on the 11th of May. The judges would be Jounins and I would be around to watch. Like for the final round of the Chunin exams, you will receive a number and we would assign you to another Chunin by that number. You would spar with them, the winner will go against the next, and so on until there is one person left. The people supervising would judge whether you are worthy of earning the rank by your skills, so even if you lose you would still have a chance. They would stop the match if it gets out of hand, since we don't want anyone dying. We need all the people we can get for us to survive this war. Everyone nodded, understanding. Everyone nodded, some relieved. He smiled to them, wishing them good luck. The Chunin went out, talking to each other excitedly. Obito stretched. Finally. I can't wait, but I seriously don't want to go against you guys. He shuddered. Rin rolled her eyes, but smiled fondly. I don't want to go against you either, since you're too cowardly for my tastes. She teased, giggling when he blushed and stubbornly turned the other way. Naruto pet an eyebrow. Since when were you guys all nice and friendly, eh? She grinned, and pumped a fist inwardly as she saw the two of them blush. Well, I don't mind going against you guys. I prefer Obito though. Rin seems tougher. Obito gaped, feeling betrayed. Hey guys, how was the meeting? Minato called out, next to Kakashi. Naruto brightened at the sight of them. Yo, Minato-sensei, Kakashi. She waved and ran to them, along with the other two. It was boring. Naruto complained, Obito nodding in agreement. Kakashi rolled his eyes. What did you expect? She glared heatedly at him, still mad at him for winning against Guy, but somewhat relieved. She didn't know how she would react had bushy brows of this generation won. Those caterpillars made her shudder uncontrollably. Flashback. Once they finished eating, they went to the training grounds. Guy was flattering Naruto nonstop, much to Obito and Kakashi's amusement. Minato had been cursing the green beast. As cruel as this may sound, he in no way saw the kid beautiful, and Naruto inched closer to Rin, forcing a smile. They watched in silence as Kakashi and Guy stared each other down, waiting for the other to make a move. Naruto was stumped on who she wanted to support, seeing as both had unpleasant results. Kakashi would make her his SLV, and Guy would be even more encouraged to grab hold of her love. Guy seemed to snap and attacked first, aiming a punch at Kakashi in the gut. The boy dodged and grabbed his wrist. He pulled him forwards, driving his bent leg into Guy's stomach. The black-haired boy doubled over, but regained his strength quickly, narrowly avoiding Kakashi's kick at his back as he jumped. Kakashi jumped higher than Guy, and nearly slammed his leg down on his chest, only for the green-clad boy to twist in midair. They landed on the ground, but Guy was faster, and swept at Kakashi's feet. He jumped to avoid it, only to get kicked whilst he was in midair. He cursed Guy's flexibility as he clutched at his stomach. They exchanged several punches, kicks, and occasionally sweeps, until Kakashi was backed into a tree. Konoha Senpu. Kakashi managed to dodge, but was forced into the air from the impact. Guy took this chance and slammed his leg onto his stomach. Kakashi hit the ground hard, which put a grin to the black-haired boy's face. Until he collapsed on the floor, face scrunched up in pain, clutching his right side, just below his ribs. Rin recognized this right away, and slapped her forehead. I knew it. Naruto blinked, and looked back and forth between her teammate and Guy. Huh. Kakashi slowly got up, brushing off the dust and dirt from his hair. He got a stomach cramp after eating, like I expected. He smirked, Naruto knew by his smug attitude, and walked back to the group. I win. The blonde girl looked horrified, and pointed an accusing finger at him. How did you not get it then? Well, I ate less, and didn't move around as much as he did. He fell for the trap. He replied simply, agitating the girl. So, Obito piped up, grinning as he high-fived with him. What does Kakashi get for winning? Naruto yelped and hid behind her father when she saw Kakashi's cunning gaze. She'll follow commands like a dog for the rest of her miserable life. Both blondes glared at him, trying to burn a hole at his head. And she doesn't go back on her word. Do you, Naruto? I smiled. Minato sighed as he looked at him sternly. Isn't that unfair on Naruto's part? She only asked for a favor, Kakashi. As your sensei, I'll limit it to 3 commands, so think of Naruto as a genie that grants you 3 wishes. Kakashi nodded, disgruntled. But he guessed it was unfair of him. The girl couldn't love her father any more than she already did, and hugged him tightly. End of crappy yet somewhat happily ever after. Flashback. Naruto blinked. It's been nearly 2 weeks since then, and Kakashi hasn't asked anything yet. She was hoping he would use it up, since she wanted to get it over with. As they walked to the training grounds, she snuck a glance at him. Unfortunately, he caught it. What do you want? Naruto huffed and turned the other way. She heard him snort and talk to Obito as she whispered to Rin, "Do you know what he's up to?" Rin looked at the silver-haired boy, then back at her blonde friend. "What do you mean?" Naruto crossed her arms on her chest. "He hasn't asked for any wishes," she air-quoted, "to me yet. And, judging by how he loves annoying me, I was expecting him to jump at every opportunity and use up all of it." Naruto pouted, but saw the look on Kakashi's face. She somehow took that as a silent, "I'm too smart for the likes of you." Her hands twitched at the thought of pulverizing him. Rin rolled her eyes at the two. "I don't know, people usually say that when a boy teases a girl, it means that he—" Naruto pulled the strands of her hair in irritation. "Don't you dare finish that sentence, Rin. I've heard that from Sai already." "Well, let me tell you it ain't true, damn it. Kiba likes Hinata." That caused everyone to cast her strange looks, and she scratched her head and let out a nervous laugh. Minato sighed, "We're here now, so let's just go on with our techniques. Naruto, I'll work with you on the types of Rasengan's you thought up, whoop. But first you need to work on your chakra control." Naruto "Kakashi, you may practice that jutsu, but don't go too far with it. I'll watch until Naruto's finished her chakra exercise, but when I'm gone, remember to stop when you need to." Kakashi looked away. "I know you want to complete it, but it causes a great strain on your arm. It's too dangerous." At this, Obito clenched his fist, which didn't go unnoticed by Naruto. She raised a brow, and when the others were busy, she brought him farther away from them so that they wouldn't be able to listen. Obito looked away when she asked him what was wrong. "Obito!" His fists shook as he brought his eyes to meet hers. "If I had died, Kakashi would have gotten my eye, right? He would have been more carefree, and he would have been able to use his Chidori." Naruto widened her eyes. "Obito, what the hell are you talking about? This isn't like you." He raised his voice and cut her off, eyes flashing angrily. "I couldn't just sit around and feel like I stole something from him, could I? That isn't like me. I stole his chance of completing his technique that he proudly made by himself, or be famed by all 5 nations. What makes it worse is that he tells me that it's okay, he's fine with it, even though he obviously isn't." Naruto had to strain her ears to hear his next words. "Me being alive only made him weak." Naruto glared. "Do you really think that? Do you understand?" Obito glared back. "Did you see the look on Kakashi's face whenever he tries to work on his technique? I have, before and after that incident. You wouldn't understand." Slept. Naruto's hand was raised as Obito's head stayed turned by the impact, stunned. The blonde felt her eyes sting as it moistened, but she didn't care. She needed this idiot to see. "You think I don't understand? Well, sorry to burst your bubble, but I do. Remember Sasuke?" Obito got out of his stupor and flinched. "Yeah, well, I was in his way to power, and I wondered to myself every single day since he drove his hand through my chest. I wondered if I was really a bother to him, to everyone. The burden I carry dies when I die." Obito's eyes widened as she let the tears fall. "I was thinking that the world would have been better off had I died." Naruto smiled softly, her voice lowering in volume. "But I didn't. I remembered my comrades. I remembered that it was thanks to them that I got this far, and I can't let them down after everything we've been through. I just had to get stronger. I got over it." Obito took off his goggles to rub at his eyes. "It was because of that I got everyone finally to acknowledge me. I got stronger, both mentally and physically, and look how far I've gotten now. I got the chance to save the future, to give us a world of peace." Naruto shook her head and corrected herself. "No, we have the chance to make a world of peace." She closed her fist, imagining it grasp onto her words firmly as she smiled, eyes flashing in determination. She blinked when he heard the boy whimper. She giggled, "Sk it up. You're a guy, aren't you?" He sniffled and wiped his face with his sleeve. "I'm not crying. I just got something in my eye." Naruto smiled softly. "There's the Obito we all know and love. But still, if you're still in doubt, remember that Kakashi was relieved that you lived, and your death in the other timeline affected him greatly. Plus, you're strong even though we tease you about it, and the village would lose one of their comrades had you died. You have great flexibility in taijutsu, you can use the fire techniques very quickly. And the future Kakashi told me that you were a natural when you awoken your Sharingan. You used it with great ease, despite it being your first time. Obito's face showed his shock, but he quickly recovered and grinned. He winced at the stinging of his now swollen cheek. Naruto cringed, and rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Sorry about that. I got kind of emotional. I'll go get some ice, but could you tell Sensei that? Obito nodded and Mock glared. You owe me ice cream for this. Naruto snorted, yeah, I know. Man, Sensei's gonna be said. She glanced back at Kakashi, who was practicing Chidori. Anyways, you both make a great pair from what I have seen and heard. It's like you two were born to be yin and yang. Despite being opposites, you work like a whole. Naruto laughed sheepishly. I'm not making any sense, am I? Obito smiled, you are. He mumbled something she didn't catch. Naruto blinked, what? Obito shook his head. Nothing. Was there something else you wanted to tell me? Naruto's eyes looked down before meeting his eyes again. Yeah, actually there is. I need to tell your clan about what happened. I need to tell Sasuke's dad. Obito is in a breath. You sure? Have you told Hokage-sama yet? Naruto nodded. I'm going to. The Uchiha clan needs to know. They're going to plan a coup, remember? They might even be planning already. Naruto ran a hand through her hair. She let it down ever since she time-traveled unlike before and sighed. Well, that's all I have to say. I'll go back to training then before Kakashi blows up in jealousy. Naruto glared and pulled at her hair. Obito! Stop. I admit that we had some awkward moments, but there's nothing going on between us. We don't like each other that way. She threw her hands up in frustration. Obito laughed loudly as she stomped off. It's thanks to you that I realized what I want to do. After Naruto rushed to get some ice pack from her house and back to the grounds, she guiltily handed it to Obito. Minato sighed. Naruto, just practice cutting leaves with your wind chakra and we'll work on the Rasengan once you're done. Naruto nodded and went straight to it. As she expected, the first try was hard. She made 100 shadow clones, everyone gawked at the sheer number of it, to speed up the training. In about 10 minutes, she managed to cut the leaf until halfway, much to her pleasure. By a little over 20 minutes, she succeeded in cutting the leaf in 2 pieces. Since Minato seemed busy with Kakashi at the moment, she decided to try practicing the Rasengan first with adding wind to it. She got farther away from everyone else, going further into the forest. She made 2 clones, and molded her 2 types of chakra. Futon, Rasengan. The jutsu had made a large hole on the thick tree, sending splinters and large chunks of wood in all directions. Naruto jumped away as she brought her arms to protect her face. Once deciding it was safe, she let them down, and was satisfied with what she saw, until she noticed that the tree was about to fall. On her. Damn it! She jumped to the side, just barely out of the tree's way. She let out a breath of relief before getting up, shaking off the small pieces of wood that had stuck to her jacket. She glared at the tree, before swiping at it with her raw wind chakra, grinning evilly when she saw it divide into many blocks of wood. That was how Minato found her daughter, looking like a maniac over a chopped-up tree. He rubbed his temples. Do I want to know? Naruto chirped. Nope. Minato couldn't be any more proud of her when he saw the different versions she came up with. Their surroundings were trashed, trees bent, blown up, and large craters were formed on the ground. Naruto panted as she collapsed onto the ground, tired. That's all I can show you for now. The Rasen Shuriken is too destructive, and it probably needs to be used against many people to show just how powerful it is. Minato shook his head in amazement. Minato-sensei? What is it, Naruto? The younger blonde sat up. Could I practice seals with you when we get home? She asked shyly, which was quite uncharacteristic of her. Minato laughed as he ruffled her hair. Sure. Come on, we need to get back with everyone else. He frowned when he re-looked at how much damage the area had. Hokage-sama's going to be quite mad about this. Naruto grinned. She loved being with her dad. She remembered feeling like this with Jiraiya, like whenever he bought her ice cream and basically acted like how a father would. Speaking of which, Minato-sensei, when's Ero-senin going to come back to the village? She frowned. I remember you saying that he was away on a mission? Minato blinked. Oh yeah, he was supposed to be back here right about now. He was supposed to go gather some information, if I remember correctly. Naruto hooped. All right. Somewhere else in the village, a man sneezed as he peeked through a hole, alerting the women inside the bath of his presence. Rin! Obito called out as the girl punched the ground, which cracked open in numerous cracks. Rin looked up to find her black-haired teammate who jumped away from the crater. I need to ask you a favor, but before you freak, I want you to give me a chance to explain. Rin stood up straight with a concerned frown at the seriousness in his tone. I want to transplant one of my eyes with Kakashi's. Rin stuttered. W? Did you tell him first? He shook his head. It would be a surprise. I haven't given him a present yet, remember? It's perfect and he'll need it. I'm planning on giving it to him after I completely unlocked my Sharingan, though I think I'm almost there. Rin in a breath before exhaling slowly and swallowed hard. So you really want to do this? Her voice shook as Obito nodded. All right, Obito. Did you discuss this with your clan head? Obito looked down. Not yet, but I believe Fugaka-sama would understand, since Naruto would be explaining hopefully before I tell him. I haven't told her my plan either. I actually haven't told anyone about this other than you, since it was something I thought up a few moments ago. Rin furrowed her brows. Naruto would be explaining what? Obito scratched his head, explaining the future and all that. Naruto, we all want to prevent them from planning a coup d'état. Rin frowned. That might cause the clan to strive for more power if they know what would happen. Obito, as if sensing her thoughts, reassured her. Don't worry, it's Naruto we're talking about. She's good with words. Rin's lips tugged upwards as she nodded. You're right, she is charismatic. She must have gotten it from Sensei. Charisy what? Naruto was walking to the Hokage Tower after training, telling Minato that she'd try and arrive home by sunset. She still had a few hours, so she thought it would be fine. Until she stumbled upon Itachi. Itachi, an unbelievably cute 5-year-old Itachi, walking down the streets with his mom, holding her hand with his small one. Mikoto was kind and polite, recognizing her from Kushina's detailed description. Apparently, Kushina grew very fond of Naruto already, even though it's only been a few hours. Chatting with Mikoto a little or talking with the little boy didn't cost too much time, and they were about to go separate ways. That was, until Itachi grabbed hold of Naruto's shirt, blushing, and refusing to let go. Naruto thought it was very adorable, but that thought was overpowered by disbelief. This was Uchiha Itachi she was talking about here. Naruto used to view him as a cruel, murdering, psycho man before finding out the truth, and then viewed him as a very caring, kind, wise older brother. Not this unbelievably cute child. Naruto's brains weren't functioning properly at the moment, so she has problems thinking of other words which could have described him better, that cutely held on to people they've barely met. Mikoto smiled sheepishly before trying to pry Itachi's little hands open. Itachi, she needs to go somewhere right now, and we need to get home so that I could cook, remember? Unfortunately, Itachi started hugging the blonde, stubbornly wrapping his arms around her waist. Mikoto now tried to pull at the boy's legs. I'm terribly sorry about this, Namikaze-san. He normally isn't like this. Naruto laughed. It is fine, really, and please call me by my first name. I'm not good with formalities. I don't really mind if he comes along. I can bring him back to your house once I'm done, if that's fine with you. Mikoto smiled. I'll call you by yours if you call me by my given name, and I'm really sorry about this, Naruto-san, but can you babysit him for a while? Naruto grinned. Sure, Mikoto-san, my pleasure. Was what happened, and she had Itachi's hand on hers. Naruto heard whispers with something along the lines of, adorable, and, oh my god, isn't that the Yellow Flash's sister? She was proud that her dad was well known and all, but seriously, couldn't they remember her name? It would save them the trouble. And stop the incredibly unattractive eyebrow twitching she had going on. The two talked along the way, talking about their everyday lives, family, that sort of thing. Itachi realized that they were heading to the tower, but didn't say much about it, deciding that it was personal matters concerning the Hokage. He was very polite that it scared her. I couldn't believe he's a lot younger than me, but it was kind of cute on him. He bowed. I bowed. When they arrived at the Hokage's office, Naruto grinned. Hey, Hokage-sama. Her wide smile turned into a smaller, sheepish one as she hesitantly asked, Itachi, would you mind waiting outside? He shook his head and bowed, again, leaving the room. Sarutobi raised a graying brow, but didn't ask, to which the blonde was grateful for. I wish to disclose classified information concerning the future with Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. The man sighed. To prevent them from planning a coup d'état, I presume? He pinched the bridge of his nose at her nod. And you're sure you can persuade them? You understand that there is a high possibility of it backfiring. They might use this knowledge and view it as an opportunity of a lifetime. Naruto nodded once, face serious. I understand, but I won't let that happen. Very well. As Hokage, I grant you permission. He smiled. I wish you good luck. Naruto rubbed a finger at her temple, planning in her head just how she was going to make this work. She smiled when she saw Itachi looking around as he sat in his seat, waiting for her. Sorry for making you wait, Itachi. Man, I feel horrible for making you put up with being dragged by me and all, so as a reward, I'll buy you some snacks. She grinned and felt relieved when his face brightened. I won't let you eat them on the way though. I don't think your mom will appreciate me feeding you right before dinner. She held out her hand, which he took automatically as he turned red and looked down, away from her warm smile. Naruto blinked, wondering if he felt sick. After buying some Pocky, apparently Itachi was crazy about them from the convenience store. They were at the main house's doorstep. Naruto heard some muffled voices inside. Obito, would you get the door please? That sounded like Mikoto's voice before another answered, okay. Imagine Obito's surprised to see his blonde teammate hand in hand with his younger cousin. You know, Kakashi isn't going to be happy about this. Naruto glared. How many times have I told you that he doesn't? He blatantly ignored her. Hey Itachi, did you meet her boyfriend yet? Itachi scowled and shook his head, holding Naruto's hand possessively. Obito just laughed while Naruto blushed. Kakashi isn't my boyfriend, Obito. He's a teammate and a friend. Apparently the two boys weren't listening. The older boy was talking to the other all about her boyfriend and what he looked like. Naruto glared at the two, mostly at Obito, but blinked when she remembered another reason why she came. Hey Obito, the boy looked back, surprised by her serious tone. Is Itachi's dad here? He raised a brow. Yeah. You're planning on telling him now? The Hokage agreed. Itachi looked back and forth, trying to understand what they were talking about, before Mikoto called him in. Naruto nodded. Is he busy? Nah, I'll go tell him that you needed to discuss some important stuff. Naruto smiled gratefully. Obito went back in as Mikoto came to greet the blonde, wiping her hands on her apron. Hello there, Naruto-san. Thank you for taking Itachi home. Would you like to come in? She bowed a little. Good evening. Yes, please. I just need to talk to your husband for a bit. The woman nodded, wondering what she wanted to talk about with him as they walked inside. Fugaku and Naruto stared the other down, the atmosphere tense as they sat on cushions with a low table in front of them. Mikoto had brought some tea in before leaving the room quietly. Obito soon followed, scared out of his wits. The clan head waited patiently, occasionally sipping his cup. Naruto would do the same, face clear from expression. Fugaku had to admit, it was very unnerving to see this blonde child so mature after hearing her cheerful voice a few moments later. Obito frequently came around to visit, talking to the main family, and he enjoyed it in his calm, silent way. Obito had described Naruto as a cheerful type of person, much like himself. Fugaku hadn't expected her to act like himself, quiet, stoic, and serious. Naruto finally decided on what to say, after a moment of hesitance. Fugaku-sama, I need to know this first before I tell or ask you anything else. She brought her eyes up to meet his. What do you think of power? Fugaku's eyes held surprise. Power? Naruto nodded. What do you think when you have the opportunity for power at a heavy price? The color of her eyes seemed to change from the wide sky to the deep ocean. Say, at the cost of your family? Fugaku's eyes widened a fraction. Power? At the cost of his family? This sounded suspiciously like... He narrowed his eyes. Are you accusing me of being willing to kill someone I love to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan? Naruto sighed. No, I never meant to accuse you of something you haven't done. It's just... She pinched at the bridge of her nose. It's something that can't easily be put into words, Fugaku-sama. And before I let you know anything, I need to know how you would respond to it. Fugaku closed his eyes, thinking. I would choose my clan over power. Naruto hid her smile. That's good. Here's another one. Would you choose your son's happiness over power? Or would you make your son a mere tool for the clan? Fugaku's eyes flashed. What? Naruto repeated emotionlessly. Would you choose your clan's welfare over your own son's happiness? Fugaku closed his hands as he thought over her question. So you're asking me if I would choose the position of clan head over my role as a father? The girl nodded. I would choose my position as clan leader. I understand. Naruto noticed his shock and explained, my dream is to be the Hokage. I know what it means to be one. You have to be a good leader to lead your people. You have to be the role model for the children of your village. You have to set a good example. You have to choose your village over your own personal preferences. Fugaku's fists tightened. You understand well for someone as young as yourself. Naruto smiled. Thank you. She sipped her lukewarm tea before putting the cup back down quietly. What do you think hatred is? Fugaku raised a brow, the emotion of intense dislike. Naruto laughed, although it held no humor. Well, what about vengeance? Fugaku narrowed his eyes slightly. These are quite some questions you're asking. Vengeance is the desire for revenge. It is the desire to punish someone for what he or she has done, such as harming something or someone precious. Naruto nodded. It's a cycle of hatred. I've realized this before, after desiring for revenge myself. I realized that revenge does nothing but hurt more people, and it only renews hatred. This world is filled with hate, and still has seeds ready to sprout even more. I want to stop that. Fugaku sat still, stunned at the words. He never has thought about this before, and hearing this from someone younger and less experienced. I've been through many things, Fugaku-sama. My life had many bad turns. I know many things that I shouldn't. I also know many things about the Uchiha clan as well. Fugaku glared. Is this a threat? Naruto blinked and laughed. No, not at all. I want to save this clan, not destroy it. She pouted. I thought you'd understand that after all that talk. Fugaku sighed. I apologize. What do you know about this clan then? I know most of its history, legends, all that crap. Fugaku looked appalled, mostly at her vulgar use of language. She blinked and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I'm not a very formal person, so this is really taking a toll on me. Fugaku nodded once for her to continue. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha and Senju clan's destiny. Naruto's eyes sobered. As one of the two final descendants of the Rikudo-san, I fought your second child, Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have another son, Namikaze-san. I believe you're mistaken. You'll have one in the future. Fugaku's eyes constricted in incredulity, wide open, and eyebrows raised high. It's possible. Namikaze Minato's Hiraition, a space-time ninjutsu, is very much like a time travel technique. Summoning is also another form, although it uses another world. What evidence do you have to back up your story? She rolled her eyes. As I have said before, I know many things I shouldn't. I suddenly appeared a few weeks ago. I think it's quite believable. Fugaku sighed, irritated. What do you want? Well, I just want to know what you think about things before getting to the point. She hummed, before deciding what to ask. What do you know of the Sage of Six Paths? The Sage of the Six Paths was the legendary figure who founded the arts of ninjutsu and created the ninja world. Why? He's more than that, but I wonder if I can trust you with this information? Her eyes turned serious, copying his cold demeanor. I'm quite loyal to the village and I don't really trust you. He stayed silent, which gave her the signal to continue. You have some anger towards it, don't you? You believe that they were trying to put your clan under their thumbs. I was the same. They hated me for something I couldn't control, and I didn't know about it back then. I wanted revenge against them, to make them suffer as I did. But I didn't choose that. Instead, I chose to make them acknowledge me. It took me many years, but they finally respected me and cared for me. They stood up for me against enemies that wanted to kill me. They risked their lives to keep me safe. She looked directly into his coal-black eyes, seeing the shock. I know this is quite a hard thing to ask of you, but I want you to try that too. Fugaku didn't respond to her request. What happened to my clan? Naruto's eyes darkened. Its curse corrupted them and finished them. Fugaku was taken aback. What curse? Their hatred. The curse of hatred was originated from the Uchiha's ancestor's jealousy towards his younger brother. Her eyes narrowed. The Senju clan's ancestor. The man essayed in a breath, leaning back. This was not what he'd expected. She knew too many things, as she said before, which supported the fact that she traveled back in time. He gripped his cup and closed his eyes shut, contemplating. The fate of the clan rests on her hands. She has the power to let it be crushed. He has to avoid that in any way possible. How could we stop it? There are many chances all around you. The clan needs to brighten up, make them see light. Wasn't the Uchiha's strength their sight? How are they going to see the things around them if they were blinded by the darkness? It's time for this clan to move on, and the younger generations are there to help it. In the future, Sensei and Itachi will want peace. They were the hope of this clan, until you went too far and lost them. Naruto leaned a little forward, arms rested on the table, when you all were blinded completely with the crave for revenge. Fugaku took a deep breath as the lower half of his face covered by his folded hands, elbows stood on the table. The image of Sasuke doing the same in the academy flickered in her mind. She sighed. You know, Obito was supposed to die from the Canopy Bridge mission. Fugaku whipped his head up at her, hands slamming the table. How? She stared at his dark eyes. When Obito pushed Kakashi out of the way of a falling rock, his right side was crushed. Unable to free himself, Obito asked Rin to give Kakashi, who had lost his left eye by an enemy, his remaining Sharingan to make up for not giving him a present to celebrate his promotion earlier. Then he was saved because... Yes, he was saved because I appeared. I knew how to avoid it. Now he and Kakashi have both eyes. She grinned, and now the Uchiha clan has a higher chance of changing for the better. There was a pause for a while until Fugaku finally spoke. I'm grateful that you saved him, Namikaze-san. Obito has become an important part of Mikoto and Itachi's lives, and I have also become quite fond of him. At this, Naruto grinned, as he had a hint of a smile himself. I have a proposition that might benefit the both of us. Naruto walked down the streets, sending a few greetings and waves to the other villagers. She was still happy with the results of yesterday's visit to the Uchihas. She lifted the flap of her favorite food stall. Hey Pops. Miso with extra pork please? She grinned, hearing his happy reply. They talked a little while he prepared her lunch, and laughed loudly. Itadakimasu. The movements of her chopsticks shoving the noodles up her mouth were barely visible. She literally threw the bowl to her face as she drank the soup, and nearly spilled it all over her when she heard a voice behind her. Could you at least eat like a girl? She hid her smile behind an irritated mask as she growled, Shut up, Hataki. She patted the seat next to her. Come on and order something already. He rolled his eyes as he sat, ordering the same as what Naruto was having. So what did you do yesterday? Your overprotective dad was pretty frantic and even came to my house for good measure to check if you weren't there. I don't even want to know how he even came to that conclusion. Naruto tilted her head in confusion. What did he think I was doing at your house? I never have been there before. Her eyes squinted to see his face. She was sure she saw his cheeks turn red. He coughed into his hand, looking the other way as Tucci laughed very loudly. Never mind. She pouted in disappointment, huffing, before remembering his question. Oh, I had a few things to do and sort of got late. I also met Itachi on the way, and he was incredibly cute. Itachi? Naruto raised a brow at his tone. Yeah, remember? Obito's cousin? He furrowed his brows, before blinking in realization. Ah, that brat. Yeah, that brat. She pointedly looked at him, or moreover how he seemed to relax. Seriously, if I hadn't known you any better, I'd think you're relieved or something. He snorted, but didn't say anything, or she thought he didn't, since Obito had come in and announced himself very loudly. I finally found you. Did I interrupt something? His lips stretched into a wide smile. Sorry for bothering you too, I'll find you guys later. He sang as he walked away. Great, Naruto thought, now things are just weird. It turned out that Obito was about to invite Team 7 over for dinner, asked by Mikoto and Fugaku, before he misunderstood Naruto and Kakashi's situation. After he informed them and was put into a long speech about how they weren't dating, they went straight to the house to wait for Minato and Rin. Mikoto had also invited Kushina, and they were currently at the kitchen making the food. Kakashi had to admit that this kid was getting on his nerves. He glared back at Itachi, who had initiated the intense battle. If it wasn't for the lightning from their eyes sparking at each other, many people would have thought that they were merely staring. What's your problem? He all but grit out, which put a smirk at the boy's face. Itachi merely said, and walked away, further infuriating the silver-haired Jonin. Naruto laughed nervously, slowly patting a hand on his shoulder. You do know that you can't kill the clan heir, right? Obito barked with laughter at the obvious frustration his male teammate was in. He wiped the tears that collected at the corner of his eyes. That kid's just precious, man, he choked out before going off to find his cousin. Which left Kakashi and Naruto alone in silence again. So Naruto looked at the pictures neatly placed on some shelves or on the wall to break away some of the awkwardness. After she observed all of them, she looked around. Obito isn't coming back here, is he? Kakashi sighed as he shook his head, knowing what that idiot was up to. Probably not. Naruto shuffled, a little hesitant, before blurting out, Can I touch your hair? He faltered before regaining balance. What? He asked incredulously, wondering if he misheard the girl. Your hair, it's like, floating and all that. I never really thought about it much before, and I'm really bored right now. He did a curt nod before she grinned and ran behind him, reaching out to touch his gravity-defying hair. He stood as still as a statue as she awed at how soft it was. This was beyond awkward. He refused to let out a sigh of relief when she finally pulled away, but groaned when he saw the scene behind him. Judging by her horrified face, Naruto was too shocked to let out a sound. Behind them were the rest of their team and the main family. Kushina, Mikoto and Rin squealed in glee, Obito's grin sly with a camera at hand, Minato gaping and Itachi looking murderous. Fugaku seemed neutral, but when they saw the tip of his lip twitch, they knew it was over. Kakashi and Naruto wanted to cry in self-pity. Obito's grin turned into a feral, evil smirk. And now's the part where Kakashi gets chased by a fellow love rival and the famous overprotective brother. Minato cracked his knuckles, the smile on his face obviously fake, backed up with an angry tick plastered on his head. You better take this part in high definition, Obito. I want good copies. When they finally settled down to have dinner, they chattered about themselves to get to know each other better. Team 7 and the 3 main Uchiha had many conversations, laughter filling the room, along with Fugaku's occasional chuckles. Kakashi and Naruto resisted the urge to slam their heads on the table when Obito opened his mouth. You could take a guess at what it was about. Here's another hint for the idiots that still don't get it. Mikoto squealed again, and Itachi leaked out impressive killing intent. Other than the embarrassing details listed on Kakashi and Naruto's accidental kiss, for the two mentioned anyway, they had a fun time. Kushina bawled, I can't believe I missed that. I wish I stayed to watch. Mikoto giggled at her obvious distress before asking, Who's up for dessert? Obito and Naruto shot their hands up and shouted out, Me, while the others did the same, more quiet and calmly. The clan head's wife merely laughed as she went back to the kitchen to get the source of their enthusiasm. Everyone couldn't stop their drooling as the sweet scent of the baked pastry filled the air. They were overwhelmed by the aroma that instantly flew out as Mikoto cut the apple pie, the fruit's juice spilling out as the knife sunk down. The guests clutched their seats in anticipation, clawing at the wood as the woman laid each plate in front of them. They waited until she finally sat down and thanked her before grabbing their fork and knife greedily. To say it's delicious was a horrible understatement of the century. The sweet smell and taste filled their senses as they bit down on the chunks of the apple and crust. The cinnamon-scented apples did wonders to their mouths, and the pie was pleasantly chewy. The occupants in the room were at bliss. The guests helped clean up, sent many praises and their gratitude to the clan head's wife before thanking the family for the gathering and going back home. "I heard from Kakashi that you went to his house to look for me. Why'd you do that?" Naruto asked curiously. It had been bothering her quite a lot, especially since Itachi had laughed so much. Minato spit out his orange juice, before hurriedly wiping the table. "It's nothing you need to concern yourself with, Naruto. Just a crazy idea, that's all." He chuckled nervously. "What were you talking about with Fugaku-sama?" He seemed less antisocial today, and he even laughed. Naruto smiled, shaking her head before copying his words. "It's nothing you need to concern yourself with, Dad." Her eyes grew wide and sparkled. "When can I meet Ero-sennin?" The man laughed and ruffled the girl's hair. "He'll most likely come tomorrow to see you after he reports with Hokage-sama." She slumped on her bed, draping an arm over her eyes. She felt giddy about seeing her godfather again, but also nervous. He won't treat her like a father would, something he did in the future, of course. It made her feel sulky and depressed, but she squished that away. It was fine as long as he was alive and well. The thing bothering her most right now was the time limit she had for thinking up of how to stop the Kyuubi attack. Starting from the day before the Jonin exams, there were only 17 months until the day of her birth. And also the day she might have to die. She noticed that her memories are beginning to blur at a rapid speed, and she doubted it was because of her forgetfulness. Her memories of her friend's appearance were starting to become unclear, but she could remember it again if she tried hard enough. She had asked the Nine Tails to copy and seal all of her memories politely as soon as she noticed it, which he complied rather grumpily. He had made a room to store all of it, and it was locked up by multiple chains and locks on the door. With this, she can bring people to her mind and let them see the flashbacks without having to explain for hours. It would make life easier, and Naruto felt extremely lucky that she realized early, since the important memories were still in great quality. Back to the main point, Naruto wondered. What would happen to her when her counterpart was born? Would she disappear, die, or merge with it? Were her memories fading one of the steps before she ceased to exist? I doubt anything would happen. The new brat might be different from you, since there can't be two of the same souls. Naruto nodded. That made sense. She had an idea of what she could do to prepare for the day anyway. Besides, she'll see for herself when the time comes, so she should just focus on what she has to do next. She'll talk to Jiraiya tomorrow and basically do more training, what with the Jonin exams coming up. The other Chunin would most likely be strong because of the war. You better win, otherwise I'd be humiliated to call you my captor. Of course I will. Who do you think I am? Kyuubi snorted as he rested his head on his paws. An idiot. Naruto huffed, but smiled despite the insult. It still made her feel giddy that they acted like this, like B and the Hachibi. She brought her arms behind her head as she snickered to herself. I feel lucky to be with you, Kurama. I never expected you to be the mushy type anyways. This is her? She does look incredibly a lot like you. Naruto stirred at the voice, before cracking an eye open when she heard her father's. I've been told that many times. She rubbed her eyes as she sat up and yawned, catching the attention of both males in the room. The girl slowly looked between the two, before scrambling and falling out of bed in surprise. Jiraiya laughed loudly. She's sure interesting. What's your name, girl? She rubbed her hip, knowing a bruise would form soon. Namikaze Naruto. The white-haired man blinked in surprise. Naruto? The younger blonde grinned proudly as she sat on the dark wooden floor. Up. The main character in the tale of a gutsy ninja. Jiraiya gaped, amazed that she was named after something he saw in a ramen bowl, and read his book. He got out of his stupor as he took a good look at her face. He nearly recoiled in shock when he recognized that grin. He observed her more carefully, seeing the way her mouth stretched, the shape of her face and nose. Jiraiya looked at her hair. The way it flowed down to her waist was very similar except for the color. When she stopped grinning and her eyes were not crinkled upwards, he noticed the structure. His face turned serious, despite the incredulity of it. Naruto fidgeted under his calculating gaze, straightening her baggy orange shorts and getting the tangles out of her hair. "What is it, Tebeo?" Jiraiya widened his eyes and glared at his student. "Since when did you and Kushina have a kid? I thought Naruto was your sister." Minato laughed nervously, but it trailed off when he realized he was serious. "We don't. Not yet." Jiraiya raised a white brow. "What do you mean?" Naruto sighed. She didn't think he'd come this early and be so sharp with his observation skills. "I won't explain everything, but I'll show you what I went through with pain." She turned to her father. "Dad, you can go to meet the team." He nodded before disappearing, giving Jiraiya a sympathetic look. To what? The white-haired man wasn't sure. She stood up and walked to a drawer, getting out a brush, paperweight, sealing paper and ink. She prepared them on a desk pad which was on top of a table, unscrewing the ink bottle and pouring the black liquid in the lid. She dabbed the brush with it, before proceeding to write on the paper. She drew intricate patterns and kanji, impressing the other two occupants of the room. When she was done, Naruto placed the seal on the floor before flashing her hands into many different hand seals. Her chakra spiked and she slammed her hands on the now dry paper, the characters glowing yellow. She beckoned the man closer and placed her hand on Jiraiya's forehead before closing her eyes. Rin, Kakashi and Obito raised a brow at Naruto's absence when Minato arrived at the training grounds. Minato smiled. She had to discuss with Jiraiya about a few things, so she would be missing out on training today. Obito whined, "It isn't fun without that loudmouth here." The other three coughed, and Kakashi's sounded suspiciously like hypocrite. Obito glared for good measure, since he wasn't sure, before shrugging. Minato looked back at the direction of his apartment. He had been the first to try out the technique, requesting stubbornly to be the one to test it. Naruto had given in reluctantly and showed him flashes of her life, and unlike Jiraiya, he saw many different scenes from various parts of her life. He hadn't known that the villagers could be so hateful. Through the various flashbacks, he had felt everything Naruto did at the time. He had felt the agony, depression, longing and anger she did. He felt the anger she had towards the villagers and desperate need for attention, something he never even had experienced. He could still feel it in the back of his mind. It was an understatement to say that he was proud of his daughter. He was proud of her for how she turned out despite the environment she lived in, the bitter society. Kakashi glanced at his sensei again, noticing how much he seemed to space out. He sighed as he focused back to his training. Even if he asked about it, the man would most likely shake it off and tell him he was fine. Jiraiya couldn't even blink, his body was moving on its own. He would have recoiled in shock if he could when he saw that he was in Naruto's body. He was seeing through her eyes, and was currently facing off a man who looked a lot like Yahiko, but with the Rinnegan. He felt the physical and emotional pain Naruto felt, and watched everything play like a movie. From what he could see and think, it seemed like he could hear Naruto's thoughts as well. He was in a destroyed Konoha from the future. Naruto was fighting Pain, who was indeed his former student, Yahiko. The real one was most likely Nagato, the owner of the eyes. He would have frowned deeply, wanting to know what was going on. This wasn't making any sense at all. Mentally, his eyes widened at the sudden, almost unbearable pain as he, or she, whichever way you look at it, was enveloped in red. He felt as if he was being skinned alive, and realized that Naruto was from the Nine Tails. Through the pain, he could see through the transformed Naruto's eyes that he was now being brought up to the sky, into a giant ball of rocks. He realized that Naruto was in the Eight Tails transformation, and was horribly close to the complete Kyuubi. When he realized that he could now blink on his own, Jiraiya was in Naruto's mind, where he could move around freely, but wasn't seen. He was like a ghost, he boringly thought, before realizing that Naruto was being influenced by the Kyuubi to rip off the seal. He panicked when she was brought up by the red water and was slowly tearing the paper down. He was immensely relieved when he saw Minato grab the girl away from it, bringing Naruto back to normal. He noticed the back of his coat, and blinked as he read the kanji. Fourth Hokage. Despite his deep confusion, his lips stretched into a grin. So his student did achieve his dream. Everything would be explained after my memory self reaches the real pain, Nagato. He whipped his head around to turn to the 12-year-old blonde, glaring. What the hell is going on here? Of all times, you appear now. Naruto folded her arms on her chest as she tiredly said, just watch. He obeyed, much to his chagrin, and looked back at the two blonde memories interact. He listened to what they were saying before his lips pursed together tightly, as his eyebrows drew close. He turned to Naruto, as if trying to confirm what the blonde man said. Yeah, the masked man was the reason why my parents were dead and I had Kurama sealed in me. Kurama? The Nine-Tails name. I learnt about it not too long before I got to this timeline. I wouldn't mind explaining, but you have to focus on the stuff happening right now. Before Jiraiya could blink, he was looking at Yahiko, with a Rasengan in hand. His mouth formed the words, give up. He felt himself being literally thrown at the enemy. On me giving up. Jiraiya had to admit, this teenager was definitely as strong if not stronger than him. To be able to draw natural energy on her own, to complete the ultimate Rasengan, this girl is a genius. He would have shaken his head in amazement if he could. The scene changed, and through the blonde girl's eyes, he saw that he was in a dark room before realizing that the walls were made out of paper. He could see a female in a long, dark cloak with red clouds, a red interior, and a chin-high collar and soon recognized her as Konan. He mentally smiled at how beautiful she had become, as he expected and told her when he was leaving his first 3 students. He then took note of the man next to her, and took a moment to realize that it was indeed Nagato. The red hair and the purple eyes with ripples surrounding the pupil, the Rinnegan confirmed it. Jiraiya's mind stopped functioning for a minute when he saw how exhausted the man looked, and that was definitely an understatement. His ribs were painfully visible and the young judging by how Konan looked a man looked like a mere sack of bones, his lips were dry and chapped when his Naruto's eyes adjusted to the darkness and he was able to take a better look. The metal poles sticking out of Nagato's back made him look a whole lot worse than he already is. Jiraiya widened his eyes as Naruto's mind flashed his future self and Kakashi's dead form, wanting to claw away at the anger and hatred he felt from her. The redhead looked directly into Naruto's eyes. Do you hate me? You're facing the object of your vendetta. Don't you wish to exact revenge? Jiraiya and Naruto's mind flashed again, this time of the pain's Yahiko. A cycle of hatred begins. I formed the Akatsuki to stop this cycle. Konan spoke. Even if you get your revenge, nothing would change but your own satisfaction. Naruto stayed quiet, remembering her encounter with her father. As long as this shinobi system exists, the monster known as hatred will not die. It will give birth to more pains. To be a ninja is to confront hatred. Each and every one of us fights it. Jiraiya Sensei trusted you to find a way to end this hatred. Naruto's hand clenched into a tight, shaking fist as Nagato's deep, dark voice projected, someone like you, who doesn't know the answer, can't do anything but obediently sacrifice yourself for the peace which I am about to create. Jiraiya noticed a spike flying towards Naruto from the machine Nagato was in, and he was sure the blonde did too. He prepared himself for the incoming pain, knowing what the girl wanted. Naruto doubled over as the sounds of her blood splattered onto the floor, face scrunched up in pain. Nagato watched. At this short distance, I could easily control your movements with my chakra. Rest assured I avoided your vital spots. You are the invaluable Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, after all. Jiraiya painfully felt the Kyuubi's chakra mix with the sage's, as Naruto's irises changed to blood red, pupils narrowed to a slit. Her whisker-like marks grew thicker as her teeth became sharper, making her look more feral. He watched as Nagato was overwhelmed by the chakra, alerting the purple-haired woman. Nagato! What's wrong? Naruto bent forwards again. It came with the intent to talk to you, but I also wanted to confirm something. Nagato repeated, confirm something? I wanted to confirm my feelings. Naruto slowly got up. If I stood here before my enemy, what would I do? I wasn't sure of myself. So, Naruto struggled as she pulled out the metal spike, hurting both her and Jiraiya. I can't forgive you after all. Even now I want to kill you so bad I won't stop shaking. She glared up at him as she finally tore it out. Konan stepped forward in alarm, disbelieving, while Nagato's eyes were wide. Naruto dashed forwards, moving her fist forward as she cried out. Konan threw herself in front of her childhood friend, preparing for the impact. Even I can see that there's too much hate in the shinobi world and I've wanted to do something about it, but I'm stumped on what must be done. The flashback changed to Jiraiya, at the same place and time, laughing loudly and happily. I'm glad I made you my student. The hand stopped along with the blonde's feet, Naruto leaning backwards, sand and dust forming puffs of clouds by her abrupt stop. Both Akatsuki members surprised as Jiraiya softened his eyes inside. Naruto casted her eyes down, hands still in midair. Ero Sennin said that he believed the day would come when people can truly understand each other. Her fists shook as her voice wavered. At that time, I wasn't paying much attention. She brought it down, slightly slouching. Even when he told me he'd entrust me with finding the answer, I only took it as a sign that he was acknowledging me as his student. Thinking back, I finally understand what he meant, that it's not that easy. Still, that doesn't change the fact that you can't forgive me. Words of forgiveness come easy. Love does not. Yeah, you're right about that. Jiraiya Sensei's words reflect an idealism from an era long past. It is too far from reality. Didn't you say you would kill me and bring peace to the world? The orange tint around Naruto's eyes faded away as her irises seeped into her pupil. The pupil soon shrunk back to normal along with her whiskers. Even if you seek vengeance for self-satisfaction, if that is your idea of justice, so be it. You're not God. After witnessing this harsh reality, could you honestly still believe on Jiraiya Sensei's ridiculous ramblings? Naruto's eyes casted to the floor again. When I found out you were his student, I desperately wanted to ask you one thing. What is it? How could the students of Ero Sennin turn out the way you guys did? I understand you aren't like the rest of the Akatsuki, who kill out of sheer enjoyment, but I don't know a thing about you guys. That's what I want to hear your stories and then come up with an answer. Very well, we'll tell you about our pain. Naruto and Jiraiya were speechless as they listened to Nagato. All Jiraiya could think about was despair. He hadn't known such a thing happened to the three students, and realized that even if he went now, it was already too late. Other memories flashed through. Most were when he started taking the girl in as an apprentice, to when they went to get Tsunade. He felt how attached Naruto was to his future self, so much like a daughter would to a father. The last one, Naruto was 17 when she met her mother, Kushina. He watched as they interacted, before it started getting serious. Kushina told her what happened on the day of her birth, and how the Nine Tails attacked the village. Jiraiya's face turned hard, and stayed that way until he was the only one left. Do you understand now? He turned to face the 13-year-old version of Naruto, her face calm and emotionless. I made you watch this to see a little of what happened in the future, and what's going to happen in a little under 2 years. I want to save Nagato and Konan. I want them to change their way of trying to grab peace, but I need your help in doing so. How? Naruto held the sealing paper they used, burning it to ashes with her chakra. Her eyes seemed to shine more azure as she looked at the blue flames, before shifting them to his. I want to go on a training trip with you. The white-haired man's eyes widened, before his eyebrows knit together. Training trip. She nodded. For 5 months, starting 1 month after the Jonin exams ended. In that time, I wish for you to train me in the sealing arts, and to convince Nagato. I can't go on my own, nor can I just suddenly appear with a bunch of ninjas he doesn't know. You're the best person to go with. Would you do it? As long as we'd have enough time to go to the bathhouses, yes. Naruto's eyes squinted in suspicion. He never agreed so easily before. Are you sure? Jiraiya rolled his eyes, waving a hand dismissively at her. Positive. Besides, I'll take you on as an apprentice later in the future, wouldn't I? Easier to get it done with now, And besides, judging from what I said in your memories, having you around didn't sound too bad. It would also be good to grab Tsunade on the way. She couldn't help it. Naruto threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his stomach tightly as she resisted the urge to cry. She missed her godfather so much. Jiraiya softened his gaze as he patted her head lightly. Naruto looked around feeling nostalgic as she listened to the waterfall, and rolled her eyes at the perverted sage who was discreetly watching a bunch of women playing in the pool. But, Jiraiya-sensei. He looked back and nodded in satisfaction. He sighed, right, the toad summoning contract. Jiraiya flashed his hands to seals, bit his thumb, and slammed the ground. In a puff of smoke, Gamma appeared with the scroll, passing it to the sage. He unraveled it before leaving the long contract on the dry, rocky floor. I'm sure you know what to do? Yep. She bit and drew blood on her thumb, using it as ink. She wrote her name neatly, impressing the white-haired man. Why would you need me to train you in the sealing arts anyways? You seem good enough to be able to make your own like the one you used on me before. I haven't seen anything like that. She looked up at him from the scroll. I haven't mastered it though. That seal was done with the help of the furball, after all. I didn't make it myself. I'll need it later on in case something happened to him. Naruto's gaze turned sad at the idea. Jiraiya nodded in understanding of what she meant. They were still in public, so they had to be careful of their words. Alright, so you try summoning a toad, and we'll have some lunch later after a while of training, got it? She saluted, yes, sir. The two could now be seen walking down the streets. Jiraiya looked down to the bubbly 12-year-old who was ignorant to the whispers around them. Jiraiya-sama's walking with Minato-sama's sister. And they seemed like they were training. Well duh. They are ninja. Learn her name, idiot. It's Naruto-sama. Said girl was busy smiling, eyes crinkling upwards. Arrow Senin. Can we go eat some dango for dessert? More rushed whispers surrounded them. Jiraiya bopped her head. It's Jiraiya-sensei, brat. He sighed. Sure. You'll pay for your own though. A whole lot more excited whispers exploded. Did he just? Oh my gosh, is he taking her on as his student? Naruto groaned as she patted her wallet. Ah man. She tugged on his sleeve, her pout returning to a grin. They're doing a sale anyways. Jiraiya twitched his eye as he watched the girl vacuumed up the dango off her fourth stick. You'll get fat if you eat like that. Are you even sure you have enough money? Naruto swallowed loudly. Yup. They're 30% off today, something about the owner's birthday. She looked around. Akin? 3 more Mitarashi sticks please. The man behind the counter smiled as he waved a hand. Come in, right up. Jiraiya snapped his fingers in front of her face, gaining the blonde's attention after the waiter left the plate on their table. I want to know one thing before we do everything else. She nodded as she brought the dessert up to her lips. Was Orochimaru found guilty of anything? Her hand stopped, before she placed the dango stick back down on the plate. She flicked her blue eyes around the room, and saw that there weren't many people sitting close enough to hear them. The customers were also too busy in on their conversations, so she looked back at the man, her blue eyes reflecting the light. He was caught doing many experiments on clan children. He managed to flee from Konoha, after the third failed to stop him. Naruto combed her hair with her fingers, running it down. A few years after Dad was named 4th Hokage, the Sandaime found out about his lab and fought him. Naruto's hands shook as she gripped her blonde locks, her face twisted in anger. That snake wanted the Hokage title, seeing it as power, but after someone else took the role, he found that he had nothing to gain in Konoha anymore. He wanted to be the ultimate being, and he wanted to be immortal. He experimented, kidnapping Konoha shinobi and using them as guinea pigs. The third found out and fought him, trying to stop Orochimaru. Jiraiya's eyes held his grief as he tried to ask, is it possible to? Naruto finished for him, save him? He nodded. He's a lost cause now, Jiraiya-sensei. I'm sure you've noticed. He stayed silent, looking at his reflection from his tea. He finally spoke again after a few minutes, his voice deep and low. I see. We'll have to do something about him later then, don't we? He smiled weakly. and Naruto decided to change the topic, much to his relief as they got up to pay for the food at the counter. The Jonin exams nearly take a month, right? Jiraiya nodded. So 1 month, another one after that, and then adding 5 months. It would leave me with 10 months before my birthday. Jiraiya understood what she meant. We're on a tight schedule then, huh? Wish we could have had at least 2 full years. He sighed dramatically. There goes my research time. The girl huffed while they walked out of the store. You aren't even writing the books yet, but you still call peeping on women in baths research? Well, A surprised, familiar voice cut him off. Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto? The two turned to see Minato along with Ren, Obito, and Kakashi, who all bowed their heads in respect. Naruto grinned as she waved a hand, Ren smiled and Obito waving back. The blonde looked at Kakashi. Yo? The silver-headed boy raised a brow. Hey? Naruto rolled her eyes. Jeez man. It's what you used to say to me before, but when I say it, all you say in response is a, hey. She flicked his forehead protector and withdrew her hand before he could slap it away in retort. So what were you guys doing? Obito drawled. Training as usual. Your boyfriend missed you. Kakashi glared as Rin giggled. Naruto whacked his arm. Seriously, Obito, it's getting old. We don't like each other like that. Kakashi was glad he had a mask on. He was sure he felt his lips form a frown. He furrowed his brows in confusion, ignoring the bickering of his 2 loud teammates and Rin trying to calm them down. For the last few weeks, he was acting strange. Hearing Naruto deny they had feelings for each other got him to react in displeasure. He really didn't like where this was going. It couldn't be true. He watched Naruto bring her hands up in frustration, feeling his lips quirk up in amusement before he caught himself. Could it? He shook his head. It had only been a month since he knew her. This girl was his future student, and he was technically going to be about 14 years older than her. Besides, he thought she isn't my type. That got him confused again. What was his type? He looked at Rin, before shaking his head mentally. He thought of her as a sister, but were her personalities something close to it? He tried thinking of characteristics that he viewed a girlfriend should have. Calm, organized, great company, kind, caring, a strong kunoichi. Naruto was calm when she wanted to be, was fun to be around, kind and very caring, strong. He knit his eyebrows close. This wasn't going as it should. He thought of things that he saw in a wife. Good housework skills, great with children, supportive. He mentally punched himself in the head. He doesn't know her well enough to know if she doesn't have these points, although he reluctantly admits she probably does. What was he trying to prove with all of this thinking anyway? Akashi? Kakashi? Obito clapped his hands in front of his face, frowning along with his other teammates. Naruto's eyes looked up at him in concern. Kakashi? Are you all right? He blinked before shaking his head. Yeah, I'm fine. He turned his head around to look for the 2 adults. Where's Minato-sensei and Jiraiya-sama? Rin raised a brow. They said they were going to the Hokage's office to talk with him. Didn't you hear them? Kakashi shook his head. No, I guess I was thinking too much. The 3 shared a brief glance before silently deciding to not push him about it. Naruto nodded. So, what do you guys want to do? Obito blinked at her. I thought you'd jump for training. She scowled. I'm not obsessed with it. I think it's better to relax once in a while. We've been training for so long, I want to do something else with the team. Although it's also because I won't get to spend much time with you guys once the exams start. Rin pondered. Well, we don't have many options. We all just ate, training's out. Really, what's there to do? Obito ummed. There's nothing. Kakashi sighed. Why don't we just go home? Naruto lightly punched his arm. That's boring, and I want team bonding. She suddenly grinned. We can have a race. Obito scratched his cheek. So much for relaxing. But that's the best we can come up with, let's do it. So where's the goal? Naruto draped an arm on Rin's shoulder, her grin growing wider. The Hokage mountain, on top of the Nidame's head. He blinked before groaning. Really, Naruto? You're SLV driver. This is like Guy's challenge with Kakashi. They got into position as Naruto shouted out, 3. 2, 1. They all bent down, waiting for the last yell. Go! Rin, Naruto and Kakashi sprinted, as the blonde grinned maniacally. Now where's Obito? Ga! Rin looked back, only to see the boy on the floor, in an embarrassing heap. She looked longingly at the mountain, before sighing and walking to him. Obito? Are you all right? He looked up at her in surprise, before looking behind and glared. Damn it, I bet it was Naruto who did that. Rin furrowed her brows in confusion before following his angry gaze, and laughed. His ankles were tied together in a wire, making it near impossible to get out in less than a minute. She wiped a tear from her eye. How did she manage to do that? Obito tried to cut it with a kunai, Rin also helping. I bet she used a clone while she distracted us with the counting. Cheater. He glared at the floor with a pout, and Rin felt a little warm, fuzzy feeling in her chest. Can't be, right? Naruto was still laughing as she ran, equal to Kakashi, who was rolling his eyes. I can't believe Obito didn't notice. The girl grinned. It's 'cause I'm just that awesome. She blinked when Kakashi was gaining speed quickly. Oh no you don't. They were eventually pushing each other off, shoulder to shoulder, heads grinding as sparks flew and collided from their glares. They flew up the stairs. The movements of their feet pounding the floor were almost a blur. First, they both shout as they spread their arms wide, slapping each other in the cheek. They both panted heavily as they glared at each other, and broke into a fit of laughter. Naruto clutched her stomach as she wiped a tear. Why are we laughing? She choked out, continuing to giggle. Kakashi's eyes crinkled upwards. Beats me. The joyful sounds eventually died down, as they lied on their backs, watching clouds, reminding Naruto about a certain pineapple-headed Nara. I totally see why Shikamaru digs this. Cloud watching. It's relaxing. Kakashi grunted in agreement. It was quiet after that, waiting for the other two to arrive. Naruto twitched. They're not coming, are they? It's been about 5 minutes already, and Kakashi sighed as he got up. Yeah, he said simply, lending a hand. Naruto ummed and lazily took it, letting him pull her up. Kakashi rolled his eyes, before patting his pants. Naruto yawned, before she nearly tripped back with a yelp, startling Kakashi. He quickly reached for her arm, before her weight made him lose balance. They both groaned in pain as Naruto tried to get up but found that she couldn't. She opened her eyes, only to see Kakashi's wide one stare back. Who trips over their own foot? Kakashi gave her a pointed look when they returned to a normal size. She pouted. Shut up. She felt her face getting warm, and knew that Kakashi saw it. Kakashi tried to get off her, but froze when a loud voice announced their teammate's appearance. Naruto! I'm going to whoops. Kakashi and Naruto turned slowly to see Rin and Obito blushing. Naruto wanted to groan at the situation. Why did they have to come now? Obito chuckled nervously. Hi. He glanced back before looking at Rin, exchanging nods. Yeah, we'll go and leave you two in peace to do whatever it is you're planning to do. They scurried off before Naruto and Kakashi could even have a chance explain. Once Kakashi soaks in everything, he jumps off as if burnt. Naruto lets out a breath of relief, and gets up herself. She was beet red, and was sure that the silver-haired boy also blushed under his mask. She pinched the bridge of her nose. We should go before Obito tells Dad. Kakashi turned unbelievably pale. They managed to find Obito at the streets before it was too late, and told him what really happened. Rin and Obito sighed in relief, before laughing outright, much to the misunderstood victim's displeasure. Rin tried to compose herself, biting the inside of her cheek. Now that I think about it, you two are always in a weird predicament. It's as if you're being matched up by God himself. She gushed. All you need is the red string of fate to pull you together. Naruto face-palmed, as Kakashi sighed. Obito rolled his eyes. You read too much romance novels, Rin. She slapped his shoulder playfully. I do not. Besides, there isn't such a thing as too much when it comes down to romance. She giggled. Naruto quietly whispered to Kakashi, I'm so glad I'm normal. He nodded. She blinked. Hey, this is kind of off topic, but are you also judging in the Jonin exams? He shrugged. She sighed. There was a long pause between the two. If it wasn't for their teammates chattering and the busy streets, it would have been silent. Naruto grew sick of staying quiet. When are you planning to spend your 3 wishes and get it over with? Kakashi smirked. When I find a good use for it. I should have given you a time limit or something. His smirk turned triumphant, although no one could really see it. Too bad. But. Loser. Naruto rolled her eyes. So original. She smirked. Not? HM? So you've been called that before? Figures. Naruto glared. Prick. So original. He mimicked, and Naruto knew he was sporting a smirk. Not. Obito and Rin watched the exchange, before shooting each other knowing looks and crept away from the two. Naruto pulled at her hair. You're so... She stomps away in aggravation as Kakashi shook his head in amusement and followed. The 2 weeks flew past in a breeze, and the Chunins of Konoha can be found at a training ground, along with other Jounins and the Hokage at 9 in the morning. They stood lined up in rows on a grassy clearing, surrounded by trees as they listened to Sarutobi speak. There are 16 contestants, and would be paired to fight each other. We'll stop the match once it's clear that one is the winner, and judge you based on your skills. Once we're done to one person, everyone is free to return home, and we will continue the day after tomorrow. Naruto grinned as they were told to sit back and leave space for the fighters. She looked around, before noticing that she only knew Rin and Obito. She recognized some of the others from the streets, but hasn't talked to them before. The blonde looked at the supervising Jounins and didn't find Kakashi or Minato. She turned her gaze back to the matches, before Obito was called up. Uchiha Obito and Nakayoshi Akira. Obito knit his eyebrows down in determination as he watched his opponents step up along with him. He had dark brown hair tied up to a high ponytail that reached to his waist and black eyes. He wore a gray yukata-styled shirt, the obi was black, and white pants, along with the standard blue ninja sandals. Akira tilted his head down, and Obito nodded back. Start! The two jumped back, waiting for the other to attack first. When it was obvious that Akira wasn't going to start, Obito dashed forwards, body crouched, as he brought a kunai in front of him. Nakayoshi braced himself, getting ready as he got out a kunai of his own. Clang! Obito pushed his kunai away and quickly kicked Akira's chest, sending the boy back before he gained footage. Akira got up, this time going for the offending position, and they exchanged a fury of blows. Naruto widened her eyes when she saw a red tint in Obito's irises, but noticed that there were no tomos. Still, it was close. Rin saw it too, and sent a smile to the blonde, who returned it. The end of Obito's lips tipped up, it was getting easier, and he could almost see the next moves Akira would make. That meant he was almost getting it. The long-haired brunette blinked at the incomplete Sharingan, before focusing on the match again. The Uchiha's stamina was larger than his, and he was already starting to get tired. He had no choice but to resort to ninjutsu. Futon de Tapa. A large blast of wind flew from Akira's mouth, aiming straight at Obito. This is bad. He looked around, before remembering, Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Akira blinked when Obito was nowhere to be seen. Right or left? He whipped his head to his sides, checking for any movements. Nothing caught his eye, so he looked up, and again nothing. That left. A hand shot out of the ground and grabbed hold of his left foot before Nakayoshi could jump away, and dragged him down. Gah! Obito grinned in victory as he stood above Akira, who was buried from neck to toe in the dirt. Uchiha Obito wins this match. He helped the other boy out of the hole and shook hands. Akira smiled. You sure got better, huh, Obito? Yup. Naruto blinked before turning to Rin. Who's he? The brunette thought for a moment. He was one of our classmates in the academy. I think they were friends before. Naruto hummed, before directing her attention to the other spars. Terada Rin and Uchiha Misaki. Misaki pouted. I wanted to go against Namikaze. I guess I would have to wait. I hope you have improved, Rin. She smirked as she slightly raised her chin. Naruto had to suppress the urge to go up and beat the crap out of her. Rin smirked back. Oh, I've improved all right. Naruto helped me after all. That slightly made Misaki's arrogant attitude falter, before she huffed. Start. Rin ran first, and aimed a punch to her face. The Uchiha dodged and aimed a kick as she bent back. Rin caught her foot, so Misaki twisted her body to aim the heel of her free foot to the side of the medic nin's face. Rin tilted her head back to avoid the hit, and they both jumped back. Rin surprised Misaki with her speed, as she brought her fist up to punch her face again. Misaki, after getting out of her stupor, lifted her arms to protect it in a hurry. Big mistake. Misaki was thrown a few meters across the field, and was sure the bones of her lower arms were fractured. Rin straightened her back as she waited for the other to get up. One of the judges walked up to check on Misaki before calling in the medics to bring the stretcher. Winner, Terada Rin. The match didn't even last 5 minutes, causing whispers to erupt from the other Chunins. And some Jounins. They recognized that style, and Naruto heard Tsunade's name. She whooped and congratulated the winner, who smiled. Naruto was left for the last match, causing many conversations to pipe up. Everyone waited in anticipation, and wondered who she was up against. Namikaze's Naruto and Uchiha Yusuke. Naruto looked at her opponent, who had spiky black hair, a little longer than Obito's. His eyes were black, and he wore the standard black Konohinin uniform along with blue sandals. His forehead protector was tied to where it was supposed to protect, keeping his hair out of his eyes. He looked slightly nervous but kept a determined face. They shook hands before Naruto smiled. Let's do our best. She didn't notice the red tint on his face, along with other boys in the audience. The Jounins shook their heads, before the referee shouted, Start. Everyone went quiet as the two waited for the other to go first. Yusuke ran up and sent punches as Naruto dodged. They exchanged hits and blows, dodging and countering each other's attacks. Naruto made a sheep hand seal before thinking the jutsu out loud. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 clones puffed to existence, before they surrounded the Uchiha. He got out a kunai, and sliced at them, avoiding their hits and blows. He managed to cut them as they popped away. He looked back to see Naruto smirk, and was about to run to her, only to hear another pop and the sound of paper crinkling behind him. He felt a tingling sensation spreading from where the paper was, going all the way to the ends of his limbs. He tried to look back, but found that he couldn't move. Hey, Proctor? I think the match is over. Obito spoke up when he noticed the seal on Yusuke's back. It was the one Naruto worked on the past week, just finishing the day before yesterday. She had explained that it was based on the Nara clan's Kagemain jutsu. It doesn't make the target move like the creator of the technique, but it freezes them once the seal is placed on a part of their body. The seal takes the creator's chakra, and once placed on the target, it releases, the chakra seeping into the skin and muscles. It wears off after a few minutes, depending on how much chakra you make the seal absorb after the victim's own chakra washes it out. Another way to stop it is for the sealer to take his or her chakra back from the seal. Naruto had also explained that if she used the furball's chakra and altered the seal slightly, she could burst the target's chakra coils, effectively stopping him or her from ever using chakra again. Rin added more medical details, most of them he couldn't get, saying that the victim could die from losing all of his or her chakra. Naruto is someone you would never want to face as an enemy. Alright, winner is Namikaze Naruto. There was a round of applause as Naruto's clone sheepishly removed the seal, letting the boy move again. They shook hands as Naruto gave a sincere, apologetic smile. Sorry about that. No hard feelings. Yusuke chuckled before shaking his head. The people who lost went back to where the proctors are, as the people left over were nervously waiting to be called up. Naruto blinked, and remembered that she could practice Sage Mode as she sat down to wait. She frowned slightly, wondering if she should. She shook her head after a minute of thinking, deciding that she would want to use it against someone she was sure she'll have a tough time against. The element of surprise is her specialty, after all. She grinned to herself, as her former sensei's voice rang in her head. Konoha's #1 unpredictable, knucklehead ninja. She blinked when she felt the many stares sent her way, but shook it off. For the third match, she was called out, along with someone she didn't expect to be paired up to. Namikaze Naruto against Uchiha Obito, said Chunin blinked as they looked at each other, before walking up. Naruto grinned at her teammate, who returned it. She raised her fist to him. You better give me a good fight. Obito's face was set in determination, much like Naruto's own, as he bumped his fist to hers. Of course, don't make a big deal out of it and cry when I win. Kakashi would kill me. The blonde rolled her eyes and ignored the last part. I won't. I'll be the one beating your Aba to the ground. She quickly changed her words when she felt Rin's gaze. I don't go back on my word to Bayo. She smirked. One of the judges spoke out once the two were ready. Hanime. Obito kept his distance, knowing that Naruto was best at close-range combat. He wasn't good with long-range combat, though. He was good when it was an enemy. He had many fire techniques, but this was a comrade and his teammate, as well as one of his best friends. He couldn't go overkill on her. Plus, Kakashi would maim him. And not to forget Minato. Then again, Naruto would surely win against him anyways. She even beat Kakashi, and had maybe a Jonin to Kage chakra levels. And he wasn't exaggerating. She had been practicing all sorts of chakra exercises every day since she got here last month, never giving up. It was worrying to say the least. He was sure everyone was amazed at the amount of chakra she had, the ones that could sense chakra levels well. Her stamina was definitely not something to laugh at either. With all that, and tons of experience, even Obito knew he wouldn't last. But he can't go down without a fight. He blinked when the blonde was gone, replaced by a orange flash. Oh, damn it. Are you serious? He exclaimed when he dodged a fury of attacks, surrounded by orange, and he was sure that she had used her shadow clones. Gah! He got out a kunai, before slicing and popping the solid duplicates, until he was the only one left. His eye twitched. She just loved being the epitome of surprise, doesn't she? He was sure she would appear again in her flashy, dramatic way. Obito and the audience looked up at the sound of some boasting, and were blinded by the glare of the sun. Obito could make out a shadow, thanks to his goggles, before jumping back. Dynamic entry. Naruto shot down to where he had just been, forming a slightly large crater. The eyes of everyone except her teammates bugged out. Rin slapped her forehead as Obito did the same. The blonde maniac scratched her head. I was sure that would have worked. Whoa. She bent back, avoiding Obito's kick to her face. Exchanging blows, Obito landed a few hits to Naruto's stomach, much to his satisfaction. They used mostly taijutsu, before Naruto grew sick of it and was sure he was weary enough. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 clones appeared, and surrounded Obito, much like the previous times she used them for. One of the clones kicked Obito, sending him across to another clone. Nah. The clone sent him to another. Me. Obito coughed as he was again kicked by the third Naruto, this time being sent upwards. Ka. All 3 clones jumped up, before kicking him high in the air again as they shouted in unison, Zay. The original blonde used her chakra to push off the ground as she jumped, slamming her leg into the boy's gut. Naruto Renden. The Uchiha was forced down, but was cushioned from his fall by Naruto's clones. He thanked them, before nodding to the proctor, who got the message. Winner, Namikaze Naruto. The clones disappeared once he got off of them, and Obito lost balance. Naruto caught him before he reached the grass though, pulling him up. Awesome, Obito. That was great. She flashed him a grin. Obito let go and high-fived her, mouth stretched into a similar smile. Heh, although I didn't win, I don't feel so bad. He winced as he felt a bruise form on his hip. Except for that. Naruto laughed sheepishly. Sorry? As they walked to their assigned rows, Naruto tried to ignore the stares sent her way as she silently sat down. She sighed when she heard the barely whispered conversations. As expected of the Yellow Flash's sister. I bet she's still holding back. She smiled back at Rin's sympathetic one, before nodding to her, good luck. The proctor looked back at his paper, before calling out, Terada Rin and Akimichi Chujuru. Her small, shy smile turned into a full-blown, confident grin. Thanks. Great match, by the way. she replied before going up against her opponent. Hajime. Chujuru was pleasantly plump, Naruto thought to herself, remembering Chuji's reaction to being called fat. Chujuru had red-brown hair, which spiked around his head and was kept out of his eyes by his hitayate. He wore a red-colored, half-sleeved jacket over his pale green shirt, which had the Akimichi clan symbol on the front. He wore black shorts and the standard blue ninja sandals. His eyes were slightly crinkled up as his eyebrows were slanted down in a serious manner. Nikuden Sensha. He shouted out loud as he grew a lot in size and was puffed up into a ball. With amazing speed he rolled towards Rin. Oh no you don't. She smashed her gloved fist to the ground, forming a huge crater, making the round boy fall into it, unable to stop. Taking this chance, Rin dashed to him, pumping chakra to her muscles. She kicked him as hard as she could, the chakra exploding out of her foot. The Akimichi changed back to his normal state, knocking down to the ground painfully. When he propped himself with his elbows, he stared wide-eyed at the petite girl. What are you staring at? He would have turned around to see the speaker behind him, if not for the kunai aimed to his throat. Winner of this match is Terada Rin. Said girl put her kunai back to her pouch, much to Chujuru's relief, as she lent a hand. He shook his head and got up on his own, not wanting to take the girl down with his weight. He smiled gratefully. Thanks. Was that genjutsu? She blinked, before realizing that he meant the stunt earlier. Yeah, I made you think I was still there, when in reality I was running behind you. She rubbed the back of her neck guiltily, something she caught after being with Naruto for a while. Ah, but that was great. He grinned. It was my fault for not training enough. Rin was about to disagree out of modesty, but was cut off by the main proctor. Now is the second last part for this course of the exams. The remaining 4, please stand back, and the others, please go to the judging area. The 4 sat in a line, leaving a lot of space for the fights. Naruto looked around her to see the survivors. To her left was a Hyuga boy, probably the same age as her, who was dressed much like Niji did when he was 13. To her right were the 2 other contestants, one of them being Rin. The other, sitting right next to her, was an Uchiha, judging by the painfully obvious Uchiha crest on his back. Uchiha Kasuk against Namikaze Naruto. Oh, so his name was Kasuk. She blinked. Is he Yusuke's brother? They did look quite alike. The only difference is that Kasuk had brown hair, and his eye shape was slightly more sharper. He seemed to be cold and was quiet, unlike Yusuke, who was slightly more open. Yusuke seemed like the shy type, while he was just distant. Are you Yusuke's brother? Naruto asked, curious. Yes, he's my little brother. Ah. She got into position and waited for the proctor to call out. Hajime. Naruto started first, surprising Kasuk, and flashed behind him. He turned a little too late and was kicked across the field, before jumping back up and was ready to fight. Kasuk's face was blank as he searched through the green, looking for any signs of sunny colors. He heard some rustling of cloth behind him, and ducked under the outstretched leg. He grabbed the ankle, and threw her to a nearby tree. Naruto yelped, but was able to attach her feet onto the bark, gracefully landing on the ground much to her relief. She frowned, feeling his eyes watch her every movement. Kage Bunshin. 10 clones appeared, before surrounding her as she hurriedly got out a small scroll. The extra Narutos attacked Kasuk, effectively distracting him. Chojugiga. 2 medium-sized lions formed as it jumped out of the paper, and charged to the Uchiha, helping the clones. Naruto blinked when she saw the red eyes, both adorned with 1 tomo. Kasuk dispelled all of them, the 2 beasts splattering to ink on the ground. The Sharingan? She smirked, slightly startling Kasuk. People usually pale at the sight of those eyes, but she was just amused. Hey, he smirked back, interesting. He punched and kicked, dodging the expected attempts of hits. Until she did a 180, and random attacks were sent his way. What? He was stunned. He couldn't anticipate her movements at all. Naruto used Lee's way of fighting, her speed being kicked up a notch as she naturally did what she felt like doing. She didn't think, just acted. Something she was good at. She sent him whirling to a tree, his back smashed into the wood, before he crumpled onto the grass. The proctors, again amazed. Just what couldn't she do? Naruto grinned tiredly as she helped the boy up before the medic Nines took him, tending to some of his bruises. She didn't have much chakra left, but enough to probably make about 30 shadow clones maximum. That meant she had to finish her next fight quickly. Hyuga Kohei against Tirada Rin. Kohei's clothes were different, but other than that, he was like a mini Niji. He wore a brown, long-sleeved shirt, along with black khaki pants and black ninja sandals. His hair was tied at the end, and he wore his hitayate on his forehead. Now that Naruto thought about it, many people wore the protectors like that in this timeline. She shook her head, remembering that she still had the final match. Sorry, Rin. Naruto thought as she sat still, closing her eyes. It looks like I'll have to miss your fight. Rin furrowed her brows worriedly as she recalled the gentle fist style, which uses the Byakugan to view the opponent's chakra pathway system and deal precise blows to disable and impede the flow of chakra. That meant taijutsu and close-range combat wasn't an option, which was bad for her. Oh well, she thought with a slight smirk, I have other ways. Hajime. Kohei ran straight for her, Byakugan ready. She jumped back a few meters before channeling her chakra to her hands, before reaching down to the ground. Naruto grinned, as others watched in horror. The small girl grabbed a chunk of earth, almost half her size, and threw it straight to her opponent. His face blanched before he dodged the large ball of dirt, missing it by mere centimeters. Kohei turned back to the girl, slipping back into his stance. He started running again, dodging the smaller boulders, before finally managing to get close enough. The nerves on his temples stood out as he focused on the chakra points. Rin knew this was bad. Very bad. She felt the tingling sensation as he needled his chakra through her skin with his fingers, as she tried to dodge with the best of her ability. This wasn't going to be her match, and she won't be able to fight Naruto in the end. But that doesn't mean she'll let him go without a scratch. With new determination, she threw punches to his arms and face fast enough so that he couldn't dodge. Kohei coughed up blood as he doubled over, panting harshly. His arms were numb and wobbly from blocking his face from the girl's wrath. Rin was about to land a final punch until she collapsed on her knees. She looked down at herself to see the red splotches covering her skin, and the match was already over. Medics rushed to their sides, hands glowing green. Everyone whispered excitedly as they heard the proctor speak. As the final round of this part of the exam, Namikaze Naruto would fight Hyuga Kohei. Naruto got up, an orange tint shadowing around her eyes, as she flexed her fingers and tightened her forehead protector. She readjusted her long bangs, tucking them in. Kohei merely raised a brow at her new makeup style, but didn't question it. Luckily, he saved enough chakra, and he wasn't willing to lose. Fixed up, he stood and prepared himself for the match. He had one more trick up his sleeve. Hajime! Naruto dashed for it as she raised her fists. Kohei managed to dodge, but was still blown by the hit as he gingerly held his slightly swelling cheek. She missed, and yet I got hit? Naruto smirked, before aiming another punch to his face. His face flipped to the side from the impact, despite the absence of skin contact. The Hyuga glared and jabbed his fingers to her tenketsu points. Naruto choked as she tried to jump back from the sudden flurry of pokes and sparks. She growled, fighting a Hyuga is a pain. Niji was a major pain in the butt though. She stood back up slowly, ignoring his annoying, preposterous, as she regained her balance on her feet. She channeled the sage chakra and mixed some of Kyuubi's chakra in. The red chakra flipped around her, twisting and turning around her as she dashed to the boy. Ha! She shouted as she punched him, and this time, Kohei crouched down, remembering that she didn't need skin contact to land a blow. Naruto smirked before ramming her leg into his gut, ignoring the way he choked and half flew, half stumbled across the grass. Kohei drowsily got up, trying to regain balance. Naruto didn't take her chances as she tried to finish this off. She got out a seal from her pouch, one that was already prepared, as she whispered the name of the technique and ran to the Hyuga. Kohei braced himself, before noticing the slip of paper in her hands. He cursed, before trying to get some distance between them, despite knowing he was very weakened and slow from the last attack. Naruto catched him barely sticking the seal on him before he froze. It was the same seal used earlier on Yusuke, he realized. They all waited and waited until the proctors were sure he wasn't able to move. They looked at her in disbelief, before one of them called the end of the match. Winner, Namikaze Naruto. Naruto had to force a smile on her face as she accepted and thanked the people who praised her and commented on her performance. She tried not to let it falter when they would say, as expected of the Minato-sama's sister, or something along those lines. She was really not used to the praises, and squirmed at the attention. Funny, her old childhood self would have loved it. She sighed as she placed her pouch on top of the shoe cupboard. Tadaima! Welcome back. Kushina's here, Naruto. Minato appeared along with an overly excited redhead. Naruto immediately grinned. I got top place in the sparring tournament. They beamed in pride, Kushina embracing her to a tight hug as Minato patted her on the back. Naruto forgot about her tiredness and soaked in the affection for all it's worth. Kushina stayed for dinner, her and Naruto cooked as Minato tidied up the house. The redhead grinned widely the whole time, feeling like a mother cooking with her daughter. Naruto looked a lot like she did too. It was nagging her at the back of her mind. Mikoto had told her the same thing, saying that they looked so similar that it was unbelievable. Kushina wanchin? The woman blinked, before looking down at the blonde. She shook her head, smiling. Naruto frowned, but didn't question it, and smiled back. They continued with the meal, and served. Minato knew he was drooling. The yellow flash, and future fourth Hokage was drooling. But he couldn't help it. The sight of the brilliant, shiny chicken practically sparkled, and he could smell it all the way from the bedrooms, even with the doors closed. It smelled so good. Itadakimasu. The three chorused, before digging in their forks and knives into the meat. Minato drooled again at the sight of the juice dripping out of the chicken. He took a bite, and the taste exploded in his mouth. He continued to chow it down hungrily, as Naruto and Kushina watched in amusement. He shook his head. You two are miracle workers. Kushina decided to sleep over, since she was too full to go back home. Really, she just didn't want to part with her two favorite blondes, and they didn't mind, of course. They got extra futons, and Naruto suggested eagerly that they all sleep together. Minato and Kushina agreed just as happily, so now they all lay in a bunch of sheets and mattresses. Naruto slept cozily between the two adults, as they were cuddled up close together. Minato and Kushina had an arm draped over the girl protectively, and the three's faces all had a peaceful expression. They looked like the picture-perfect family. The second part of the exams would be held here. Each of you would be called inside that room. Hiruzen pointed to a metal door that had a barred window, and would be treated as if it were a real mission for up to an hour. You would each receive a paper listing important information that is vital to the safety of the village. You must not give it away under any circumstances. Naruto blinked before understanding. This was an interrogation test. Whoever's inside wants the information that was written on the sheet and would do anything to have it. They could torture the contestants, mentally or physically, and it's up to their willpower whether they pass or not. This is the real test. She narrowed her gaze. The last one was basically a test on our physical strength, while this one is a test on the mental state. She looked around. Everyone is given a second chance. Her eyes shone with determination. I see. Many came back out, terrified and shaking in different times. Some was out not even half the limit, while most had passed successfully. The people who still haven't gone yet were glancing at the door in nervousness, anxious and frightened at what could be happening inside. Screams could be heard, causing the Chunins to wince. Ren and Obito had already gone and passed, much to the Naruto's relief, and she noticed how the Uchiha was practically shining with glee. A whole lot more different from everyone else's pale expressions, but she'll ask him about it later. They, along with the others who had already been tested, were dismissed, leaving behind 7 contestants, including the blonde. Namikaze Naruto. Said girl ignored the eyes that followed her as she walked, wrapping her hand around the handle of the door. She in a breath, closing her eyes, and relaxing the constant thudding in her heart. She pushed the door open, and opened her eyes to see a dark room, with nothing but a table and a chair. In front of the metal desk was a tall and huge man, in a black suit and wearing a black bandana-styled hitate. He smirked, lips twisting as his eyes watched her every movement. "Welcome. You do know what you're here for, don't you?" She decided to amuse him. "Of course. I'm here to be promoted." He let out a dark, loud chuckle. "Right, well, you'll have to get through this first. I want information, and you seem to be a tough wall to break." His liked his lips. "I look forward to it." Naruto suppressed the urge to shudder, being vaguely reminded of Ibiki as she smirked back. "I do too." She sat down on the chair, ignoring the way the table bit her with its coldness as she rested her arms. Soon she was overcome with complete darkness. "What?" Naruto looked around, seeing nothing but black. She looked down at herself, only to blink in surprise. She wore a white shirt with a red swirl, along with black pants and blue sandals. But that wasn't what surprised her. She was in her most likely is 7-year-old form. Naruto rolled her eyes. What's with her and the age-changing thing? She walked ahead, and was about to call out before she stopped dead in her tracks. The shiver that went up her spine traveled down her arms, the hair sticking up behind her neck. It's her. That monster. She should just dig up a hole and fall in. Preferably die in the process. I would like to shove her down myself. Naruto's blue eyes were wide with shock, and then grief. What the hell? If it wasn't for her, Sasuke-kun wouldn't have left. Naruto widened her eyes. Sakura. I'm disappointed in you, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. You were a pest. You constantly got in the way. Don't you ever give up on trying pulling everyone down? She heard his sneer in his words. I'll gladly take away your existence. Many would praise, be thankful to me. The village? They'll worship me a lot more than you could ever dream of. I'll be their savior and demon. Humorous, right? Stop. Why don't you just quit? Naruto opened her eyes, still clutching her ears. Quit. Everything. You'll never be able to gain peace to the world. Did you honestly believe that? Naruto stood her ground. I do. And it would work. She fell back on her knees, clutching the part of her jacket where the heart was. It pulsed, and sent a wave of excruciating pain through her body. Kakashi chuckled darkly. Don't be such a kid, Naruto. Sure, I tagged along and supported you since I cared. But now it's getting old. Stop your delusions. It was already impossible to begin with. I'll make it possible. A bigger pang, causing the blonde to whimper out in agony, her emotional hurt adding onto the pain. Nagato's voice rang. Then why haven't you found it yet? Where's the peace you promised? I surely don't see it. Teeth. Something you'll work out with by time? Don't make me laugh. You won't get a happy life if you chase onto that pathetic sliver of hope. It would betray you in the end. You'll be alone until the world would soon be corrupted. Even then you'd be forever alone, so why even try? Try? You don't want to go back to your lonely days, do you? You might as well make the most of life before it happens. Time is slipping out of your hands. Quit. The Nine-Tails voice boomed and echoed through. Yes, why don't you give in? You'll gain more bliss in your limited amount of pathetic life. You can start now. Naruto collapsed, curling into a ball as her body convulsed. Make it a stop. An unfamiliar voice boomed. Tell me what was written on the paper, and I'll free you. I'll let you go. I will free you from your pain. Naruto paused as soon as those words were spoken. After steadying her breathing, she let out a weak chuckle. That's right. The paper. Almost got me. There. She shook her head at her foolishness. She smirked. Don't. She got up to her feet shakily. Underestimate me. The black-clad man chuckled silently in amusement. This girl ain't half bad. Her willpower is good enough. Now to see how she'll break out of this. How do I get out? Naruto glared. This is why I hate my non-existent skill in genjutsu. She looked around for any signs, but all that met her was black. You want my help in this again, don't you? No, I'll try on my own. Idiot. He'll tell that it's your chakra. I'll try to find and escape myself. The beast rolled his demonic red eyes. Are you stupid? Wait, you're... Fine, if you want to do it on your own that badly, I'll tell you how to do it. For real? Yes, now shut up. Stop the flow of your chakra completely. Hold on there, Kurama. Naruto pinched the bridge of her nose. She did as he told her to, and if the beast didn't have claws he would have slapped his head. You take too long at this. Shut up. I'm just below average. Then tell me how you can use your former pink-haired teammate's technique. Never mind. I got it. True to her word, she managed to stop the flow, but not for long. Hurry up and tell me the next part. Apply an even stronger power to disrupt the chakra flow of the caster's chakra. In other words, make your chakra seem like an uncontrollable current. She did as he told her and blinked. The scene changed back to the room she was previously in. Naruto turned to look up at her captor clapping, a satisfied smirk cast on his face. Good job, Namikaze. You have a week of rest and time to train for the final round of the exams. Be prepared. And with that, she was kicked out of the interrogation room. It wasn't so hard, Naruto concluded, although it did distract her. She knew that the proctor didn't know what the genjutsu showed her, so it was most likely a jutsu based on the target's fears. It was too realistic. That spooked her uncontrollably. She gave an encouraging smile to the next Chunin, wishing her good luck. The girl smiled back weakly, thanking her before the door shut behind her. Naruto continued to the exit, grinning at her team as she high-fived Obito. Rolling her eyes along with Rin at the curt nod Kakashi sent her way. Minato smiled. Went well? She shrugged. Could have gone worse. Oh. Naruto turned to the Uchiha. What were you so happy about? Obito's mouth stretched, nearly splitting his face in half. I got my Sharingan. Rin whipped her head at him, eyes wide and... Naruto blinked. Was that terror? Kakashi gave a slight nod. That's good, Obito. Rin looked away as she rubbed her arm. Minato caught it. Rin. The girl stood up straight, forcing a smile. Isn't that great, Sensei? He finally got it, after waiting all this time. Minato didn't look convinced, but let it slide. Yes, that is. Come on then. We still have a few hours before sunset, so we can squeeze some training in. After training, while the rest of the team had already gone home, Rin and Obito walked down the streets. Obito had his arms folded behind his back as they strolled, pretending to not notice Rin's constant worried gaze. What is it, Rin? You know what I'm going to talk about, Obito. Are you really sure about this? Obito's lips curled to a frown. Of course. I've been thinking about it ever since I made up my mind. Rin's hands tightened. Obito, what if Kakashi doesn't want it? He'll have to cover it most of the time, since he can't switch it on or off. It would hinder him. His frown turned slightly into a scowl, but it would be very useful in tough battles. He would have gotten it anyways if Naruto hadn't appeared. Rin stopped walking. Obito turned back to face her. They were now near the Uchiha district by the lake. It isn't Naruto's fault. I'm not saying that. He snapped, before stepping back when Rin flinched. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound, it's just ugh. Obito walked to the deck and sat down. Rin followed but stayed standing. I think it's better if he got it. It might make him hate me for a while, and also the clan, but it would get better as time passes. Plus, it would be admirable from the villagers' point of view. An Uchiha giving his sacred possession to his best friend. It would give the clan a better reputation. The clan had agreed to it, albeit a little reluctantly. He sighed as he watched the water reflect the setting sun. It would make things easier for Fugaku-sama and Naruto. I don't know what they agreed on or anything, but it seems like the clan is loosening up. The people are getting reassured, and aren't as pressured as they were before. They've been saying great things ever since. Rin stayed quiet as he continued, I don't mind if Kakashi hates me for this. I feel like I owe him, seeing him work so hard over that jutsu. It would be the perfect gift for passing Jonin. Obito finally looked back, grinning at the girl. Her lips curved into a gentle smile. See, I doubt he would hate you. Isn't like that anymore. She walked and sat down next to him. He'll probably blame himself, though. It would be good if you explained afterwards. Hey, Rin? Yeah. Do you still like Kaka? Obito blinked. turning his head to his right before smiling to himself, watching the sky darken to a beautiful purple. Rin closed her eyes, the ends of her lips lifting, as she rested her head on his shoulder. So you really are going? It wasn't a question. Naruto looked back behind her to see the tall man. You aren't even going to say goodbye. The blonde smiled sadly. I don't have any words to say. They already know my gratitude and love towards them. I don't want to make it worse for them and distract them from the war. His eye bore into hers, the moonlight bouncing off his hair. They are bound to find out soon. Sakura already knows what I'm planning to do and she knows how I feel about her. I love her like a sister. She'll tell everyone about it and explain it better than I ever can. Naruto smiled, her eyes crinkling up as she raised a thumbs up. You know how I feel about you too, right? I think of you like a second father. Thanks for being an awesome sensei. Kakashi sighed. He seemed to want to say something, but shook his head. He showed her his infamous eye smile before ruffling her hair one last time. Thank you for being an excellent student, Naruto. The dream shifted into a dark scenery, clouds gray and lighting struck. The blonde stopped running, looking up at the figure, her eyes set in. Determination. Sasuke. So you came, Naruto. His chuckle dark and sinister. You never go against your promises. His eyes void and empty. Then I trust that you'll keep the promise. This is the Sasuke I see before me. On your death. Naruto awoke with a jolt, breathing harshly, wide-eyed. She looked around to see that it was her room, the moon's light entering through the window as it draped over her bed. She ran a hand through her damp hair, before grimacing. She needed another shower. After doing just that, she decided to go for a walk, seeing as she was now awake and didn't seem to be able to sleep anytime soon. Slipping on her shoes and closing the door without a sound, she walked on, not really going at a certain destination. She was lost in her thoughts and her clearer memories that mostly were on Team 7. Her Team 7. She was now walking on the road near the lake after about 30 minutes. She looked at the deck, remembering the very memory that wouldn't leave. It was when they were 7, weren't they? Right after the Uchiha massacre. Without realizing it, she walked towards it, drawing her knees close to her as she sat, staring at the moon's reflection. She must have been there for at least an hour before she succumbed to exhaustion. She fluttered her blue eyes open, only to see a puppy's face right in front of her own. Whoa! She fell off the bed with a loud thump. Series of thoughts ran through her head as she looked around the gray walls, the dark wooden floor, and the navy blue sheeted bed she was in. She looked out the window to see that it was daytime, before she blinked. Wasn't she at the lake last night? So you've finally woken up. She turned to see something she didn't expect, or more correctly, someone. Kakashi? Said boy rolled his eyes. Yes, who else would I be? What were you doing so early in the morning anyways? In your night clothes, no less. Naruto blushed before glaring. I was taking a walk. He raised a silver brow, and collapsed at the deck? He rolled his eyes again when she huffed, crossing her arms. You're lucky I decided to go out early for a run. You would have fallen into the lake. Naruto fidgeted, before finally looking directly into his eyes begrudgingly. Thanks. She then realized something. Wait, why didn't you just wake me up? At that he glared. You wouldn't wake up. Did you try pushing me into the water? That could have woken me up. He growled. There would have been a possibility that you would drown. I'm a ninja. I don't drown. He snorted. Could have fooled me. Besides, if you did drown, and I would have had to go in to save you, and bring you home dripping wet. I didn't feel like going all the way back to your house, and I don't like you wetting up mine. Plus, Naruto was sure she saw the red tint on his cheeks. I would have had to undress you myself. I'm sure you understand. Naruto knew she herself was turning into an embarrassing shade of tomato. She merely nodded, gulping at the idea. Oh. The two of them turned to see the puppy from earlier rub its head as it got up from the floor. Naruto blinked, before sheepishly smiling. Sorry there. I didn't mean to hurt you. She picked it up, scratching the back of its brown ears. She turned to Kakashi with a questioning gaze. Is he a summon? This pug's sort of familiar. Pakin. The blonde blinked, before holding the small pugget away from her, inspecting it. She grinned and brought it back to her chest. You're so cute when you're a baby. Pakin scowled. I'm not a baby. Kakashi coughed into his hand, earning the attention from the other occupants of the room. He raised a brow at his teammate. Since when were you so squealish? Her face scrunched up in disgust. I'm not squeal, she emphasized the word, fingers up in air quotes. I just didn't like cats that time ever since a certain mission. Pakin beamed. Cats are smelly, and their paws aren't as nice as mine. He raised one leg, showing off his pink stubs. See here? These are nice and soft. Kakashi rolled his eyes as he patted the dog. Naruto blinked, pressing his nice and soft paws lightly with her fingers. Hey, you're right. Pakin tried to hide his happiness, but his tail betrayed him as it wagged furiously. Finally, someone acknowledges them. They all jumped as the front door slammed open, before Kakashi groaned. Naruto was about to check it out, nearly getting hit on the face by the door. Naruto! A frantic Minato dashed into the room, before turning as pale as Orochimaru. He looked down in horror at his daughter, who was inside a boy's apartment. Inside Kakashi's apartment, alone except for the pugga with the said owner. This was entirely unacceptable. He turned to glare at Kakashi, who shrank back at the intensity of it. What the hell is going on here, Kakashi? The boy brought his hands up defensively. Nothing, Sensei. It isn't what you think it is. He stepped back as the furious blonde man stomped towards him. What do you think is going on in my head? Kakashi. Naruto glared, a little put off that she didn't know what they were talking about. What the heck, Dad? You nearly killed me with that darn thing. She pointed at the door, unknowingly saving Kakashi from his humiliation and doom. Oh, if his father would look at him now. Minato's eyes squinted down at the girl. And you, young lady, what is the meaning of this, going out on your own when it's still dark out? And going to the house of the opposite gender? No, Dad, if you would freaking listen for a minute. No, Naruto, we're going home, and I expect you at the training grounds, Kakashi. Kakashi couldn't help but to silently wail in despair. Why was it always him? Obito was doing a horrible job hiding his entertainment at seeing disheveled Naruto's appearance. What happened to you? Rin was more concerned. Kakashi still brooding. There was a visible cloud hovering over his head as he shifted away from the blonde teacher, who was quietly but clearly satisfied. Naruto gritted her teeth. A certain father misunderstood, so he punished his daughter through unbelievable amount of training 5 hours in a row. Obito grinned. Well, you look like you've run a marathon all around the world, got attacked by ninjas on the way, and then trampled by a herd of buffaloes. He laughed loudly before realizing no one else was, slowly regaining self-control. He coughed as Naruto stuck her tongue out. It sure feels like it. She threw a glare at her sensei dad-brother hero, who glared. And Kakashi helped me by bringing me to his house. She was oblivious to the incredulous stares of her other teammates, or how Kakashi had begun to pale significantly. Minato scoffed. Naruto pulled at her hair. Besides, he was the one who brought me to his house. I didn't go there. She stomped, venting her frustration. Rin gasped, Obito gaped, as Kakashi blanched. They all, sans for Naruto and Kakashi, turned to see their silver-headed teammate, before turning to their sensei. Kakashi did too, before preparing to make a run for it. Minato was livid. 2 hours after Minato had started working Kakashi to the bone, or maybe even further, Naruto changed the subject. They turned to her as she spoke. What's the third part of the exams about? They told us to ask our Jonin teachers, and I'm curious. The other 2 Chunins nodded in agreement. Minato sighed, now finally free from his anger. There would be a survival test again, like the Chunin exams. This time, however, you would stay for 10 days and find a scroll. There would be many traps surrounding the scroll, making it difficult for the competitors, of course. The survival test would be held at the Forest of Death, Training Ground 44. That sent a shiver up the 3's spines. Naruto hates that place. It doesn't help the fact that the forest was crawling with ugly, disgusting creatures. Rin shivered one more time. They all wondered if Hokages have a certain grudge against Chunins. I see it's doing well? Naruto inquired, smiling softly as she and Fugaku watched the children play with the civilians from outside the window. He curtly nodded, but she saw the slight quirk of his lips. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Naruto had come to the Uchiha district, checking on how his end of the deal was going. She had been holding a wide grin as she watched the children of the clan interact with kids from the other clans or civilian families. She had seen the slight surprise as the parents had come to pick them up, but noticed it had been a pleasant one. The bond between the Uchiha and the village was slowly being repaired. I have a proposition that might benefit the both of us. The blonde raised a brow, prompting him to continue. I would make this clan have a better future, as you have suggested. In return, I would like for you to ensure this clan's safety. When he didn't continue, she repeated, for me to ensure this clan's safety? He had nodded once. How? To keep the secret, I will change the Uchiha ways into a brighter, more pleasant clan. In return, you will prevent the fall of the clan, you will prevent the Uchiha massacre from ever happening, as well as any other assassination attempts on that matter. This way, I will do my part and you do yours. She smirked, very well. Naruto's smile was still gentle, watching a child protest when his parent told him it was time to go home. The boy pouted, before following his mother back out of the district, waving a cheerful goodbye to his new playmates nonetheless. So I believe that your trip had already been decided then? She turned to look up at the man, before looking back out of the glass, head resting on a palm lazily. Yes, I would be leaving with Jiraiya a little over a month after the exams end. Naruto's eyes followed the bubbles a young girl blew, the 1st of July. Fugaku sighed, I believe you haven't told your teammates? Obito had never mentioned anything about you leaving for a while. Naruto laughed softly. He does tend to react a little over necessary. But no, I haven't. I plan on telling them once the exams are finally over. I don't want to distract them or anything. Kakashi and my FA brother, I might have to tell earlier. She shrugged, who knows, maybe Jiraiya's already told Ni-san. Chen, Itachi has been asking about you. The blonde's surprise was clearly expressed on her face, as she lifted her head up to see him. Itachi? What about me? He placed his arms on the table. Yes, he seems to respect you quite greatly. Naruto laughed. Respect? I'm honored, but I can't really see why he feels that way, Fugaku-sama. She smiled. Besides, we haven't known each other until nearly half a month ago. Fugaku shook his head. Regardless of whatever you may think, it is true. He is a sharp one, that boy. I know even he can tell how deep your powers lie. There was barely a hint of a smile on his face, but she could tell it was there. The girl blushed slightly at the praise. I thank you for your compliments, but I doubt that's the reason. One of the clan heads' eyebrows raised up. Believe what you want, but you will see once the time comes. He has the ability to see many things that even I can't when I was his age. Naruto merely nodded, not releasing a breath of resignation. I think it is about time we get an upgrade in the Bija mode. Excuse me? Kurama growled. It's not like I actually want to bother myself with the likes of you. But I have been feeling rather anxious lately. Anxious? Naruto frowned. How so? I believe that the right word would be jittery. Jittery? The blonde would have laughed at the incredulity if she hadn't noticed that he was completely serious. But you, the great nine tails feared by all 5 nations, are feeling jittery. Shut it and get to work. She concentrated on the chakra he let out, feeling the warmth of it envelope her. She grinned. It's been a long time since I've been in this form. Unlike the QB mode, it had lines and circles spread further across. Her whiskers darkened and grew thick. Instead of completely covering her, it formed a coat, and her fox-like eyes seemed to glow. We'll try to get it to the next level and continue from there. Heh, we had it up to 10 minutes before, didn't we? She smirked. Let's make it 30. Kakashi didn't even want to know what she had been doing in the training grounds. He eyed the thick branches hanging above his head warily, watching out for the random, gigantic holes on the ground. Imagine how much she'll have to pay for all this damage. The blonde had lain down on her back, arms and legs spread, as she panted harshly. Clothes torn and ripped, her headband left on the grass, equally tattered, and scratches littered her face. It seemed to disappear slowly, however. "What on earth have you been doing?" Naruto turned her head his direction, tearing her gaze from the sky, unsurprised. "Training. That's what the grounds are for, aren't they?" He rolled his eyes. "I mean, what have you done to make yourself and the training ground like this? Nothing you need to concern yourself with." She cringed as she slowly got up, gathering her headband and some orange, ripped cloth. She looked down at herself, noticing her sleeves had been tearing out of its stitches, the Hittite's navy blue cloth also ripped in so many places. She'd need to buy more clothes. Well, she's close to 14, much like when she had to go buy new ones with Jiraiya. "How funny." Kakashi frowned. "How are you going to pay for all this?" He gestured the destructed area by merely glancing around. Naruto paled. Darn, she had gone a little overboard. She hurriedly grabbed whatever evidence she left behind of her being there, and dragged Kakashi with her on her way out. He sighed, letting himself be pulled by the straps that held his new katana in place. "Well, I was planning to train, but since you insisted on having lunch with me, who am I to resist?" Naruto tried not to punch the living guts out of him, as Kakashi gave her the eye smile, now both eyes, she had grown to hate and love. Although hate seemed to be stronger now. She grit her teeth. "I haven't said anything about..." He ignored her, ordering a shoyu ramen once they entered the stand. He turned to her, eyes still scrunched up. "Aren't you going to order?" She glared before smiling sweetly at Itachi. "I would like miso and let him pay." Her smile turned sickly as she turned back to Kakashi. "After all, gentlemen are there to please the ladies." Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose. "Fine, you win. Just never say that again." She grinned triumphantly. "Heh, Yuzui Namikaze always wins." Her grin faltered at her slip-up. Kakashi stiffened. Itachi didn't seem to notice, however, so their tense forms relaxed. Kakashi rolled his eyes. "Who mistakes their own names?" Naruto growled. "Shut up. I was just around Kushina for too long. Besides, I'm hungry. People go mad when they are hungry." Kakashi merely laughed lightly. That had been merely an hour ago, so how can it turn out like this? Naruto paced with eyes wide, along with Minato and Rin, who have been sitting down quietly. Why would Obito? Rin tightened her grip on the flap of her skirt, biting her lip. He felt like he owed Kakashi, and wanted to do something about it. He thought it was for the best. Naruto clenched her fists. "Is that idiot trying to spit my words back to my face?" Because I had given tears to Oi to convince him out of it. Rin looked up, but found that she couldn't hold Naruto's gaze, and brought her eyes back down. It seemed to have encouraged him. "I sort of agree with him, it would help both the village and the clan. But She choked. "I don't like it." Naruto growled, her eyes also beginning to sting. Why didn't he discuss this with him beforehand, then? She slammed a fist at the wall. Minato looked at her sternly. "Naruto, I believe that you shouldn't be the one to say that." She flinched slightly before bringing her eyes to meet his. That's different." I. Rin's wavering voice stopped her. "Tell me, Naruto, are you keeping something from us?" "I am not keeping something from you guys. I merely had planned to tell at a later date." A long pause stretched until the door finally opened. "You may see them now." Naruto clenched her fists, watching the bandaged eye of both boys. Rin sat beside Obito's bed, the side of the covered eye, so she took Kakashi's. She reached up to brush the hair away from his eyes, staying quiet. Minato watched this sullenly and looked away. A minute later, he left the room, knowing that it was better to leave them alone for a while. Naruto didn't even notice her hand rising up until her fingers ran through his silver hair. She smiled softly, remembering the slight awkward moment the first time she did this. She continued combing through his hair, lightly untangling the locks as she rested her head on her left arm, which was on the bed. It was odd, she noted, doing things she had never done with her teacher. She had never touched his hair, despite her curiosity at how it defied gravity. Even though she wanted to know, she never even thought about touching it. So why now? Was it because they were now the same age? Was it because they were more of best friends than they were in her future? Was it because he reminded her of Sasuke? She pushed that thought away as quickly as it had come. Kakashi is Kakashi. Nothing will change that. It still lingered in the back of her mind though. Was she really so desperate as to cling onto anything that had reminded her of her love? Was she really that despicable? Kakashi had already been awake halfway through, but stayed in the same position, liking the feeling of her hand through his hair. He sighed inwardly, knowing it was time to wake up. Slowly, he cracked an eye open. Naruto quickly withdrew her hand, sitting up straight. Kakashi! He groaned. Hey Naruto. Where's? Obito's over there with Rin. He should be waking up by now, since you did. Naruto smiled a little sadly. How's the eye? Kakashi raised a heavy arm to touch the left side of his face. It's painful but livable. It was quiet for a while after that, seeing as Naruto couldn't really think of what to say. She got his hand, tracing the faint lines and curves on his palm. Finally she spoke. Are you mad? He looked slightly startled. What? Are you mad? At Obito, for this. He looked up at the ceiling. No, I'm not. Naruto let out a small breath of relief. I'm glad for that. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled into a smile as he sat up to ruffle her hair. Naruto couldn't help but remember her sensei. Minato and a doctor came in to check on the two, the latter running green glowing hands over their eyes. He marked his checklist before pushing up his glasses. You both are now free to go. I would advise you two to take extra care of the light for the week. Naruto rolled to her side again, for what seemed to be the billionth time, on the bed, trying to get to sleep. All this thinking was unnecessary. And yet she can't seem to put her mind off it. She wasn't stupid, she knew what she was getting into. But it was just so unbelievable. She and Kakashi was the most unlikely match. Their personalities usually clashed, although sometimes Kakashi did get along with her quite well. They are going to be in a student-teacher relationship. It wouldn't work out. She knew Kakashi would feel odd about it too, if he ever even considered it. Naruto had already noticed before that she might not ever get a person she would love as a man, and vice versa. She had one too many goals to complete, and she doubted anyone would want to get involved with her because of that. She was also most likely going to get hunted down by many enemies. At first, she had thought she would never grow to love anyone more than Sasuke. She doubted she would love anyone like she had loved Sasuke. It had sounded absurd in her ears. That was until she realized she was starting to forget. His voice, his face, and the warmth he used to have in his eyes, they were starting to leave her with only her feelings once it has all been squeezed out. Those feelings would soon turn hollow, and she will forget why she even loved him in the first place. Was love always this easy to forget? Regardless whether it's because of a jutsu or not, shouldn't it at least last longer than this? If she should estimate, it would only take her less than 6 months to forget who he was. She might remember what he meant to her, but definitely not his characteristics or anything of the kind. Maybe it was better to not love in the first place? If she hadn't known any better, she would have beaten herself up for thinking that. But then again, it's better to try than to not try at all. Love? It is like roses, she realized. Though beautiful, it can betray you with its thorns. Love has a breathtaking, happy ending waiting ahead, but the path to it is filled with thorny obstacles. You need the courage to pass it. You need to be prepared for whatever you might have to face, be it a rejection, or possibly even death. The ninja life is unpredictable. All in all, it can end in a horribly bitter ending. The alternative, however, would give you a happily ever after. Something that is seen as an impossible dream in the ninja world. But when it came to the child of prophecy, did it matter? She had overcome everything that was said to be out of her reach. She had gotten the acknowledgement of the village, even respect and devotion. She was close to getting the Hokage title too. Her ambition for peace, she had received the chance to catch it. Impossibility seemed impossible when it came to Naruto. So why was she contemplating to give up on love of all things? But why does it have to be so dim and complicated? For the final round of the Jonin exams, you are to remain in Training Ground 44 for 10 days and obtain a scroll from some Jonins. They will be staying for as long as you all will in the forest, so you have up until the limit to find them. You are also expected to survive against the creatures inside the grounds, and to be careful of traps or snares lying around. I warn you, this test will be more dangerous than the previous ones. The Hokage sent stern glances to the Chunins. Naruto frowned. Chunins against Jounins? That wasn't fair for them. Looking around, Naruto noticed that there were now only 9 participants left. She blinked when she heard a voice behind her. It was a girl who was eyeing the forest warily. May we work with others? One of the Jounin proctors spoke. Yes, you may. You are also allowed to fight other Chunins if you are desperate enough. Waving to her teammates, Naruto went to her assigned gate. Looking up at the white square, Naruto read the number out loud. Number 1, eh? She grinned. 1's my favorite number. She looked ahead determinedly. She has to promote to Jounin. She won't get another chance until 6 months later, and even then she'll be too busy to participate in the exams after. The gates creaked open, and she soon ran in. After about 10 minutes of jumping from tree branch to tree branch, she finally found a good place, which happened to be the remains of what seemed to be a gigantic elephant. Luckily, there weren't any flesh or anything left, just a pile of bones, but the ribs were large and thick, hiding her quite well. But it was mostly flat ground around her, without much trees to obscure the bone cave. Many might seek a place to sleep, and come here. Naruto frowned, pondering on what to do, before deciding to stay and send out clones. They would look around and see the situation outside, while she would prepare the area's security. The farthest traps set around were all explosion tags, sending the enemy ninja flying if they happened to step on any. This was the weakest, seeing as there isn't much chance of someone stepping on them. But the dumber people would think this as a sign of overconfidence and would be caught slightly off guard for the next. The second was a barrier, which would protect and block anything and anyone from getting inside. This would also include explosions. The seal for this would be inside, but the barrier would only block anything from above the ground. Someone can get in if they dig their way. The final layer of security was a chakra sensor, which would also alert her when she is asleep, and could sense anyone even if they got underground. She hid the chakra sensing tags made by Naruto herself in the soil, so that the enemies wouldn't see it. She had coated it in lavender water, warning off insects so that they don't try to eat it. They would die from the chakra she put inside the paper. Naruto had developed a soft spot for bugs, although she couldn't remember for the life of her why. Now to wait for the bunshins to either pop or come back. The Naruto clones decided to split up, one of them going to the center of the forest, where many would most likely go through. After a long while, she heard the rustle of leaves from behind her. Instinctively getting out a kunai, she crouched, ready for an attack. She let her guard down slightly in surprise, when she realized just who it was. Kakashi! He sighs. So it really was you. Darn. The Naruto clone was stumped on what she should do. She hadn't expected to find, or be found by a Jounin so early, especially Kakashi. Naruto tried to hide her discomfort as she forced a laugh. Do you really like me that much? Kakashi stiffened, before relaxing fast enough so that she didn't notice. Of course not, idiot. So, you want the scroll, don't you? She frowned, much to his surprise, and rejected. Nah, I can't really fight you right now. He'll surely be able to land an attack on her, so it's pointless and a waste of chakra. Plus, she can't really pop away now either. Have you seen Obito and Ren yet? He rose a brow. No, I haven't. You're going to team up with them? Naruto shook her head. I want to try this on my own. Sorry, Kakashi, but can I go? You think I'll just let you? He scoffed as Naruto had stepped back, taken by surprise. Well, hey. She ducked when he swung a kick at her. What the heck? Naruto dodged every attack, much to Kakashi's annoyance. Are you going easy on me? She scowled as he got out his katana. No, but I can't fight right now, much less you. Whoa. She barely avoided the sharp blade and jumped back. You're actually serious? He was, judging by how his eye was sharper than they normally were. Well, I do need to ask you something. The clone grimaced, knowing that her boss was going to be said. I guess I have no choice then. Kakashi blinked when she disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Kagebunshin? So that's why she wasn't attacking. But why would she? He growled, noticing the chakra signatures heading his way, before leaving the area. Back in the cave, Naruto growled as well when the memories came to her. The other clones had safely returned and dismissed themselves, but that one clone had to see him. When the villagers found out about Obito and Kakashi, they were incredibly baffled. The Uchiha clan members were outraged, but Fugaka managed to mollify them, saying that it would raise their reputation. That made them slightly more grateful then, and Obito received many pats on the back for being courageous enough to do so. Naruto knew Kakashi was uncomfortable with the glances that were always sent his way when they walked down the streets. It probably reminded him of the time when the village had reacted horribly to his father's disgrace. She hadn't met up with him or talked as much as she would have before, and she knew he noticed. Naruto was grateful that he didn't confront her about it, but was also guilty. It wasn't his fault, it was just the unbelievable feelings she had developed for him. She sighed as she sat down, head in her hands. Never mind that she had less than 10 days now. Well, she was quite confident, since her clothes didn't stand out as much as she would have in her orange jacket. She wore Kushina's old, white kimono-styled blouse and black shorts, with black, thigh-high boots. Kushina squealed at how cute she looked, but Naruto noticed her shock as well. Which wasn't good at all. She would need to buy or wear something else fast. She can't let Kushina find out, or any other people. Although it was best to change the future, it was also best to keep some things the same. Naruto let a slightly sad smile grace her lips at that. If she had thought more deeply, she probably would have missed the faint curse outside her bones cave. Frowning, she peered through the gaps of the ribs, before cursing as well. What the heck is he doing here? Naruto noticed the dog next to him, digging a hole. He was finding me? Darn, even now Pakken seems to be an expert at tracking. She sighed, before going out, knowing that they would dig themselves in anyways. What do you want, Kakashi? Aren't you guys supposed to hide from us? Naruto grimaced, noticing the width of the hole Pakken dug. She'll need to work hard in covering and returning it back to normal. She smirked. It's not like she would just stand there and watch them worm their way in. One good thing about this barrier is that, futon, de tappa. It blocks, but also lets attacks go from inside to out. In other words, she can lethally injure people without getting hurt herself. Only if they're above ground. Which means that she needs to stop Kakashi and Pakken. The large gust of wind didn't blow Kakashi away, but it did stop Pakken from his digging. The little pup was blown far, a few meters, but successfully landed on his paws. Watch it. These paws are delicate. Kakashi had sported an angry, visible tick to his temple. Pakken, forget about your paws. He gritted out through his teeth, tone clipped with barely restrained frustration. Naruto rolled her eyes at the two. You'll get used to it, getting out a seal, she shouted. Fuinjutsu, Kaze Suiro no Ikari. As the name of the technique says, an angry, large water dragon had erupted from the paper. Wind had kept the shape of it, forming scale-like patterns and its beautiful tail. The pink shell formed ripples as the dragon went through it, and the beast continued flying its way down at the Jonin. Kakashi barely managed to escape from the attack, jumping a good few meters away from where the large serpent had crashed. He widened his eyes as he saw the large crater it formed, the water seeping into the soil. Some of it had landed in the hole, mudding it up. He cursed, crouching as he got ready for the next attack. I don't really see the point in testing you, Naruto, he said lazily. She grinned. I really am just that great, aren't I? She boasted mischievously. So? What are you planning on doing now? I need to talk to you. Naruto's grin had faltered. Couldn't that wait? He glared. You still have 9 more days. You know what I want to ask. The blonde glared back. I don't know what you're talking about. She had to restrain herself from grimacing at how fake that had sounded. Kakashi sighed. Naruto, Just tell me what I did wrong. I'll try to fix it. His voice sounded almost desperate. Almost. Naruto was taken aback by his words, stunned, frozen. What? You're avoiding me. It was something I did, wasn't it? Or is it because I look like someone? Kakashi's eyes seemed to almost be pleading in Naruto's point of view. That's not. That's not it? Then what is? Naruto bit her lip, the answer at the tip of her tongue. Of course she can't say it. Stuffing it back down her throat, she smiled weakly. I assure you, it's not what you have done or anything. It's just me. There's a lot on my mind right now. She exhaled slowly. Look, can we just discuss this later? It's distracting me from the test. The boy frowned in displeasure, before dismissing the puppy. You owe me a better explanation than that, Naruto. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, much like how Pakken did. Naruto sighed, going back to her little camp. Checking her small bag once over, she decided to go hunt for food. She already had a few rice balls, but it wouldn't last for over 5 days. She sat down and began meditating. Obito frowned at the group. Team up? The tallest of the 5, a boy that seemed to be a few years older than him, spoke. Yeah, we figured since you seem to be quite strong and are close with the Namikes. Also, Terada seems to be quite a fearsome opponent. His voice was confident, the other 4 slightly stepping up. Obito was slightly put off with the arrogance oozing out of his form. He smirked slightly. Well, I would like to work with you guys. The tall boy straightened, daring Obito to refuse. This is something I would like to try on my own. I'm sure my teammates will tell you the same thing, but you'll never know unless you try, will you? He rolled his eyes as the group stalked off, telling him that he's missing out. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts and replacing them with a plan for the night. Obito was confident in his abilities. The team had trained for endless hours, and they had probably improved by leaps and bounds. He was sure he could accomplish gaining a scroll from at least one of the Jonins if he pushed to the limit. And, if he was desperate enough, he could try stealing a scroll from another Chunin. It was low, but ninjas do something similar without thought during normal missions. Anyways, back to the test. He had enough ration bars to last him about 6 days without starving. Obito wrinkled his nose in disgust. Those flavorless sticks were emergency food supplies. He would never eat them unless he had to. That would leave hunting the only option. He sighed, before adjusting the backpack straps on his shoulders. Keeping his hands fairly close to his weapon pouch, Obito headed further into the woods. Rin was so startled she nearly jumped out of her hiding spot when an explosion sounded far behind her. What was happening? She shook her head, focusing back on her prey. It seemed to be a turkey searching for worms and insects. Frowning in concentration and with a flick of her wrist, her Senbon pierced the bird's throat. Checking to the right and left for any enemies or beasts, she shot down to check her hunt. It was dead, of course, and safe. Getting out a cloth, she spread it on the ground and placed the dead turkey in it. Enclosing the sheet and knotting it up, she hoisted it over her shoulder. I know you're there. What do you want? The hiding bunch of Chunins got out of hiding far up in the trees behind her, jumping down. Rin finally turned around to see them, glaring slightly. It isn't very nice to sneak up on someone. The leader brought his hands up defensively. Whoa, we ain't here to attack. He continued at the raise of her brow. We're here to ask if you would like to join us. She frowned. Why? We just thought it would be a good idea to work together. Rin nodded, showing she understood, but the frown stayed. I see, but there are some things we need to do alone. This is one of those things, I believe. I want to test my skills to the limits. The leader's brows knit together, and he bit his lip. That may be, but I don't think we all have a chance against a Jonin. It all seems a little fishy. That is true, I also think that way, but it could all be a test on our individual powers, like the first round. I would try to get a scroll on my own, but if I can't, I'll try to work with someone else. I'm sure Obito and Naruto feels the same way, so I wouldn't bother asking them if I were you. They are really stubborn. Rin said with a small laugh. The team sighed before giving up. All right, we'll leave now. If you need anything. The brunette smiled. I'll ask, thank you. Naruto weaved through the forest, feeling the presence of the various animals in it. She felt Rin's chakra up ahead, along with 5 others. Heading towards them, she listened in on their conversation. I'm sure Obito and Naruto feels the same way, so I wouldn't bother asking them if I were you. The blonde realized that the group must be getting members to gang up on the Jounins. Understandable, the objectives are quite extreme. They are really stubborn. Naruto frowned, the group only had 5 people, and adding her team, it's 8. What happened to the 9th person? She furrowed her brows, trying to recall what she looked like. All she could remember was that she had purple hair, tied up. She sighed when she couldn't remember anything about the girl. But, Naruto thought with a frown, she was quite familiar. Well, it is possible to find her, but it would be a slight waste of time. Besides, her sage mode doesn't last too long, and she needed food. She turned away from the scene, hopping from tree branch to tree branch, scanning the woods below, sensing anything and everything she can. She grinned when she spotted a hare, preparing to strike. Getting out a kunai, she angled it to aim at the back of its head, ending its life as quickly and as painless as possible. The brown rabbit was down in an instant, and she gently wrapped it in her cloth. She unconsciously tucked her hair back in her ear before frowning at the small task. Her hair was getting quite long. It reached past her mid-back, close to her waist. She'll have to get a haircut soon. Sighing, she leaped to her bone cave, satisfied with her hair, but irked with her hair. Naruto yawned, waiting for the meat to cook under her hand. It was covered in her blue chakra, as the seal siggied it up. She smiled proudly at her work. The seal she had placed on the now furless hair was something she had thought up herself. With the help of Jiraiya, she had invented a stove that didn't make smoke. The user has to pump in a lot of chakra into the paper, and the seal would convert it into heat and cook up the food. It was quite a fairly simple, basic sealing type, but can be very dangerous. It can be a very scary, stealthy assassination technique. The target can be burned from inside out, and there would be no signs of smoke. She liked her lips once the meat was cooked, and sunk her teeth in. It was quite good, better than she had expected, but that could be because she was starving. Eating the rice she had prepared before the exams with it, she thought over the test. Now that she thought about it, it was highly likely that they were being watched. It seems as if this was a test on their performance and if they could handle tough, dangerous missions alone. The contestants who choose to do solos would be the umbu type of person. They work on assassination missions or as spies. And if they were to team up, the leader of the group would be tested on their leadership skills. This would give them a chance to be Jounin senseis. Well, this was all just a theory though. But it sounds like it was close to the objective of this round. Naruto wondered what type of Jounin she was. Umbu? They weren't heartless, only the root umbu were, and they weren't supposed to be around, but it didn't really ring a bell. They were supposed to be subtle, quiet. Naruto just wasn't like that. But a Jounin sensei? She guessed it was a great idea. She loved to be around kids, and she worked well with them. But her leadership skills, she never had been a leader before, despite wanting to be one, and the village's leader nevertheless. Team leader had been mostly Shikamaru, Niji, Sasuke and Kakashi's job. Gaara was an amazing Kazekage, and he also did a fantastic job in leading the war. Her Jounin sensei Kakashi had said that she would have made a great village leader, but she wasn't so sure. Trust her when she says she isn't trying to be modest. Sure, the village had acknowledged and deeply respected her that time, but her moves were always brash. But then again, the Raikage was hot-tempered and equally brash, wasn't he? Naruto dismissed the clouds of doubt filling her head, remembering that she was getting off topic. She can't start missing her previous life now, can she? There's always a chance to get the village's love with her hard work. It's just another challenge to get through. And didn't she love challenges? Yawning yet another time, Naruto prepared to get ready for the night. Crickets chirped quietly, giving a nice peaceful and calm effect. But it wouldn't always stay that way. She whispered her favorite technique, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 clones puffed in existence, nodding and stepping out of the cave. Assured that her clones would serve as guards, she went to her sleeping bag. Her eyes fluttered close, and she succumbed to her exhaustion. Naruto woke up, squinting her eyes through the glare of the sun that had went past the gaps in the ribs and down her face. Judging by the way the clones had successfully dismissed themselves, the night went well and it was currently about 8 in the morning. Eating the leftovers of last night's dinner, she let out a smile, anticipating a fun match today. It's been quite a while since she had a proper fight, and maybe one of the Jounins will give her just that. Kakashi would, but it was clear that he'll try to squeeze his answers out of her when he had the chance. Naruto wondered just who the Jounins in the test were. Guy? Highly possible. His skill in taijutsu is extraordinary, after all, and she believed that he had some amazing jutsus in his arsenal. It was likely that the Jounins are around their age, so it would be less difficult. If she remembered correctly, wasn't Azu Aosuma already a Jounin around this time? Ugh, her forgetfulness is worsening with each passing week. Naruto was sure she knew the Jounin senseis of her generation and Guy. She could say their names without a second thought just the other day. She realized that she could remember the faces of her closest people clearer than her acquaintances. The images of the Konoha 11, Sai, Kakashi-sensei, Gaara's team, Lee's team, Konohamaru, Iruka-sensei, Sasuke, they all burned strongly in her head. The villagers and the faces of the people she had met a few times were already blurry and unfamiliar. She still remembered the faces of the Akatsuki, of course, which is what she's most thankful for. Nagato, Konan, and the corpse of Yahiko were still etched in her mind. Toby, the masked man, was still scratched into her head painfully. Although remembering his face, or the mask, was important, she wished that she could just throw it away like every other memory. He was the man she absolutely didn't want to remember. In his place, she wanted to remember the every faces of her beloved village and keep her precious memories of her former life. Her precious memories of her close friends and people. Sighing, Naruto stood up, her breakfast properly digested. She had to go find the 9th Chunin participant, after all. Obito panted harshly, "Deepening. That was way too close. And it's not even past the second day." He crumpled down on the thick branch supporting him and leaned against the tree, bandaging up his thigh. So much for fighting a Jounin by himself. Though weaker than Kakashi, the man he tried to grab the scroll from had been quite strong. He glared at the wound, but his anger lessened when he remembered with slight satisfaction. He had given that Jounin a tough time as well, judging by the numerous burns on the man's skin. Plus, he hadn't used his Sharingan. He wished he knew Iryo Ninjutsu right now, however. Then he could patch up this hindrance properly and try again. Should he go to Rin for help? Self-doubt bubbled inside as he knew that he would only weigh her down. He sighed, before blinking, then grinning. How could he forget about the first aid kit he brought with him? Obito had packed several sets in case of this, but he must have forgotten from all that was going on. He hurriedly got one out, noticing that the red patch on the white bandages was growing with each passing second. That kunai must have dug in quite deep. Frowning, he unrolled the strips of cloth from his thigh and pressed the thick, moist tissue against his leg. The scent of herbs coming from the sheet had filled his senses, as he hissed in pain. Rin had given him the tissues and made sure he was in stock. It was supposed to speed up the healing process. The tense muscles in his face relaxed when the leg didn't throb as much anymore. The sting was gone, finally, and he pressed the white square harder, cringing. Once a few agonizing moments passed, he let go. At least the bleeding stopped. Wrapping it up again with a new bandage taped tightly, he stood up, feeling his leg. It didn't hurt as much anymore since it was quite numb. He'd need to limp throughout the day then, he thought with a scowl. Got clumsy again, Obito? The tips of said boy's lips went down further as he whirled around to see the owner of the voice. Even without looking, he already knew who it was, though. Shut up, Kakashi. The silver-haired prodigy rolled his visible eye, like you could make me. Why don't you pay your girlfriend a visit instead of hanging around here? This time, it was Kakashi who scowled. Don't you ever listen? I'm sure Naruto told you billions of times that she's not my girlfriend. He was met with a sly grin. But I never said who, did I? Kakashi didn't even show the slightest bit of a reaction to that. Well, you've indicated it enough times to let me know. And as for your question, she's trying to avoid me. Not that it bothers me much, Obito scoffed rather loudly, much to the Hataki's annoyance. You know, your tone tells an entirely different story. Kakashi didn't bother retorting to that, and pointedly ignored the comment. It feels nice to know that I don't have another fangirl on my trail. Naruto never was a fangirl. Neither was Rin. Okay, maybe she was a little, but she isn't anymore. Yeah, Rin's head's over heels over you after all. Don't see why though. Obito blushed as red as a tomato, as if she doesn't like me that way. He seemed to sulk. She just thinks of me as a good friend. Yeah, a good friend. Kakashi snorted. Well, it's the same with Naruto. I would have doubted she's even into guys, had I not known about Sasuke. The Uchiha caught onto the bitterness. Jealous, are we? He was nearly taken aback when Kakashi merely turned his head away. Just admit it. You like her. This isn't something to talk about now. You should focus on the exams if you have time to make up assumptions. You should be more honest. Come on. Don't give me that look. You're loosening up your control over your emotions, Hataki Kakashi. Even I can tell you have feelings, romantic feelings, all for her. Even if I did, it would be pointless. Obito flapped his arms up in the air, venting his frustration. Why? This time, Kakashi's voice was sharp. You know why? Obito was sure he didn't hear such a bitter tone from him before, which says something. The orange goggles didn't lessen the seriousness he now held in his eyes. You'll never know if you don't try, Kakashi. His only answer was a scoff, but Obito continued anyway. You know, someday, someone else would try and claim her. I've seen many guys looking at her already. Imagine when she gets older. We're soon 14, Kakashi, and I bet she'll start looking for a partner. Kakashi didn't say anything. I know she'll want someone like that in her life. She's loved Sasuke ever since she was, 12? And, from what I hear, she's losing memories quick. She'll want to fill in the hole. Well then let's hope she'll find someone. Obito glared. Is that all you can say? What about you? Why don't you try being that someone? The Uchiha didn't care if his teammate wasn't listening at this point. There might even be the slightest chance that she likes you back. Don't you think it's worth a try for FS sake? Not wanting to hear any further, the Hataki flashed away. The purple-haired girl. Naruto felt that she was very familiar, which should mean that they had met a number of times in the future. Maybe a short-term sensei? Purple, spiky hair tied up at the back. Who was it? Naruto let a small frown mar her face as she hopped from branch to branch at a rapidly high speed. She couldn't waste time on finding this one person, and yet it tugged at the back of her mind. But she cursed under her breath, knowing that she wasn't going to find her so easily. Drawing her fingers together, she called out loud. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 10 clones puffed into existence, before going off in different directions without a single word. After hours of endless searching until she finally decided to use Sage Mode, one of her clones had found their target. The memories the clone had brought showed her where she needed to go, but the clone wasn't close enough to see the face. But now she was. It slapped her hard when she realized just who it was. Of course, there was only one person she knew with such a hairstyle and color. Mitarashi Anko. The Chunin proctor for the survival exams, who had been so bloodthirsty. But the woman was also one of the few who understood her. One of the few who knew the pain and loneliness of isolation from their own home. Plus, she needed to prevent Anko from receiving the curse seal. There wasn't a mark on her throat when she managed to get a peek. What are you doing here? Naruto brought her eyes from the girl's neck to the light brown eyes glinting dangerously at her. Oh, just curious. Since you weren't part of the team, like Obito, Ren and I. It was obvious Anko doubted her, judging by the skeptic glare. Coming all this way to find me? I find that hard to believe. Or are you just stupid? Females are meant to be curious creatures. Curious, eh? I admit, you're strong, but if you're this dumb, I don't think that accounts for it. Naruto frowned. It's been a while since someone's tried to insult me before. You're Mitarashi Anko, right? Yeah, so what? Wanna fight? Anko sneered. I don't have a scroll on me. I wasn't here for a scroll, but it would have been nice if you had one. Just wanted to see how strong you are. It wasn't technically a lie, since she really wanted to see how much skills the future woman had now. Orochimaru's pupil, correct? Stalker much? But yeah, I'm his student. Got a problem? It was clear that Anko's getting irritated with the questions. No problems. Just wanted to make sure. Naruto brought her index finger to her chin, as if contemplating a thought. But now that I've talked to you, I think I want to get to know you better. Friends. She knew Anko was startled at her words, and the suspicious tone in the purple-headed kunoichi was expected. Don't make me laugh. Friends? I'd rather drop dead. Then why don't you? If you can't do that, then be friends with me. Naruto smirked. She was about to say more before flickering her eyes to the left. She threw a kunai to the leaves of the tree that hid the ninja. Quit hiding. It's annoying me. Well, isn't this a cruddy time for her to return back to normal? She didn't show the small exhaustion she felt as an aftereffect of the sage mode. It would wear off soon anyways. It was a Jonin she has never seen before, but he looked vaguely familiar. She must have seen him around the streets or something. She turned to see Anko raise a brow at him. Genma? What are you doing here? The sinbon between his teeth stayed as he spoke. I'm not a Jounin, but I'm still close to one. Elite Jounin, remember? Naruto blinked. She scanned the boy's appearance, before coming to a conclusion that he was the same age as her. He had brown hair, that was covered with a bandana that served as a Hittite. Just where has she seen him before? He noticed her staring and bowed his head. Shiranui Genma. You. Namikaze Naruto. She finally managed to stop her habit of using her other surname. He nodded in acknowledgement, before frowning as he rubbed the back of his neck. Well, 2 against 1 isn't really fair. Anko scoffed. Since when was life fair? And who said I was teaming with her? Naruto rolled her eyes. If life's unfair for everyone, then doesn't that make it fair? You don't have to team with me if you don't want to, but I want to scroll. I'm sure you do too. You got someone you want to prove to, don't you? Naruto crossed the 2 fingers of both her hands together. Bunshin. Genma whistled. You sure have a lot of chakra to summon that many. 5 clones were by her side, as Naruto pet her head to the side and smirked. That many? You haven't even seen a cent of it, honey. Anko frowned, before bringing an arm up. As much as I hate to admit it, you're right. I'll work with you. But who'll get the scroll? How about we fight him first and then talk? Just who is that guy? Naruto asked incredulously, furiously blocking the flurry of needles with her kunai. She caught the senbons and put them in her own pouch, much to Genma's annoyance. Anko replied for her, evading the medical weapons. Shiranui Genma, Tokubetsu Jounin. Age is 14, soon 15. Future candidate for Hokage's personal guards. Now that the blonde thought about it, she might have seen him in the future a couple of times, but not as much as to be able to remember him clearly. Wasn't he also a proctor in the Chunin exams? I very vaguely remember seeing him in the 4th war. Her eyebrows knit together as she tried to think harder, whilst evading the numerous amounts of senbons. Didn't he run out of stock yet? She scowled when he got out a scroll from one of the pockets in his green Konoha vest. That explains it, she thought, her scowl deepening when he had popped the batch of needles to existence. As if she'll let him have his way. Futon, Repushu. The big gale of wind caused Genma's use of the needles to backfire, and it made its way to the bandana boy. Genma cursed as he jumped out of the way from the senbons, but was knocked a few feet off the ground. Judging by the elite Jounin's performance, Naruto guessed that he was low on chakra now. Anko seems to notice as well, grinning madly as she boasted, had enough. The blonde rolled her eyes, as she was the one who did most of the work after all. Genma sighed. Yeah. He nodded once to Naruto, much to Anko's frustration, and body flickered away. The Jinchuriki turned to her new comrade when Anko's words were now pointedly directed at her. You were skilled in fighting, I guess. Well, that was as close as Anko could get in trying to be friends, Naruto figured dryly. In the end, Naruto and Anko decided to work together, Anko claiming that she only joined her because she wouldn't quit bugging her if she didn't. And since it was getting dark, the two decided to go back to Naruto's camp. Naruto was already poking her head inside the ribs before she remembered that Anko can't get in. Once she got that sorted, the blonde formed 2 clones and pointed to one of them, "You go get firewood, while you," this time pointed to the other, "hunt for food." Once the 2 clones left, Naruto sat in front of Anko, face completely serious and the shadows made by the bones above given it more effect. It was becoming quite a habit to get out of her clumsy, obviously too cheery appearance. "I believe we should plan the next 8 days a little something like this." She listed the schedule she thought was best. Starting tomorrow they will try getting scrolls for themselves. Once they had achieved 2, they would continue to get extras in case. The following days afterwards would be relaxing, but also staying on guard. Naruto was confident that the both of them would win. "I see, so that's what she was planning." Jiraiya smirked. "You sure you don't want her to stay?" The blonde man blinked in surprise, before shaking his head lightly. "Well, I do, but I know that she'll be safe under your care anyways. I just don't see how she claims to not have mastered the seals yet. I've seen her performance with them, and I'd say that she might be getting close to my skills." He frowned, but still a little far from Kushina's though. Jiraiya sighed, rolling his eyes at the memory of the girl. Probably just using it as an excuse. "Girls, ladies, women of all ages can't stand apart from me after all," he said with a cheeky grin, before it dwindled to a calmer one. "Or, she might just be trying to review everything so she doesn't forget them. From what I hear, her memories are clearing away at a rapid speed." Minato raised a brow. "But didn't she seal her memories so that she could access them and remember them again?" "Yes, but she isn't sure how long those would last either. She thinks that if she uses them too much the seal keeping them shut will weaken." Nodding in understanding, Minato sighed. It made sense. Not all seals were permanent, and the ones that were usually cost a great load of chakra. Even life force. Speaking of which, does Naruto know if she's going to have to get back to her own time PRD? Minato didn't need to keep his voice down. This was his house, after all. She highly doubts it. Jiraiya furrowed his brows in thought. She thinks she might have to kill herself to get back, if she can, to her own time, or that she'll disappear once the brat's born. Kurama doesn't think the latter's likely though, so we probably won't have to worry much. Minato let out a shuddering breath. If we don't manage to stop Tobi's attack, does she plan on sealing the 9 tails into herself? I know she is aware that she can survive the sealing. I don't doubt her, nor do I doubt Kurama has much if any ill intent anymore. But the Kurama in Kushina doesn't know that. Jiraiya contemplated Minato's words. I believe that she would choose that idea. I think both QBs will fuse together, and it's up to them to see who overpowers who. If that was all true, then just which one would win? Yin or yang? Sleep, Anko. The girl froze. Naruto knew she was faking her sleep. I won't do anything bad. I won't leave or betray you intentionally. You're a Konoha shinobi, and I am too. We're comrades, got it? Somehow, just somehow Naruto knew about her insecurities. Anko was absolutely sure that her attitude didn't betray her fear of being left behind. She was sure no one had seen through the facade. She had been so sure, because that very facade was starting to seem like it was her. As if sensing her thoughts, Naruto explained, I've met many people and lived in isolation for quite some time to recognize certain things quickly. And I also am the type of person who would never, ever betray their friends. I see you as one, so I'll treat you like it. You aren't alone, Anko. There are many people around you. She smiled a smile that was hinted with a flicker of sadness. You just need to open your eyes. Well now, I don't mean that literally, since you really need to sleep. Don't worry about the shifts and my clones would take care of that. In what seemed to be like a very long time since, Anko slept through the night, feeling safe. Much to their surprise, Anko and Naruto had gotten along pretty well. They had gotten a scroll for themselves in one day, but were tired and very worn out by sunset. That didn't stop the grin from staying on the blonde's face, though, and neither did it stop Anko's. Arriving at the camp, Naruto collapsed onto the grass and let out a breath of satisfaction. We did awesome. Anko nodded, a smirk ever so present on her face. Though they haven't gone all out, I'm sure we have pushed their limit far enough. Yawning, she joined the blonde and lay down on the ground. I guess we were awesome for Chunins. Soon to be Jounins. Naruto corrected happily, though her words were slightly slurred from exhaustion. Well, for tomorrow I think we should take it easy. I'm sure my muscles are going to ache. Anko grunted in agreement. The purple-haired girl grinned maniacally as she continued speeding towards the camp, not bothering to check how close the enemies were chasing her. Heck, she didn't even know who they were, or even what they looked like. Naruto would probably be said, but Anko knew that even she was itching for a fight. Naruto knew what her partner had done even before she had a chance to explain. Sighing, she surveyed the woods, trying to make out any signs of the Jounins. How many? Can't you sense them? Geez, there's only 2. Not too much to worry about. Anko patted her shoulder off of dust. I don't know who they are though. Naruto saw a flash of vibrant green and blanched immediately, causing the nonchalant girl to raise a brow. Turning, she had paled as well, and cursed at her stupidity. Good morning, my beautiful, lovely maidens. Naruto had trouble suppressing a groan, but didn't bother to cover her cringe. Her small movement had gained Guy's undivided attention. Why, aren't you the beautiful young lady of youth? His grin sparkled. Remember me? I'm Mato Guy. I remember. And you know that young and youth means the same thing, right? Naruto wondered why she still wasn't used to his sparkling teeth. Was it the memory problems? Another complaint to the creator of the jutsu, then. Hold on a minute. Anko had said that 2 people were following her, didn't she? The only person Naruto could think of who would be with Guy was... Damn it. Naruto didn't even try to confirm her thoughts, knowing that the silver-haired ninja was on his way. Anko, of all people, why them? They were the ones who decided to follow me. Blame them for being idiots. Naruto growled but didn't say any further. Her brows furrowed as she mulled over their chances. They have a high chance of losing. Guy and Kakashi, no matter how young they are right now, they still are strong. Guys, like Lee's, taijutsu is monstrous. Topping that with Kakashi's jutsus and now Sharingan, Naruto wasn't going to use Kyuubi's chakra. It would raise too many questions if the wrong person saw it, and she was sure even Guy was smart enough to realize what it was. But they can't escape. Naruto wouldn't leave Anko behind. That would go against everything she said, and she wasn't that type of person. Plus, Guy wouldn't allow them to go. And Kakashi had already arrived anyways. He looked shocked to see that Naruto was working with Anko of all people, if the slightly wide eye and his rigid form was any indication. Naruto glared at Anko. Nice going. Hey, blame them for following me. I said that not even a minute ago, didn't I? Anko snapped. What's your problem anyways? Guy, I understand, but Kakashi? Wasn't he your teammate? They're strong, Anko. Kakashi sighed as he cut in. I'm happy you think so highly of us, Naruto. Well, we only followed Anko to try and get her out of the exams, since that's half our job. Rubbing the back of the neck, he flicked his eyes to both girls. But then the both of you are a handful. Naruto's hand lingered near her weapon pouch, which the Hatake didn't miss. His eye watched her slowly crouch and spread her feet farther apart, before it rose to her face when she spoke. I don't think you'll let us go though, will you? Naruto shifted closer to Anko, and lowered her voice so that Guy and Kakashi couldn't hear her words. I need you to fight Guy, and make sure that he won't get to my clone. Anko snapped her head to the blonde, eyes wide in disbelief. Clone? What do you want me guarding a stupid clone for? And Guy, are you nuts? Just trust me on this. I need to buy time for my shadow clone, and it would probably take about a minute. Fine. Naruto looked back at Kakashi, locking her eyes with his as she drew her hands together in a seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A clone had popped into existence and was behind Anko, getting down into meditating. Anko mumbled out something incoherent in annoyance as she began her fight with Guy. Kakashi didn't shift from his spot, waiting on Naruto to make the first move. Naruto sighed. If you think I'm avoiding you because of how you look, I'm over that already. You look slightly different, and I won't remember how you looked like then anyways. It was true, Kakashi still had silver escaping from his Hitayate, and his clothes were different. His height was a major difference as well, and he was nearly as short as she, much to her pleasure. He merely raised a brow, before glancing at Naruto's copy. I'm guessing you're using that to match Guy? I'm not sure how much you have improved on Sage Mode, but I know you won't be able to win even with that. I won't know until I try, right? Besides, I've wanted to try it out against him for a while. I want to see how much I have improved with Ero Sennin's training. Are you going to talk all day or what? Fight, damn it. Naruto rolled her eyes at Anko's shout, but charged for her teammate. Kakashi turned rigid, waiting for her attack. They traded punches and kicks, limbs blurred by the speed. He couldn't help but let a smile creep up his face, and he was grateful for the mask. It felt as if they haven't fought for a long time. Naruto managed to hit his stomach with her left fist, and while he doubled over she twisted and kicked him hard. Kakashi was thrown far, until he got hold of the ground with his hand. Wiping the soil off with his shirt, he looked up only to barely jump away from a chakra-enhanced fist. Naruto didn't pay any heed to the impact she made on the ground, shaking her hand lightly. From the corner of her eyes, she could see Anko having a hard time keeping up with Guy's speed. She had to hurry. Just as she was about to check on her clone, however, Kakashi had reached her. Raising her arms as a shield, she cringed when his elbow jabbed hard. She can clearly see that he intended to return her blows fully. Her right arm was too numb from the hit, so she let it dangle while she got a kunai with her left. Cursing, she twisted her foot into the ground and dashed towards Kakashi. The silver-haired ninja avoided the blade by leaning back, as he got out his new katana. Blade met blade, as a clang sounded. Naruto flicked her eyes to the bunshin, and then back at Kakashi's single eye. 10 more seconds. The Hatake pushed his sword harder, forcing the blonde to jump back. Naruto frowned, as she concentrated wind chakra to her hands. Swiping her arms down, multiple wind blades flew to him. Kakashi cursed as he dodged away, and brought his hand up to his hit. Naruto widened her eyes, as he uncovered his left eye. You have enough chakra to use it? Kakashi nodded, smirking slightly under his mask. Yeah, though I can't use it for long. Without wasting any more time, he charged. His speed doubled, and Naruto had a hard time keeping up with his movements. Seriously, how long does 10 seconds take? Naruto was sent hurling to a tree, and the breath was taken away from her lungs when her back hit the bark. Kakashi was in front of her in a split second, but it was already too late. Eyes wide, he whipped his head to where the clone was supposed to be, before looking back at Honey Eyes. He didn't have a chance to block when she punched his cheek. You better be grateful I didn't add much nature energy to that. Anko cursed as she was knocked to the ground yet again, as the green-clad boy got his ninja wires out. No way was she going to get caught. Snakes slid down her arms, stopping Guy from getting any closer. That's right. Stay away or else. You're low on chakra. Using any more by controlling them would be dangerous. Anko. Said girl's eyes followed the flash of orange as it collided with Guy, and her eyes widened when she realized that it was Naruto. She could only watch in shock as Guy barely jumped away from the punch. Her mouth was left hanging open when the force of Naruto's fist caused a large crater to form on the ground. And Naruto. The Namikaze cursed as she pulled her arm out of the soil. Yeah. Once her hand was free, she grinned at her partner. Sorry I'm late. Once she was out of her stupor, Anko glared. Late? You took 2 minutes. Double the time you said you needed. Not my fault. Besides, you're fine now, right? Yeah, except for the fact that I'm low on chakra. Whose fault was it again? I'm pretty sure I wasn't the one who lured them here. Guy coughed into his hand, getting the attention of both females. We're in the middle of a fight, and I don't want to take advantage of your distractions ungracefully, so I would very much like it if you would. Yeah, I get it. Naruto crouched before stomping her foot on the ground. Guy readied himself, as Naruto formed the sheep seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clone stood next to Anko, serving as a guard, much to her annoyance. She didn't say anything, however, and got up on her feet. Well, I guess I could work with you. You don't have. I have enough to give that guy a scratch. which should count as something, shouldn't it? Now shut up and let's beat Kakashi. Naruto furrowed her brows when she took in the situation. She herself was fine, though her sage mode was reaching its limit. Guy merely looked a bit tired, and Kakashi seemed to be able to continue for a while. Anko, however, seemed to have used her chakra too much. Things weren't looking so well. She could try getting help from others by going to them, but all of the Chunins were too far away, and the only one nearby was the Umbu Watcher. Looking back, she realized that they were very close to the barrier. If they can get in fast enough and prepare a jutsu, then they might be able to wear the two Jounins out. One problem with that, though, was that she'd need to deactivate the barrier to get Anko in. Guy and Kakashi were fast, a lot faster than Anko was. Naruto was well known for her unpredictability, though, and she intended to use that. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two clones appeared and were by Anko's side. Naruto placed her hand on the curved wall as she used the other to concentrate her chakra. The layer rippled and colored starting from around Naruto's hand, turning into a bubblegum pink. Once the whole barrier changed, the area around Naruto's hand formed an opening. Naruto looked back at her clones, both holding on Anko's arms. Now! What? The purple-haired Kunoichi could do nothing but scream as she was being thrown into the hole. Twisting so that she didn't land on her face, she faced the sky and clenched her fists tightly to her chest. She was going to skin Naruto alive for this. She let out a loud yelp as her rear hit the grass, which didn't cushion the fall in the least. Rubbing it, she tried to give Naruto her most hate-filled glare. The blonde wasn't looking, however, as she got inside as well. The barrier closed just as Kakashi was about to follow her. Cursing, he jumped back. Guy, we should leave. We wouldn't be able to get inside it without them trying to kill us, anyways. Naruto grinned in victory, ignoring the suffocating killing intent behind her. Obito cursed when he saw how dark the sky had turned, and quickened his pace. Pushing force into the branches to go further, he blinked when he saw light in the corner of his eyes. He stopped, took off his goggles, and his eyes squinted as the Uchiha tried to get a closer look. The tree's leaves were obscuring it, but he could see that the light was from a pile of bones, and around it was flat land. Jumping towards it, he hid behind the tree bark, and widened his eyes at what he saw. Wait, isn't that Naruto? Looking at the other person next to his teammate, his eyes expanded even more. No way. Naruto and Anko? What was the world coming to? As the fire flickered and the meat cooked, Naruto couldn't help but glance wearily at the gaps between the ribcage. Anko caught this and sighed. Just what's bothering you? You've been like that for a while now. Naruto blinked and turned to her. She furrowed her brows as she thought, before deciding to tell the girl. Keeping her voice low, she kept her eyes on the fire. I don't know. I just feel like something bad's gonna happen. Well, we're in an exam, so there's a possibility that we will fail. That's bad, right? Naruto shook her head as she looked up at Anko's eyes. Not that. It's different, somehow. The first 2 days I didn't feel it, but starting from the day before yesterday. The past 4 days were just getting to you. Probably fighting with Kakashi and Guy got you paranoid too. We have 5 more to go, so quit thinking about it. It's probably just your imagination. Naruto frowned and chewed on her bottom lip. That may be true, but my old sensei once said that ninjas have to be on alert if they think something's wrong. Shaking her head as if to clear her thoughts, she feigned a smile. I'm just overthinking things, I guess. Anko raised a brow. Old sensei? Speaking of which, where were you before coming to Konoha? Naruto spoke as if reciting something from a book. I lived in a small house at a forest, but it was torn down by ninjas. They thought we were their enemies since we were very close by Kusagakure, and they killed my teacher. I had barely escaped, and that was when Ren and Obito found me. She had rehearsed this with the Hokage, should someone ask about her history. If they hadn't, I probably would have died from my wounds. Anko's face was solemn as she tried to apologize. Naruto stopped her though, when she noticed a figure coming towards them. Isn't that Obito? Hey guys. He waved frantically. How you doin'? Anko rolled her eyes. Great. Another idiot. Naruto and Obito in unison glared at her. Hey. Shrugging, the purple-haired girl answered, "It's true." Naruto scoffed before turning back to the Uchiha. "What are you doing here? It's getting dark, shouldn't you go back to your own camp?" "Well, I was on my way, but then I saw your fire." He scratched the back of his head as he grinned. "But who would have thought you two would pair up?" Anko smirked. "Aren't we an interesting pair?" Jabbing a thumb at Naruto's direction, she spoke lightly. "I guess she's all right. Hey, for your information, I'm awesome." The blonde grinned as she turned to Obito. "So did you get a scroll?" "Yeah, but I got a stupid cut for it. It's healed now though, so no biggie." Anko rolled her eyes. "We got it super easily." Naruto poked her ribs. "No we didn't, you liar. We were helliva exhausted." Raising a brow, Obito looked between the two. "I see you're both getting along fine. But then again, your attitudes are similar." Anko grinned cheekily as she replied. "Yeah, well Naruto's a lot more like you, Obito. Perfect match, I'll say." "Nah, she's Kakashi's girl." At this, Naruto was beet red. "Obito!" She whined, knowing that Anko would never let this down. "For crying out loud, I am no one's girl. Not Obito's and I'm not Kakashi's, got it?" Judging by the glint in Anko's eyes, Naruto knew that her words had no effect. A man held the umbu by the throat and squeezed tighter. Once the umbu's pulse had ceased, he used the same hand to take off the mask and place it on his own face. The man looked towards the bone cave and set his eyes at the blonde girl. He untied the hitate around his neck before stuffing it inside his pocket. The Kumogakure emblem reflected the moonlight before it was hidden under the man's black cloth. "So Obito decided to join us after all." Naruto mentally rolled her eyes, too tired to reopen them. The early chirpings of the crickets filled the silence, as well as the wind brushing the trees. The sounds soothed her as she relaxed into her sleeping bag. Judging by the different snores, one quite loud and the other soft, it was clear that Obito and Anko were sleeping like logs. Though, Naruto thought with a small smile, Obito muttered from his dreams, mumbling things that sounded like Kakashi and I won. Right as she was about to go to dreamland as well, she jerked up as alarms sounded in her head. Jumping out of her sheets, Naruto whirled around to see a masked umbu at the mouth of the skull. She relaxed slightly but still kept up her guard. "What are you doing here? Umbu aren't allowed to participate in the exams, are they?" Something about this guy didn't sit well with her. The mask, she noticed, was shaped like a bird. Nothing unusual there. Frowning when he didn't answer, Naruto spoke again. "Is it a notice from the Hokage?" All that came out of the man was silence, until he disappeared. Naruto widened her eyes when a gloved hand covered her mouth. "Shunshin." "But why?" Her eyes drooped before all she could see was black. When she regained consciousness, Naruto realized that it must have not been very long since she was knocked out. When her vision turned clearer, she realized that they were currently in the forest surrounding Konoha. She could see the walls through the gaps between leaves from various trees. "Good, you're awake." Turning her head up sharply at the man carrying her, she glared, seeing as that was all she could do with her mouth taped shut and hands bound together. She would have kicked him, too, but she was strapped to the tree and he was just out of her reach. The man turned to his other comrade. The woman's dark hair was tied up, and Naruto couldn't tell if it was black or brown. "We should hurry. Someone might notice that she's gone." The woman's whole body was covered in black clothing and she wore a mask. She didn't change the direction her face was towards, which was on Naruto. Her voice was quite low. "I doubt that. The genjutsu would surely last until tomorrow morning at least. Till then we have a lot of time. Besides," finally she turned her head towards the man, "the two kids she was with would merely think that she left them." Naruto widened her eyes as the moonlight revealed the symbol on the mask's forehead. Kumogakure. The haze that had slightly clouded her senses was gone now, replaced by realization. They were here for the Yellow Flash's sister. Of course. Kumo planned to get a higher advantage over Konoha and Iwa. But, Naruto thought with an inward smirk, they had clearly underestimated how much she valued bonds. She had gotten that through to Anko pretty well, and Obito had learned about it long before. However, they wouldn't find out that she's missing in time. They would think she just went out to hunt early in the morning. The higher-ups will know that an intruder had entered the Konoha walls, but they wouldn't know what the enemy was after. The man spoke back to the woman, "Fine, but we have a long way to go. Make sure the girl stays quiet." Her arms itched from the tight ropes and her hair brushing against it. When she was bound free, she needed to slap herself at her stupidity. Of course, Kakashi. His hounds would know her scent, especially Pakin. She has hugged the puppy numerous times for him to recognize her. Another major bonus was that her hair was blonde, and nearly impossible to see. Plucking at her hair, she dropped the strands on the soil. The scent might become very faint by tomorrow, but it was worth a shot. This was her only chance if she couldn't get out on her own, which was highly likely. She just hoped it would work. Once the ropes tied around her was released, she stood as commanded and let herself be pulled by the Kumo ninja. The trail of blonde hair was left on the ground and followed all the way to the lightning country. Obito ummed as he was roughly shaken awake. Trying to slap away the hand, he glared sleepily at Anko before sitting straight up at her distressed face. "What is it?" His voice was slurred, but the way he spoke was obviously serious. The crease between her purple brows increased as she all but yelled out, "Naruto's gone." He would have sighed in relief, but when he turned to Naruto's blanket left messily on the sleeping bag, he panicked. Naruto would have tidied it up as a message saying that she left on her own accord. It was something she never missed on missions. Checking for any written letters left behind, he realized that there was none and whirled towards Anko. Muttering strings of curses, he hurriedly packed his bag. "Come on, we're going to find the other Jounins." He just hoped that it was all just paranoia. Kakashi frowned worriedly, along with Guy, Genma, and a few other Jounins. A sudden intruder, and Naruto missing? He turned to the small crowd of ninjas, before turning to Obito and Anko. "You sure you have checked around for her?" Anko glared. "Of course I'm sure. I used the best of my snakes to try and find her. She's gone, Kakashi." Her hands turned to fists, knuckles white. "She even left her things behind." "Fine, but I'll need to see the place you three were staying." Turning to the others of his rank, he tried to keep his voice calm. "One of you, go alert the Hokage about this. Guy, go to Minato-sensei and inform him about Naruto. The rest should stay and keep the exams going." It was Genma who popped away to the Hokage tower. Guy didn't say anything, face hard as he nodded once and disappeared. Kakashi's eye was sharp, unlike the way it usually drooped lazily. He turned to Obito, "Go find Rin, and bring her with you to where you last saw Naruto." Without a word, the Uchiha complied. Kakashi's visible brow twitched in annoyance when Anko fretted over the barrier. "You forgot to take out the seal?" Sighing, he shifted his hands in a sequence of seals. Kuchios no jutsu. Pakin noticed the difference in his master's usually calm expression. "You called, boss?" "Pakin, I need you to help me find clues on Naruto. The rest, I need you to dig a hole on the ground to get inside." Kakashi indicated by pointing at the bone cave, and the dogs immediately got down to it. Turning to the pug, his voice had a hint of anxiousness. "Do you smell anything foreign?" Pakin immediately pressed his nose against the grass, before leading towards the trees. Kakashi followed, before he finally saw what was on the branch of the tree the dog had stopped at. The enemy was strong enough to kill an umbu? Sure looks like it. There's only one scent around other than this guy. Kakashi's face was solemn when he studied the dead body. The mask was gone, allowing him to see the face. But he didn't look, only saw the neck that had bruises. "Kakashi!" He turned his head towards the cave, before jumping down, Pakin attached on his shoulder. He jogged towards the pile of large bones and noticed the hole. The bunch of pups had clearly gotten a little excited at being called up. Pakin landed on the grass and immediately followed his nose. It's the same scent of the guy from earlier. It stops here though, and Naruto's does too. Kakashi inwardly groaned. He cursed the body flicker technique and its maker. "Anko, I'll inform the Hokage about this, but you stay here and send a snake summon if you find anything." Anko was about to protest, but he disappeared before she could even utter a syllable. "That Demon Hataki." The Hokage spoke, voice low. Kakashi, I believe that your dogs are very intelligent and skilled trackers. I need you to search outside Konoha. He rested his chin on his hands. It seems like the enemy has gotten the guards under a genjutsu. Kakashi nodded as Minato frowned worriedly. This reminds me a lot of the time Kushina got kidnapped. He tightened his fists. After the Hokage had said a few more things, Kakashi's and some of the Inuzuka's dogs were pushing to their limits with their noses. They didn't miss an inch of grass, and, after a full hour of endless searching, Pakken, as expected, found a trail. Minato grinned when he noticed the pile of hair by a tree and the route left behind. Kushina's girl, for it. This time, though, Minato turned to Kakashi with soft eyes, the silver-haired boy not noticing in his haste, it's Kakashi instead of me. He watched the pure determination on the Hitachi's face. Ruffling up the tuft of fur on Pakken's head, Kakashi followed the path of golden strands with his eyes. Even the most observant shinobi would have missed it. This direction, he frowned, isn't it towards rain and cloud country? Minato-sensei. Kakashi. Both had turned to see Obito and Rin running frantically to them. Minato nodded before taking the role as Jonin-sensei. Come on, team, we're going to find Naruto. The voice of the Hokage rang in Kakashi's head. Namikaze Minato, Hataki Kakashi, when you've recruited enough, you are to go on an A-rank mission. You must get Namikaze Naruto back and all of you are to return to Konoha at all costs. With a picture of the blonde girl smiling engraved in his mind, Kakashi fixed his eyes ahead. You better be safe. Naruto's hands and wrists ached from twisting upwards so much. Her legs and feet throbbed as her head pounded with exhaustion, which was also dragging her eyelids down. Exactly how many hours have they traveled for? The sun was starting to set, telling her that she just walked, ran, and had been dragged for more than a whole day. Knowing that Naruto was too tired to try anything, the captors released her hands and gave her food and water. The blonde can't help but feel as if she was treated as a SLV. But, she smirked, they had sorely underestimated her. Now that they were allowed to settle down, she merely sat and froze, making the man think she had given up. The woman, whose alias was what Naruto learned as Maki, had gone off somewhere and left him to stay and watch. Naruto kept her eyes closed as she gathered nature energy. Not much endurance you have there, girl. Well, whatever. Saves the trouble for us, I guess. She didn't say a word. You listening to me? The man was short on patience, something Naruto had long before figured out. I said it. Naruto opened her now honey eyes, orange tinting around them. I heard. What's? Her speed had him startled, making it easy for her to knock him out. Underestimation is a bad thing. I hope you learn. She attached his weapon pouch to her leg, having left hers back at the camp, and finally turned to Maki, who was frozen in shock. Once the masked female was out of her stupor, her hand lingered around her leg, close to where her kunai and shuriken were. It surely is. Tell me, if you had such power, why not use it earlier? I want to see the wreckage. The look on the woman's face must have been an expression of incredulity, judging by her choice of words. Are you trying to kill yourself? She shook her head. Even if you were serious, why knock out Tetsuo? He wouldn't stop talking. But, even so, the wreckage? What do you need to talk about with him? Simple. Peace. Peace? Konoha and Kumo? Mitsuki chuckled darkly. Ever heard of the Gold and Silver Brothers? Naruto nodded, much to her surprise. I know about them. During the First Great Shinobi War, they tried a coup d'état against the peace treaty between Konoha and Kumo. Correct. The same thing would happen again if you, a measly 12-year-old girl, somehow managed to convince the wreckage. I don't know just how strong and full of yourself you are, but even you should know that. Naruto scoffed. Strong? Full of myself? Please. I don't want to fight him, nor do I want to put Konoha at risk by following something I believe in. I value my village too much to lose it. No, I want to try and talk even with him. Now, the woman seemed amused. I'm not going to change your mind, am I? Don't say I didn't warn you. Still, by something you believe in, just how large scale is the peace you're looking for? Naruto's eyes glazed over slightly, her voice almost dreamy. Peace, as in a shinobi-free world. So long as there's a ninja system, there would always be a monster called hatred. That, she brought her blue eyes up to Maki, is something I learned long ago. The woman seemed to smile behind the mask as she said her words. You're pretty mature for someone your age, yet childish at the same time. She quoted Naruto's words, as if trying to taste it on her tongue. So long as there's a ninja system, there would always be a monster called hatred. Wise words for a kid like you. Something I learned from my brother. Namikaze Minato, was it? I admire him and think he's a great shinobi. Many from Kumo think the same, though we never utter it out loud. But here I am, speaking without a care in the world. Maki looked up at the stars. Funny. Naruto watched the sky as well. Well, regardless of what you think, I want to see your Kage. You sure are a weird kid, you know that? So I've been told. Naruto mentally rolled her eyes at the dark chuckle that rang inside her head. Shut it, furball. Minato looked back, to see the rest of the team lagging back, except for the silver-haired Jonin. Kakashi will stop here. Kakashi would have protested, but stopped when he saw Ren and Obito let out a sigh of relief. He gripped his hands, before nodding. Don't worry about it. She would be fine, since it's Naruto we're talking about here. She's strong enough to hold on her own. Besides, the people holding her captive would most likely be stopping now. Obito grinned lightly, trying to lighten up the mood. I'm sure that by the time we see her, she'll be bald. Rin whacked his arm playfully. Make sure you keep that mouth of yours shut if she is. Kakashi rolled his eyes, but was grateful. He dismissed the pups, and groaned at the slight chakra drain. He looked longingly at the direction they were supposed to be heading, before shaking his head. They'll have to wait. Minato smiled sadly at him, before it faded when he watched the sky turn into a dark hue. He hoped his daughter was doing fine. Naruto's brows twitched in annoyance when the man's voice slurred over. Maki! The blonde glared. You're finally awake. Can we please get a FING move on? I really feel like having a shower, and I'm pretty sure Kumo has one. The man was on his feet immediately. You little... Stop it, Tetsuo Naruto. We have little to no time to stay and chat. I'm sure some retrieval team's on our tail by now. Maki seemed to have raised a brow as she looked down at Naruto. I wonder how they found out, though. Shrugging, Naruto merely replied, they have great trackers. Whatever, let's go. The man, Tetsuo, eyed the two suspiciously. Just how were they so friendly? So he asked, only to be answered with silence. Scowling now, he turned to Maki, who pointedly ignored him by walking a pace further. What the hell? You better start talking or I'm... Naruto rose a brow as she smirked. You're gonna do what? Throw a tantrum? You brat. Me? A brat? Let's see. A brat's supposed to be loud, annoying, impatient, easy to anger and basically childish. Naruto marked them off with her fingers, before looking up at Tetsuo. I don't act that way now, do I? You on the other hand? Maki smiled under her mask in amusement at the two. You two are unbelievable. Now let's go. We've all rested and have wasted quite some time. Itachi was currently frowning, wondering just why Obito had rushed to get supplies. Wasn't he supposed to be at the exams? Turning to his mother, he noticed her worried expression. I'm back. The gruff voice of his father sounded as the door slid shut. Itachi and his mother rushed to the main hall, as they welcomed him back. The boy immediately noticed the difference in his father's usually calm appearance. There was slightly fatigue and anxiousness. Mikoto noticed it too, and questioned him about it. He shook his head lightly, before mulling over whether or not he should tell them. Deciding that they would find out anyway, he explained. There had been an intruder, and it seems like the person had taken Naruto. The woman gasped, horror marring her face. Naruto? Oh gosh, if Kushina got word of this? Itachi was frozen in his spot. Taken? He knew what that meant. Kidnapped. This tightened, as Fugaku continued. Her team is now searching for her. The only thing now that we could do is sit and wait, and if we find anything we are to inform the Hokage. He ruffled his son's hair, a hint of a smile on his face. It's Naruto we're talking about. She'll be fine. Mikoto smiled softly at the scene. Naruto better be alright, for she was the one who had saved their family. Kakashi grinned as he saw the light reflecting from the thin, blonde hair. Naruto never gives up, something he was terribly glad for. His smile dwindled until it was fully gone, replaced by him clenching his jaw determinedly. He was getting her back no matter what. He looked down at Pakken. How far are they? The pup didn't look back. Very. They had nearly the whole night to travel before we were on their trail after all. Oi, Kakashi, quit asking that every 5 minutes will ya? Your girlfriend would be fine, if we keep hoping she is. Don't underestimate her for crying out loud. Obito shouted out rather loudly, but it had gotten the Jonin to calm down somewhat. Minato frowned. It seems like they are heading for lighting country. From what I could tell, we just passed rain. Rin nodded as she took in her surroundings better. Seems like it. So they're Kumo ninjas? Most likely. It would probably take us a full week to get there if we continue this pace. Kakashi answered for her. But now that I think about it, they wouldn't dare kill her. She has too much valuable information to lose, and they don't know just how far her skills go. Plus, she's the sister of the infamous Yellow Flash. Obito grinned, and another plus, Hatake Kakashi would not allow it, correct? His visible eye flashed as Kakashi lifted his mask higher. Of course. Naruto looked up at the tall gates and concluded that the concrete walls were probably a few meters taller than Konoha's. She'll have to report that to the Hokage when she gets back. You've reported your successful mission, and you may leave. You should have no business with me unless you want a new mission. The Raikage raised a thick brow as he looked down on the two Kumo ninjas. Tetsuo twitched before leaning over to Maki. Yeah, so why are we here? Naruto rolled her eyes at the not-so-subtle ninja and nodded to Maki, who stepped back a little, before looking squarely into the huge man's green, pupilless eyes. Actually, I have something I would like to discuss. Tetsuo glared at her and was about to say something before the Raikage had beat him to it. You. Yes, me. I'm, as you have probably already known, Namikaze Naruto. I have something that might be in your interest and can be used as a compensation for this kidnap attempt. Naruto ignored the incredulous look she received from Tetsuo, as she can see it clearly now that his mask was gone. By the way, we know of your other attempt at kidnapping Uzumaki Kushina and have solid proof. Well, she hoped they did but didn't need to know that. What makes you think we'll need to give compensation? I doubt that any Konoha ninja, not even your brother, can get past our walls. Yeah, about that, mind telling me just how tall they are? And if possible, allow me to write it down. Naruto brought her hands up defensively at the glare she received. Okay, never mind then. Maki just barely repressed sighing at the girl. Naruto. She mentally slapped herself. Stop acting stupid and get on with it. Yeah. So I was thinking, and the Hokage was thinking the same too, I just letting you know. Stop rambling, damn it. That Kumo and Konoha should form an alliance. Now how easy was that, HM? Though I admit I could have introduced the idea better. Tetsuo nearly fainted at the girl's bluntness. Weakly, he shouted at the girl, an alliance? Are you mad? Remember the, Yes, I fudging remember the Gold and Silver brothers. Naruto snapped back. The Raikage had honestly felt like he was dealing with kids at the moment. Will you two shut up? The man all but yelled as he slammed his fist on the desk, and luckily, the wooden furniture didn't break. Tetsuo, you may leave. I only need to deal with one brat at the moment. The young man sulked as he went out the door, but not before throwing the blonde a dirty look. Naruto returned it with a not-so-polite hand gesture. The leader sighed. Naruto, was it? Well, whatever. Are you sure about that? Naruto got back to her serious mode. I never joke when it comes to peace, Raikage-sama. And I know what you're thinking. Konoha's surely weak if they desire for peace and hate fighting for power, right? She didn't give a pause for him to answer. Wrong. If you think about it, this war could easily be won over if two shinobi villages join up to fight off the individual villages. So, in fact, Konoha's ways of thinking is strongest, and let's not forget about their strong ninjas. Maki smiled under her mask. while the Raikage stood blinking at the girl's logic. To be able to knock some sense into our power-hungry leader so easily, she shook her head. It's almost as if she had planned the whole thing beforehand. Naruto knew that the friendship and strong bonds type of speech wouldn't go past this man at all. He was all for strength, and not in the soft ways of the will of fire. It wouldn't be very wise to go against this, though, Raikage-sama. And it would be absolutely stupid to try something when you, and I know you will. I accept the deal. What's the deal now? Simple really. Konoha and Kumo have a peace treaty and neither two will go against or backstab each other. Naruto grinned. By the way, Konoha has a really big trump card right now. I can't tell you what. No form of interrogation will work on me either until I have permission to, however, so just keep that in mind. Are you bribing me, kid? Naruto twitched a brow in annoyance. I'm 13, soon 14. I don't think I'm a kid anymore, Raikage-sama. The man snorted, barely repressing an amused smile. Sure you aren't, shorty. Naruto didn't hold back her glare at the nickname, but let it slide. It wasn't the first time she was called that. Anyways, so what do you think? Well, I don't really like being pushed into the corner by a shorty, but it looks like I have no choice. You're not going to let that slide, are you? Naruto questioned in irritation. So I guess we have a deal. Getting out a scroll, Naruto smirked. Maki raised a brow, hidden by the porcelain mask she wore. Are you sure you hadn't expected being hauled to Kumogakure? Naruto blinked at her, before scratching the back of her head with a grin. I am a seal's mistress in training. I need to have something to write some fuinjutsu on, don't I? Sorry, but I'm gonna have to use your desk for a moment. The Raikage nodded, his eyes following her quick writing. Seems skilled too, judging by how fast you are. Tell me, can you do the same technique as the Yellow Flash was famous for? Naruto briefly looked up before going back to her scribbling. Oh, the Hiraition? Not in the same way my brother can, but I guess I could do something similar to it. It's kinda like a last option jutsu for me though. Before the Raikage or Maki could question her on that, however, she shot up and took a look at her work. I guess this is good enough. Naruto all but shoved the scroll to the Raikage and watched silently as he skimmed through it. He nodded in acceptance, a little surprised. Despite your way of talking and attitude, it looks like you can write quite formally. It's kind of shocking. Grinning, she puffed up her chest in pride. I guess I would be quite the Hokage, huh? She then returned her posture back to normal, rubbing the back of her neck. Well, I can only last being uptight and boring for at the most 2 hours. And right now, after 3 to 4 days of no shower and not enough sleep, I'm at my limit. Hee hee. The corners of the Raikage lips twitched, the movement so small that Maki nearly missed it. It went unnoticed by Naruto, however. I see. Then I guess we should hurry. He took the brush from the girl's hands and signed the scroll. Naruto nodded and grinned, more than satisfied at the more than happy ending. Stuffing the wrap of paper in the hidden pocket of her jacket, she turned to the older ninjas. So, I'll be taking this to the Hokage then. To be honest, Naruto hadn't thought of what to do next. She was currently stuck in Kumo, hadn't remembered the way to get back to her village, and knew the two ninjas were silently laughing at her predicament. But it wasn't her fault, really. She hadn't expected the Raikage to be so calm and actually level-headed. The fourth had been so quick to temper and rash after all. Much to her relief, the Raikage had felt that leaving the blonde girl to swarm in a sea of thoughts would fry her brain eventually. Alright, now that that's settled, I guess it's a good idea for you to wait here, since it seems like your retrieval team is going to be here in a few days. Well, we have a spare room for you to use here. Maki, go to the reception center and prepare one. The woman nodded curtly, before popping away. Naruto brought her attention to the windows, a little fascinated by the beauty of the place. She vaguely remembered loving the town back when she was sent to Kumo to control Kurama. This is why I love being the Kage of this village. You get to see it all the way up here in full view. She looked to her upper right at the man, and noticed the way he faintly smiled, eyes full of affection when he gazed down on his people. He was the perfect picture of how a Kage should look. Naruto hid a grin as she stepped forward and looked further downwards, watching the kids run through the streets. Naruto let out a sigh as she flipped onto the bed, feeling very refreshed from the long shower. The bathrooms in the Kage Tower really were gorgeous. She ran her hand through her damp hair and opened her eyes to look at the white ceiling. A thought had appeared at the back of her mind before it slammed forwards, almost making her see it. Her promotion exam was interrupted. She rolled onto her stomach and groaned in her pillow. Damn it. Well, since she was supposedly kidnapped, she had an excuse, right? And she formed the alliance between Kumo and Konoha, so that should count greatly, right? But then again, the whole encounter with the Raikage went a little too smoothly. In all honesty, she was still recovering from how easy it was. Must have been the bonus she mentioned that would result from the treaty. Definitely that, and probably the fact that Konoha would have a grudge against Kumo for the 2 kidnap attempts. The main thing that probably got through to the Raikage was the fact that Konoha had strong ninjas. Namikaze's Minato, the Uchiha and Hyuga, the other prominent clans, and the promising young Jounins. Not to mention that Tsunade, though kind of wary, and Jiraiya had connections with Konoha. Now that she thought of it, the Raikage probably thought that Kumo had profited from the deal the most out of the 2 villages. Well, she thought with an inward shrug, let him think what he wants. She had gotten what she wanted the most though. She was a step closer to getting world peace now. 2 out of 5 nations are now connected through their shinobi villages. Wind, water and earth. The last, Tsuchi, would probably be the most difficult. If she was correct, it was probably the old geezer in charge. But then again, she's way in the past, almost exactly 20 years, really, so he might still be soft enough to see good logic. Oh, how she wished she had Gaara around. She can't do that heart-filled speech when she already knew what would happen. People say practice makes perfect, but it doesn't seem so in her case. Ugh, her head was pounding with all the hard thinking lately. Minato ran a hand through his blonde hair as he sighed at his silver-haired student yet again. Naruto wouldn't appreciate having you worry over her so much. She would think you are underestimating her abilities. Not that I couldn't understand how you feel, but even I know she would hate us if we constantly wallow in thoughts of worst-case scenarios. He ran a hand through his yellow hair as the 2 Jounins sat by the fire. There weren't any ninjas after them, and they were quite far from the villages closest by. The fire crackled and flickered as a small pause of silence went between the 2, both entranced by the flames. It reminded them of a certain girl, and was soothing to their minds. Obito and Rin had slept, both exhausted from their worries over Naruto and the travel in general. They needed their sleep, and when it was time Kakashi and Minato would just call them to take watch. That was the normal routine during their missions. They were to stay awake as guards individually at their own shifts, but Minato had chosen to talk to one of his students. That very student was the most worried out of the 3 teens. Hatake Kakashi. The blonde man offered a small smile. You're a Jounin now, aren't you? You should control yourself, and at these types of times be calm and rational. Naruto would tease you when we find her if she found how badly her kidnap affected you. Kakashi nodded appreciatively, and knew that the already full amount of respect he had for his sensei had somehow managed to grow. The man was truly a shinobi, to be able to stay composed like this despite his daughter being possibly interrogated in the worst. No. He had to get rid of his pessimistic side now. Minato was right. Naruto was strong, and she might even be laughing right now, having tea with the Raikage. So maybe not actually tea, but she was probably having a great time. Naruto was safe, and probably managed to convince the Raikage into grouping with Konoha and have a small happily ever after moment. Quite doubtful, but it was possible. If only he knew how right he was. Naruto was literally on cloud 9. Apparently, the Raikage had told his village, both ninjas and civilians, about the treaty, despite it not fully solid yet since the Hokage hadn't signed his part. But then again, the blonde did say that he would definitely sign it, so Naruto had thought, whatever. She smiled and waved back at the wary but pleasant greetings she received. Her face split into a grin and grew when the hesitance had left the people's faces. Her face had just radiated so much warmth. She played with some of the children, much like she did back in Konoha. It was fun, and she loved to be around them. Always had been, and she remembered missing it when she went off to train with the fox. You would be a good mother, I guess. Thanks. I know I would. Naruto's face threatened to split into two as her grin widened at Kurama's compliment. It wasn't every day she got things like that from the grumpy guy. She ignored the feeling of him rolling his eyes as she high-fived a boy that was about Itachi's age. She was now in a crowd of children. They asked millions of questions about Konoha like, what was it like? Or, is it cooler than here? She had to check if her cheeks hadn't ripped at all the cute faces and energy she received from them. Laughing, she tried to calm the kids down. Hey, one at a time. I can't answer all of them at once, Tebeo. Tebeo? She turned to the boy a few meters away, and concluded that he looked to be about 3 years older than her. He checked into his notebook, and she could barely see the scribbled words on the cover. The smile that had slightly fell in confusion was back full force. Nope, I already have it. It sounds pretty cool though, so I guess you are too. What's your name, girl? Naruto grinned. Namikaze Naruto. Awesome name, right? Well dude, what's yours? Even though she knew full well who he was, it's common courtesy to introduce yourself first. The teen smiled widely back at her. Nice. My name's Killer Bee, but you can call me B. You're cool already, but would be a fool to not remember my name. The blonde cringed at his lame rap, if you could even call it that, but her smile wasn't strained. Sure thing. She blinked when he raised his fist. We are pals now, so you should know how it'd start. Naruto hesitated before she smiled and bumped her fist with his, but didn't bring it back down, and neither did B. She watched silently as he opened and closed his mouth numerous times, before staring at her incredulously. Bringing her index finger to her lips, she winked. Team 7, after coming so far, hadn't expected that Kumo would have such a tall wall. They kept hidden in the trees, masking their chakra. But it seems like it wasn't enough, because one of the guards had found Obito. Ah, they're finally here. Minato had quickly acted and chopped the pressure points of the two guards. He nodded once to the three teens, before dashing up to the tallest tree he could find. He furrowed his brows in concentration when he was at the highest point, his teleportation kunai in hand. Spotting a secluded but close enough roof inside, he swiftly threw the weapon. Going back down, he beckoned the team to come. Once they all assembled, they vanished in a flash of mostly yellow, black, silver and brown. Reappearing in between the rooftop and the rock of the mountain, Obito had barely managed to repress a loud yelp when he had slammed his head to it. They were unspotted. Without a word or sound except from the jutsu, the team hinged into Kumo ninjas, the ones they had seen passing by the streets. They had no idea where Naruto was. Team 7 was going to have to take drastic measures. They walked confidently into the Kage Tower, greeted the receptionist politely, and proceeded into the office of the man in charge. With 3 knocks on the door, a gruff voice echoed through, "Come in." Bowing his head in respect, the team walked forwards. The Raikage raised a brow. Business? Minato nodded once. We finished our mission, and are ready to report. He reached behind his back, as if trying to take something out of his pouch. The seal that had been on his hand traveled down and across the dark wooden floor quickly. What team? My apologies. We are team. Minato, now back to normal, flashed behind the Kage. S7. The kunai in his hand reflected the light as it was a mere millimeter away from the huge man's throat. Sighing, the Raikage glared at the door, seeing as he can't shift his head unless he wanted to slice his head off. Shouting, his voice bellowed across the room, "Get Namikaze in here!" The unfortunate man who had been walking by had the luck of getting his eardrums pierced, but complied with the indirect order. In precisely 10 seconds, the door opened to reveal the blonde, perfectly safe and sound, rubbing her eyes. Leaving the team agape. Here the girl they had been worried sick for, all dressed up and sleepy with no care in the world. Minato's hand didn't lower, but it did lose a little of its previous rigidness. Naruto glanced at her father, to the Raikage, and then back to her father. Oops. Once the team had been cleaned up and were properly rested, they were filled in on what had happened at the dinner table. The Raikage had ate with them, along with A and B. He laughed good-naturedly, and the group had a great time, all in all. Kakashi was clearly sad, though. So it was no wonder that Naruto is close to shivering in fear when the boy had brought her to the roof, wanting to speak privately. And no one ever went up there, so the loss of a beautiful Konoha kunoichi would forever be a mystery. Naruto can't help but feel as if Kakashi's hand was a little too close to his holster for her comfort. But then, everything took a turn when the Hatake had squeezed her shoulders in a vice grip. Confusion clouded her mind as bizarre questions popped up. Was she going to get pushed off the building? Surely he knew that she was able to save herself from a fall? He sighed at her troubled face. He knew that the girl would never be able to find out about how he really felt towards her if he didn't say it. But in Kumogakure? He wanted to tell her in a place both he and she were familiar with. As the girl's brows furrowed more and more in confusion, he decided. To hell with it. Naruto gasped as she gasped when she was pulled close, and took a moment to realize that the usually stoic, aloof, sometimes cold Kakashi was hugging her. Now, she had hugged guys countless times before. But that had been initiated by her, and she felt like they were more of brothers to her. Take Obito, for example. She had hugged Kakashi before, too, but it never felt like this. Naruto really did feel like butterflies were trying to flap their way out of her stomach, as her heart thumped erratically and loudly in her ears. Her face was undeniably warm, hot even, and she knew her whole face was the color of a tomato. She wondered if her hair was too, or maybe orange. Hesitantly, she brought her arms up, surprising the Hatake. They stayed like that in silence, until Kakashi finally spoke, voice as shaky as his breath. Do you even have the slightest idea of how worried I was? He looked down at her, slightly moving back to try and see the girl's face. Naruto gripped his shirt tighter, as she buried her face in his chest. I'm sorry, she whispered, and he strained his ear to hear her. I'm sorry I made you and the others worry. I didn't mean to. Sighing, he tightened his hold, resting his chin on her head. Yeah, I know you didn't. Apology accepted. Kakashi knew she was blushing further, judging by how she ducked her head even more. He smiled in satisfaction. It felt nice to know he had at least some sort of effect on her. Naruto somehow sensed his thought, and glared up at him. Luckily he had moved just in time so that he wouldn't get headbutt. His smile turned into a full-blown grin at the bright red tint on her face. No, he changed his mind. He would wait and tell her when they get back to Konoha. Minato, Ren and Obito bit the inside of their cheeks, finding the scene too amusing. Kakashi and Naruto stood in the front of the team, keeping a 2-meter distance between them. Or more like, Naruto was keeping that distance. Kakashi twitched a brow in annoyance, but didn't comment. It had been going on for the whole trip back home, and whenever they met eyes she would cast hers down immediately. But it did make him sigh in relief when he saw the very obvious blush staining her cheeks. Rin rolled her eyes before jogging up to Naruto. So? Did either of you confess to each other? A grin stretched the medic's face. Did Kakashi confess to you? The girl's head looked like it would explode judging by how red it was as she whipped her head to Rin. No. Then what? I'll tell you later when we get back. Sleep over or something? Naruto suggested tiredly, before paling when she saw the devilish expression Rin took. Sure. We'll have everything a sleepover requires. Especially girl talk. We should bring Enko over. I heard you two became great friends. Rin's face threatened to split. We should bring Kurinai over, too. You've met her a few times, right? Naruto groaned. Obito went to Kakashi then, eyeing the girls awkwardly. Hey prick. What's up? Nothing. Dark much? So what happened with Naruto? Did you kiss her or something? Obito pouted when Kakashi shook his head. Then what? Kakashi growled in irritation. You're a lot like Rin when it comes to bugging me, you know that? All he received in reply was the Cheshire grin. Sighing, he looked back on the road. Nothing, I just hugged her. Obito stopped, stupefied. The Hatake Kakashi hugged a girl? And admitted it? Who are you and what did you do to the real Kakashi? Kakashi growled and glared at him again, ensuring Obito that it was really his teammate. Okay, never mind. The Uchiha walked again at a higher pace until he reached Kakashi. So, you hugged her? That's what I said before, wasn't it? Yeah. It's just kinda hard to believe, you know? Obito's grin returned, as he looked at the girls from the corner of his eyes. Now I see why she's sorta avoiding you. Thanks for the reminder. Kakashi glared at the floor, not that I needed it. Well, you can't really blame her. She's probably wondering why you did it. So are you gonna confess? Yeah. Obito nearly stumbled, before balancing on his feet again using Kakashi's shoulder as support. You are? He asked incredulously, absently noting that the silver-haired Jonin had grown taller. They were almost the same height now. Yes. That's what you were asking, wasn't it? The Jonin said through gritted teeth. Well, I wasn't really expecting you to answer. Chen. Kakashi rolled his eye, before perking up at the sight of the Konoha walls. We're finally here. Naruto grinned, as her eyes squinted at the two figures waiting. Anko. Gunma-sen. The team raised a brow. Gunma? Minato asked in surprise. You know him? Nodding, she didn't look away from the two teens coming to them as she waved. Yeah, I met him in the survival exams. He's pretty skilled and was kind of tough. Minato wasn't exactly subtle in keeping the amusement out of his voice as he stared at Kakashi. You don't say? He added with a grin. Well, that's rare of you to praise someone, Naruto. The silver-haired boy scowled, or it seemed like he did. Anko let out a big breath of relief at the blonde girl. Where were you? Do you have any idea of how much trouble we went through? The purple-haired Kunoichi shook Naruto's shoulders and emphasized every word. Naruto's head lolled back and forth as she tried to calm her down. Why, I'm sorry. I was at Kumo. Quit shaking me, will you? Kakashi's cold gaze settled on Gunma, and the boy nodded stiffly. The poor Shiranui had no idea what was going on. Rin, Obito, and Minato were much warmer with their greetings, whilst biting back their laughs. Naruto dropped off the scroll, and after a while of discussing things with the Hokage, she started walking to the academy. Her grin never left her face as she stared down at the metallic Konoha pin sitting on her jacket proudly. As of now, Namikaze Naruto, Uchiha Obito, Terada Rin, you are proud Jounins of Konohagakure. Those words rang in her head whenever her eyes fell on the shiny piece and her cheeks started to hurt. Oops. Smiling too much. The villagers had been overjoyed to see Namikaze Naruto back, safe and sound, sending numerous greetings and sighs of relief. She basked it all in for all it was worth, and made sure to pay it fully back with as much warmth. And now, she was patiently waiting for the classes to end. Whoa! Naruto stumbled back and landed on the floor harshly as she tried to support the boy's weight. Laughing wholeheartedly, she grinned down at him. Hey there, Itachi. Missed me? He replied by tightening his arms around her waist, burying his head in her stomach. I take that as a yes, then. Sorry for worrying you. Naruto smiled softly, patting the boy's head just as gentle. I see you've made many new friends. Naruto grinned at Irika and the three other boys standing behind him. Their jaws hung in shock at Itachi, then up at the blonde. I'm guessing that this isn't an everyday occurrence for you guys then? Naruto asked jokingly, her blue eyes twinkling in amusement. Her grin widened at the child voice of Irika. Are you kidding? The prick's always so antisocial. Naruto chuckled at his trouble in saying the word. You mean antisocial? Yeah, that. Irika pointed at her, eyes wide. He's always antisocial, y'all. Naruto grinned. Antisocial. She corrected again. Is that so? Well, at least he's improving, right? Naruto raised a brow down at the hugging boy. Itachi nodded, before getting up reluctantly. One of the other kids in the group spoke up, a little shyly. Itachi talks more in class and he asks to play with us more now. He's actually fun to be around, even though he's still kinda quiet. The Namikaze nodded in approval, patting Itachi's head as she got back on her feet. That's good to hear. Brother would probably scold me for this, but who'd like to eat some ramen? My treat. She laughed at the boisterous cheers of the boys, and grinned back at the big smile Itachi wore. Irika, being the loudest, was jumping around in glee. Ramen's the best food in the world. Naruto whooped in agreement, as she turned to the dark brown-haired girl standing by shyly. How about you? Want to eat with us? The blonde absently noted that the girl seemed to be a Hyuga, judging by the big creamy pupilless eyes. Don't worry, I won't bite. Well, I might scare you with the number of bowls I eat, but you'd get used to it. The boys laughed at her, and laughed even more when they noticed her serious yet joking face. In all honesty, the adults nearby watching the scene in amusement never thought such a look was possible. The girl beamed, before blinking at the number of kids joining the team. But what about the... Naruto waved a hand, knowing what she was going to ask. Don't worry about the cost. I earned quite some money just now, and I don't mind spending some of it to make some new buds happy. Naruto's face practically radiated warmth. So, what's your name? Mine is Naruto. Hyuga Hirai, Naruto-san, and thank you for inviting us. The brunette's face reddened as she bowed slightly. No need for the formalities, Haru-chun. Same goes for you guys, call me Naruto. Just Naruto, and you better remember the name, I'm gonna be the Hokage someday to Bayo. Itachi grinned as the rest of the group laughed, and they went to Ichiraku's. Tucci beamed at the number of customers, before raising a brow at Naruto. You sure are getting popular with the kids. So, what would it be? Naruto, don't bother answering, I know what you want. He stared pointedly. That takes the fun out. Well, what would you guys order? Naruto grinned. The miso one would be best, I think. Irika gawked. No way. Shoyu's best. Miso. Shoyu. Hirai watched the exchange before looking up at the man shyly. Miso, please. Naruto grinned. Good choice, Haru-chun. See Irika? Take that. Itachi was feeling rather cheeky at the moment. I would like shoyu ramen, please. Traitor. The other boys ordered theirs as well, laughing when Naruto sighed dejectedly, hugging Hirai close. We girls are better than boys any day, anyways. Miso forever. Hirai giggled, nodding furiously, and they all settled down in their seats to wait for the food. That didn't mean that the stall wasn't full of chatter and laughter, though, as Irika and Naruto still went on with what type of ramen was best. Naruto looked up when she noticed a little girl entering the shop and ushered her next to Hirai. Oh hey there Ayam-chan. Meet Hirai. She looked down at said girl. Hirai, meet Ayam. Hirai, being the timid type, had been shy at first, but opened up after a minute of awkward talking. Naruto grinned at the two now happily chatting girls, before her eyes sparkled at the smell of her beloved ramen. To say that the boys and girls were horrified was an understatement as they watched in agape. Itachi, however, was used to it, and merely chugged at the broth. Naruto was currently on her fourth bowl. That was when, much to the pale children's relief, Kakashi had come along. So you really were here. Sensei says that you have to inform the team about something and sent me to come and get you. He raised a brow at the large number of kids around her, terrified of the number of bowls stacked on the counter. Are you trying to scare them? Naruto took a big gulp, before glaring at the silver-haired Jonin. Excuse me? Sighing, she stuffed her hand in a pocket before taking out a fat frog purse. Yes, she bought a new one. Well, sorry kids, looks like I'll have to go. Here's the money for all of us, Akin. Thanks for the great food. The group ummed, before Irika whined. Do you really? You were getting to the good part. Heh, sorry, looks like I'll have to tell you about it next time we meet, alright? The two ninjas disappeared via shunshin, much to the awes of the 7 children in the stall. Kakashi raised a brow while they walked the remaining distance towards their team. So what were you telling them about? Naruto grinned, telling them many awesome missions I had before, but kept it vague, of course. I mainly talked about the fights, and you know how epic those could be. I do admit that your former team had been the most out of bounds, to put it simply. Naruto saw the serious face of her father, and immediately knew what she was here for. Well, she already had an inkling of what it was about. She gulped nervously at the expectant stares she received. I believe you understand what we're waiting for. So, tell us, what do you and Jiraiya-sensei plan on doing next month? Minato asked pointedly. Right? In the next month and 3 days, Naruto corrected, knowing she was desperately stalling. I would be going on a training trip with Ero Sennin. For a while, her teammates were silent. Deathly silent. Naruto knew that the glint in Rin's eye was dangerous. and barely avoided the punch that was aimed for her stomach. When were you planning to tell us this, Naruto? I believe we have the right to know. Naruto repressed the urge to sigh in relief, right after the exams. I didn't want to distract you guys, even just a little. Obito didn't speak, much to her surprise, as Rin all but yelled, "And you expect us to be okay with it? How long is this trip? Why can't you stay in Konoha and train? Do you realize how dangerous it is to travel around at the time of war?" Naruto grimaced, "Yes, I do. We plan to be out of Konoha for half a year." Half a year? You're still not telling us something. Obito ground out, hands clenching to fists. Yeah. The training trip is also a long-term mission for me and Jiraiya Sensei. The team realized that Naruto was completely and utterly serious by the way she spoke of her Shursho. We are going to try to talk to the remaining Kages? Kakashi glared, and you honestly expect to have them all agree to the peace treaty? I'm prepared for if any of them oppose. We're probably strong enough to handle ourselves. But that's not the most dangerous part of this mission. Rin furrowed her brows. Then what is? We're going to see Nagato. It had been numerous days since then. The team had clung onto Naruto, not wasting any moment of their time together. Naruto had noticed, though, that Kakashi had been different. He was always making use of the time they spent, so much in fact that it was getting on her nerves, but at the same time he felt so far away. So she was planning on doing something about it. So, how about it? You know, just the two of us for the night. Almost like a date. Naruto grinned, the last sentence in a joking manner. Kakashi froze, before nodding. I have something to tell you, anyways. Sure. It was sunset as the two lay down the grass by the lake, near the Uchiha district. They talked about many things, nothing in particular. For a long while, they watched the sky turning into a purple to dark hue in silent awe. Naruto had been the first to break the silence. So, what was it you wanted to tell me? Surely it wasn't the random things we spouted earlier? She asked, not shifting her gaze from the twinkling stars. No, it's different. I don't really know how to approach this actually. Naruto finally turned to him, rolling to face the boy as she propped on an elbow. She picked at the grass. You don't say? Well, what is it about then? I have someone I like. Naruto turned rigid, before looking up at the silver-haired Jonin. Who is it? Her chest constricted painfully, as she felt a throb clutch her heart in anxiety. Her stomach lurched, and her mind tried to come up with conclusions. Was it Rin? Kurinai? Anko? Or better yet, the fangirls? Luckily, she managed to keep the maelstrom of emotions out of her voice. Her head was pounding as blood rushed up her face. Since when was it that she felt such? Jealousy? Kakashi took no notice, it seemed, much to Naruto's relief. He disregarded her question and went on, In truth, I never would have thought I'd like her. Her personality clashes with what I want to see in the female I consider as a potential partner. Yet, at the same time, it fits everything I had in mind. Odd, right? Her voice was soft as she glanced at the ground again. Very. Do you want to know who it is? Okami, he was seriously asking her that? It's what I asked before, wasn't it? Naruto tried a smile, as she turned her head slightly upwards to meet his, and froze at the feel of his masked lips on hers. Even through the mask, she could feel the softness and warmth. Her face definitely resembled a tomato at the moment. Naruto looked up, and saw that he had closed his visible eye. She blushed even more at the realization that Kakashi was waiting for her to respond. Though hesitant for a moment, she fluttered her eyes closed and pressed back. Seconds felt like an eternity before the two finally parted, panting for breath. Both rolled over on their backs again, silent except for the sounds of their breathing as they were swimming in their thoughts. Naruto turned her head slightly to take a peek while gasping for air, and giggled. His single eye was wide, staring at the blonde in surprise, as if disbelieving what just happened. You. Naruto laughed this time, trying to stifle it and failing uncontrollably. She urged, her lips spread wide in a big, amused smile. Kakashi reddened. You kissed me back. I'm pretty sure that was what I was doing. Naruto nodded, pointing a finger to her chin, as if contemplating a thought before smirking playfully. So when's the second date? I want to spend as much time as I can with you, after all. Second? What about the first? The smirk turned back to the familiar, small yet warm grin. Well, this could be considered a first date, right? It's quite romantic. Kakashi grunted in agreement, calmness returning to his features, before he was the one to smirk this time. Quite. So, Naruto, who did you think I was going to say earlier? What? I'm pretty sure you know what I mean. No, I don't. Someone's in denial. No. See. You gra. Same to you too. Where were you? Minato shrieked, and Naruto thought he seemed very much like a mother would at the moment. The lacy pink apron he wore hadn't helped either. Do you realize how late it is? Naruto checked the time. 10 minutes to 8? Exactly. You do realize that I'm mentally 16 years old, right? No. You're 13 years old. As if trying to add more effect to his words, the yellow flash crossed his arms and pouted before stubbornly turning away. And in a few months 14. Rolling her eyes, she muttered, "It's not like I wasn't able to protect myself. Either he didn't hear her, or she was ignored. And worst of all, you were with Kakashi. Alone." Naruto sighed. So? I don't really see a problem in that. Naruto shook her head. Besides that, I have something I really want to discuss with you, Dad. What's worse than? I want to move out. Minato widened his eyes, whirling around. What? Naruto repeated, I want to move out. I figured, Naruto coughed in her hand, a little pink in the cheeks, that you and Mom would need some privacy when the time comes. You can't be serious. I've lived for a whole childhood and almost through my teens before, haven't I? I'm sure I can survive. Rolling her eyes, she scratched her head. I can host some dinners for Team Minato, seeing as we're going separate ways now that we're all Jonin. Minato's blonde brows were furrowed deeply until he finally nodded in defeat. So is the room big? Grinning, the blonde nodded enthusiastically. It's practically my dream home. There's this really awesome window that's like the whole wall. It's probably the best apartment around Konoha. It has a perfect view. And Kushina-nichan's been helping with the furniture and stuff, so it's gonna be amazing. Rin nodded just as eagerly, taking on an almost dazed look in her eyes as she tried to imagine it. Gosh, I can't wait till we get there. Kakashi rolled his eye at his two overly happy female teammates. All this for a few rooms? He didn't see why there was a need for such squeals. That was until he saw just what the blonde was trying to describe. Really, no words could show the extent of the amazing apartment Naruto managed to snag. As Naruto had said, the window was from top to bottom, corners to corners, and had probably the best view of Konoha, other than the Hokage's office, of course. God, imagine what she'll see at night. The living room itself was very modern and stylish. Kushina had definitely outdone herself with this, judging by how well calculated the furniture's places seemed to be. The wooden floors were painted black, the ceilings and walls white. An black sofa was facing towards the window and divided the large room, the other half seeming to be the dining section. The dining table's top was left unpainted, while the metal legs were coated black. The counter that connected the room to the kitchen was also shiny obsidian, with flecks of silver sparkling in the pool of it. All in all, it was a gorgeous place to live in. Naruto giggled at the gobsmacked faces of her teammates, and Obito's eyes seemed to be threatening to pop out. Rin clumsily took her shoes off in her hurry and nearly crashed into the glass. She then proceeded to quite literally rub herself against the velvety black couch, and Naruto swore she purred. This is so awesome. She heard Obito holler from what she thought was her bedroom. Just how the hell did he get over there? And turned to see Kakashi sigh as he put the littered and abandoned shoes properly in place. You don't have to do that, Kakashi. It's fine. She fussed, trying to keep the fuzzy feeling she felt inside. She was getting too soft and mushy ever since they had had that kiss. Naruto fought down the blush that threatened to spill her cheeks as she remembered. How she had calmed down so fast was still a wonder, and probably will be for the rest of her life. Her efforts in keeping her appearance normal were squashed to a pitiable pulp when Kakashi gave her an eye smile. Just a simple crinkle of the eye. The boy was having a really great time. It made him want to grin maniacally at how he had affected her like this. Her face. Kakashi felt his left eye itch, and noted that this was probably the first time he hated his Hitate was flushed crimson, which she had tried to desperately hide. It was utterly adorable. He still had just about 2 weeks with her before Naruto would leave for the trip. Kakashi was going to make the most of it. This is slam. Press. Thump. Ridiculous. Naruto shrieked as she caught hold of the flying pillow. Oof. Who would have thought a pillow could cause such impact? I wasn't hiding it or anything, Dad. You waited 3 days for me to find out by myself. Splat. Naruto cringed, eyeing the new pudding stain on the wall. I was honestly surprised it took you that long. And hey, that's a limited edition cup ramen. Rin laughed nervously, watching the mini-war between her blonde teammates warily. Can anyone tell me what's going on? What's Sensei so mad about? I think it has something to do with Kakashi and Naruto. Obito gulped, leaning back to avoid a kunai. He turned to the sighing silver-headed ninja. Aren't you going to do anything about it? I really can't see the end of this fight. Kakashi sighed again. Do you think I can stop them? Good point. Rin cheerfully added, Minato-sensei would probably try to kill you too. The three cringed as Minato howled in pain, clutching his shin. They turned to see Naruto huffing haughtily, holding a handful of blunt weapons. I've seriously had enough of this. It was only then that she took a good look around the living room, more like dead room now, and noticed how much damage they made. I'm so glad I changed apartments now. Kakashi didn't take his eye away from Minato's crumpled state. Just what did you throw? You want to turn then? No, it's fine. Gulping, he turned to his other pale team members. So, how are we supposed to train now? Rin grinned. Kushina-san? Obito turned as white as a sheep, shaking and waving his arms furiously. No, 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 no. He took on a horrified expression, face looking hollow. Did you forget her training methods? She made us run around the village non-stop for 6 hours, through a rainfall of kunai and shuriken at us, and literally made our lives hell. So? What's your point? It was then that their teacher croaked, I'm fine, we'll continue training. Limping, he glared down at his daughter, I'll make sure to train you for harder than Kushina did, so be prepared. Even on a busy street one could hear the agony-filled screams from Training Ground 7. So are you going? Naruto blinked, swallowing the dango she was chewing on before speaking. Where? You mean the festival? Rin nodded, and Naruto tried to ignore the freakish grin on her face. Well yeah, it's a celebration for the many promotions this year and a break from the war, right? It's kinda like a mandatory thing. Right. Well, who are you going with? Naruto raised a brow, before listing off with her hands, Kakashi, Obito. No. Geez, do you have a pea for a brain? You're supposed to go with Kakashi. Rin rolled her eyes, inwardly pleased with the obvious blush on her teammate's cheeks. Well, I would if you go with Obito. It was Naruto's turn to be pleased with the red tint on Rin's face as she stuttered out, Sure, you and Kakashi are together now, but Obito and I are teammates. Friends. Yeah, and it's gonna stay that way if you two don't get a backbone anytime soon. Sighing, Naruto rested her head on her hands, lazily leaning on the table. Obito's gonna be quite popular, you know. Girls are starting to think he's cool for bravely giving his former enemy closest friend his most prized possession. She smirked. And let's not forget he's an Uchiha, bound to become a handsome prince. Rin glared. You sure it's fine to say stuff like that? Kakashi's going to be jealous. Just quoting some of what the new fangirls say. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, Rin. I only see Obito as a dear brother. Nothing romantic. Blushing, the medicnine looked away and muttered, I never thought otherwise. Sure you didn't? Well, how about use the festival as a chance to get closer to him? Naruto's grin widened as she brought her hands to her cheeks and all but squealed uncharacteristically. I can see it now. Oh, girls would be glaring at you from left to right. Rin mumbled, I swear you're becoming too much like me. I know, it's terrifying, isn't it? Naruto slapped her mouth in horror. I'm becoming an annoying fangirl. Watch it, Namikaze. The brunette sighed as she rested her arms and head on the table. Darn, what am I supposed to say? I can't just up and tell him that I like him. Rin and Naruto blinked as they turned. Rin just shifted slightly to see Kurenai and Anko, the latter smirking knowingly. The scarlet-eyed Kunoichi smiled. I'm guessing you guys are talking about Obito? Naruto ushered them at their table. Yep. She's totally stumped and has no confidence whatsoever in confessing. Naruto grinned. We're planning on using the upcoming festival to her advantage though. Anko blinked, before she nodded in understanding. Well, Rin better ask the idiot soon. I saw some girls a while ago pestering him and Kakashi. Naruto and Rin's eyes darkened in unison. Well, here's some good news for you, Naruto. Kakashi literally blew up when he had enough of them and outright said that he already had someone in mind. Same goes for Obito, too. Kurenai giggled, though Obito said it with a very embarrassed expression, and said it nicely. Naruto and Anko laughed loudly, much to the annoyance of the other customers. It's so obvious who he wants to go with. Naruto barked out, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. Wish I could have seen him. Hey, so just how much did Kakashi blow up? Anko abruptly stopped laughing, exchanging glances with Kurenai. About that? He wasn't really in a good mood to begin with. From what I heard, I spoke to Obito for a while before we came here. Naruto raised a brow. So? He's not really an optimistic type of person. Kurenai chuckled warily. Well, it seemed like he was awfully worse today. He called them absent-minded, idiotic, annoying, and weak idiots that have nothing better to do than follow him around. And I'm keeping it simple, he had used much more colorful descriptions. That mad, huh? She laughed. Why? Obito never explained. He says that Kakashi will kill him. Anko winced. I feel for the guy, after seeing that he was so close to wetting his pants. Naruto raised a brow. Obito scared of Kakashi? Sharing a look with Rin, she scoffed. Well, I find that hard to believe. Anyways, I'll ask Kakashi about it later. The festival was when exactly? The day after tomorrow, Sunday. Did you tell Minato-sensei? Rin frowned worriedly. Yep, after training. He was still mad though. Anko rolled her eyes. Overprotective? Anyways, so Rin, did you ask Obito? I mean... The girl blushed, looking down at her hands. Not yet. Naruto grinned. Of course not yet. It's so obvious he wants to go with you. Kurenai and Anko nodded in unison. But... Rin tried to speak, but the stares she received stopped her and she sighed. Her eyes then regained the twinkle her blonde teammate resented. So, did you ask Kakashi? Kurenai and Anko's attention was successfully diverted. Darn. I thought you'd forget about me. Naruto groaned. Well, I'm asking him tomorrow. Anko growled, slamming her hands on the table. You two are really pissing me off. You guys ask them now. Come on, let's go. Ignoring the fellow girls' protests, Kurenai and Anko proceeded to dragging them out of the stores. Great, just great. Of all places, too. It just had to be when they were training, didn't it? Let me go. See, they're busy. If we stay any longer, we'd get fried. Naruto wailed and flapped her arms, failing to get out of Anko's iron grip. Rin had long but given up, or maybe she was under a genjutsu. Naruto? Rin? What do you want? Kakashi raised a brow as he straightened. Obito did the same, grinning and waving. The said two turned to find their captives gone and muttered strings of curses. Rin laughed awkwardly and fidgeted with her skirt flap. Well. She blushed, squeezing her hands to ball and biting her lip. I just wanted to talk to Obito for a minute, if that's all right with you guys? Obito nodded, never dropping his wide smile. Naruto sighed as she gazed at the retreating backs of her dark-haired teammates, before she noticed Kakashi's eye redirected to her. Suddenly feeling self-conscious, she brought hers down. So, nice weather we're having? She looked back up at his unwavering stare and reddened. Sure. Though unsure why, Naruto was sure he was smirking. Nonetheless, she couldn't stop the darkening blush. I wanted to ask if you would, I would? Oh, he was definitely smirking. You know what? I'll just say it. Naruto screwed her eyes shut and asked, more like shouted, can you come with me to the festival on Sunday? There was a long pause, making her peek with one eye before widening both in surprise. She watched in confusion as Kakashi's shoulders shook, one hand covering the bottom half of his face, the other clutching his stomach. It took her a minute to realize he was laughing. The BSRD was laughing at her. What's so funny? Naruto demanded, face flushing again in embarrassment. Kakashi didn't hold back this time, and if she wasn't so flustered she would have treasured the sound. Sorry, it's just that you... He laughed again. I'm what? I honestly don't see what's wrong with me asking you. Naruto growled. Well, if you don't want to go with me, fine. I'll go with someone else. Before she could take another step away, however, a hand held her wrist. I said sorry, didn't I? I never declined, either. I just thought you were cute. She watched with wide eyes as the boy rubbed the back of his neck, looking away stubbornly. A smile crept up her face. What did you say? A glare was sent her way. Never mind. You know full well what. I said. I didn't catch it. You said it so quietly I couldn't hear. Liar. Who are you calling a liar, oi? Get back here. Hatake Kakashi, don't you dare walk away from me. So, tell me why you're all here, dressed up when it's still 4 hours away from when it starts? Naruto raised a brow at the three girls. The festival starts at 6. Rin, wearing a lavender yukata, waved a hand dismissively. Girls have to prepare longer. I doubt it takes 240 minutes. Not unless you want to look good. Anko chirped. Besides, you were the one who insisted on buying that hideous thing. Kurinai slapped her arm. It's not hideous, Anko, you're just jealous. I'd say it's the best out of all of us. Look, how about you just get inside? I don't want to disturb the neighbors with Anko's shrieking. Naruto sighed, moving slightly for them. You mean disturbed by the beautifulness of my voice? Anko tried and failed to flip her purple hair, much to Kurinai and Naruto's amusement. Shut up. You guys have long, swishy hair. It's unfair, I tell you. Life's unfair for everyone, Anko. Deal with it. Oh, and by the way, beautifulness isn't a word. Kurinai rolled her eyes. We're here for a reason, remember? Yeah, but dang. I'd kill for a flat like this. You can see everything from up here. Rin clapped her hands, successfully gaining the attention of all occupants in the room. We should all start by helping Naruto get into her yukata. Then we'll get on with the hair, and after that is the makeup. We clear? Yes, ma'am. Came the reply of the enthusiastic two, while the blonde sighed dejectedly. Fine. A few moments later. Ow. Too tight. Finally, after several tugs, hair pulling and face clawing, the makeover was completely done. The stylist took a step back to take a look at their handiwork and whistled, clearly impressed. Naruto's eyes were dazed as she watched her reflection. It really did take 3 hours. She looked so different, yet the same. Of course it did. You just had to choose such a complicated yukata, didn't you? I'm surprised we managed to pull it off in such a short time, too. Anko huffed. Well, we have another hour left to kill. Naruto nodded. But hey, who are you and Kurinai going with? Asuma. The red-eyed Kunoichi blushed. Genma. Naruto, Rin, and Kurinai blinked at Anko in surprise. Yeah. We figured since we don't have anyone else to go with, we'll go as friends. Oh. The three nodded in unison. Why do you all sound so disappointed? The four chattered and laughed through a little over half the hour, until they decided it was time to go to wait at their own homes. And now, Naruto could be found at her desk, scribbling on a paper with her brows furrowed and tongue sticking out in concentration. Taking a look at her work, she scowled, and crumpled up the paper before chucking it in the bin. Just what am I missing? Surely there's a seal that could work for that. She bolted at the sound of the doorbell, and checked the peephole. She grinned as she glanced at the clock and opened the door. He didn't wear his forehead protector, but silver was waxed to cover his eye and he still wore his mask-attached sleeveless shirt. His black yukata and thin, navy blue obi enhanced his pale skin, reminding Naruto of the moon. "You're right on time as usual, Kakashi," she said with a faint blush lightening her cheeks, smiling cheerfully. Kakashi was at loss on words, and merely nodded. Though her style was simple, Naruto was absolutely a sight to see. She wore a crisp orange yukata, making her slightly tan skin stand out. The design of the dress was gold swirls, and the edges were a fiery red. Her lips were glossed with a soft pink, and a natural small blush was tinting her whiskered cheeks. Her blonde hair was tied up in a messy bun, front bangs clipped by a shiny golden pin, framing her heart-shaped face. "Shall we go then?" Another curt nod. Rolling her eyes, Naruto locked the door and put the key in her small frog purse. Wrapping her arms around his, she looked up at him. "Well, let's go." Her previous frustrations gone, she half-dragged him happily. Many fangirls eyed the Naruto with envy, some more than others less discreet. The majority sighed as they watched Kakashi in longing, then again in dejection when they saw the blonde. Many of the boys were glaring at Kakashi, while some others were silently laughing at the hate-filled stares from both genders of their age group. The couple walked down the decorated streets, trying different stalls and foods, either oblivious or ignoring Kakashi, the stares and glares, though sometimes Kakashi glared back at a few. "Hey, let's try that. I haven't tried Kingyosukue goldfish scooping in a long time." Kakashi looked at the old man sitting behind a plastic tank of goldfishes, then at sparkling blue eyes. "Okay, I'll pay." He let himself be pulled towards the game, amused by her enthusiasm. "Don't throw a fit when I win, all right?" Naruto's eyes were filled with mirth and a challenge. "What makes you think that I'll lose?" "For your information, lack of practice never dampened my awesome skills." "We'll see." Kakashi paid, and with mild concentration, he scooped a red goldfish with ease. He smirked triumphantly at Naruto's glare as he plopped it in the bowl. "Just saying, but this is my first time playing this game." Naruto's jaw dropped. "Not even once?" "No." She scowled before literally shoving her scoop in. Kakashi sighed as she took too long, and the paper was ripped. Naruto tried more times, paying furiously, and each tries were failed. "You need to be more patient," Kakashi said calmly, "and it's better if you hold it like this." He crouched behind her, guiding her hands smoothly, and scooped a golden fish. "See?" Naruto only nodded as she blushed, unable to utter a word at his proximity. He rested his head on her shoulder with his chest on her back, his firm hand wrapped around hers. The onlookers smiled pleasantly at the two, the older couples sighing reminiscently. The aged man in charge of the game grinned as he got out some more bags. Naruto tried again with the same scoop, Kakashi still in the same position with his hand on hers, and widened her eyes when she got hold of a white fish. "I did it!" she exclaimed excitedly as she looked up at him, grinning from ear to ear. "Hey, this is actually quite easy, oops." The fish had rolled off the paper screen and plopped back into the water, waggling its tail as it sped away from them. Kakashi nodded, his visible eye showing that he was smiling. He let go of his hand, but stayed behind her as he watched her catch hold of a multicolored goldfish. She hurriedly but carefully put it in her bowl, and grinned happily. At his curious gaze, she said, "This white and black one reminds me of you, so I thought I should get it." The paper was now torn and she pouted, "Well, I guess Kakashi number 2's enough for me." He nodded on her shoulder, before getting up and paying for another go. He set his eye on one fish, and watched it in concentration. He finally raised his hand to scoop it when it reached the corner of the tank. That's quite the cunning one, I'd say." The old man nodded. "It's the brightest in color here too." Kakashi smiled as he showed the shining golden fish to Naruto. "If the one you got reminds you of me, then this reminds me of you." Naruto's face blew a cherry red, before a wide grin split her face. "I never thought you would ever say that." She hugged him tightly, making him nearly lose balance, and her voice was muffled by his chest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kakashi was, as he has been many times before, glad that he wore his mask. When she got off him, though he honestly wouldn't have minded a few more minutes, Naruto jumped back to the tank, determination filling her eyes. She got a scoop and scanned the tank until she found the fish she was looking for. Her tongue stuck out, blonde brows furrowed in concentration, as she followed the movements of the quick goldfish. Naruto waited until the fish was alone, her scoop close by, before making her move. She dipped her net in a flash, and flicked the fish upwards into the air. The old man, Kakashi, and the observer's eyes bulged out as the fish flew high, some kids gaping. Naruto grabbed the bowl, eyes wide as she hurriedly brought it under it. The game owner let a breath out in relief, clutching at his heart with his eyes closed. That's the first time I've seen anyone catch a fish like that so clumsily in my life. Thus, Konoha's number 1, unpredictable, knuckle-headed ninja. Kakashi rolled his eyes. But you've got a good-looking one. Naruto grinned from ear to ear, right? It's gold, white and black. So our colors are mixed. The fish, true to the blonde's words, was white, with various flecks of shiny yellowish orange and black. I'm going to keep it as a memory of today's date. Hey, we should go up there to see the fireworks. Kakashi and Naruto turned to see a bunch of giddy kids, one pointing at the Hokage monument. There were already a few waiting for the event to start. Naruto frowned. There's too many people up there. Her eyes lit up as a smile slowly formed her lips. She turned to Kakashi excitedly, lowering her voice as to not ours misunderstandings. Let's go to my apartment. We can probably see the whole thing from there. He nodded, and the two disappeared in a puff of smoke. Mom, I want to do that. You can when you grow older, dear. Whoa. I should really get used to landing whenever I use that jutsu. Naruto breathed a breath out of relief when she looked down at her fish. Glad I moved just in time. She took Kakashi's offered hand, smiling gratefully. Really? He sighed, pulling her up effortlessly. I believe that's comparatively easier than the other techniques in your arsenal. Sometimes the simplest things are the hardest tasks in the world. She spoke with an attempt to sound wise. Besides, we're here for the fireworks, so let's get prepared already. You can put little me over there at the table or something if you want. She set her goldfishes down at the counter, before scurrying to the window. Kakashi sighed amusedly and left his new pet as well, and followed her to the wide view of the lit-up village. He raised a brow at Naruto's attire. Are you sure you don't want to change? She waved a hand dismissively. Nah, it's not as bad as it looks. It actually feels kind of comfy, plus it makes me feel pretty. She grinned. And I definitely don't want to miss even a single millisecond of the fireworks. At that moment, a loud whistling sounded, and the two turned with wide eyes of awe at the bright lights in front of them. The two leaned in, captivated by the way the translucent fireworks slowly disappeared, leaving behind glitters of rainbows. Kakashi watched Naruto from the corner of his mismatched eyes, before looking at her completely. He brushed the strands of his hair away, silently observing wide, fascinated eyes and slightly parted lips. He took her chin to make her face him, and pulled down his mask right before his mouth made contact with hers. Silver shadowed his eyes again, but Naruto could still see obsidian and the burning red, her cerulean eyes widening further. His lips are... She smiled into the kiss and closed her eyes. Soft. The many explosions of the fireworks gave bright light to the room, forming shadows of the two adolescent teens. So, why exactly did Kakashi lose his cool with his admirers? This is a top-secret Rin. You are to never mention it around him. Or anywhere else for that matter. Ever. Got it? Sure, Obito? Fine. Kakashi went mad because... He paused for effect and glanced around him, before facing her again. He saw a fanboy holding a Naruto plushie. That's it? Oh. He stole it afterward, so I guess all's well that ends well. What else did you expect? So, I'll leave the two fishes to you, then, Kakashi. Naruto grinned. Don't go through a deep depression while I'm gone, 'kay? Of course I won't, idiot. Sure. Obito smirked, Don't worry, Blondie, we'll make sure that your boyfriend pulls himself together. Rin chirped in agreement and high-fived him. Kakashi and Naruto blinked, shared a glance and looked away, blushing furiously. Minato sulked on Jiraiya's shoulder while he muttered bitterly, "Take good care of her, and make sure to keep your perverted side to yourself. And make sure she is in good health at all times. And also see to it that the male population keeps their eyes to themselves, too. It's horrible enough that Kakashi has privilege to see my daughter every freaking day." His mumbles were becoming more and more incoherent by his dramatic wails. Kushina rolled her eyes and hugged Naruto. "Take good care of yourself, alright? And if something goes wrong with your mission, let it go, there will always be a next time." She sighed, looking directly at the blonde girl's eyes. "God, I can't imagine losing you, so don't do anything stupid, okay? Make sure you eat your vegetables and keep a balanced diet, don't eat too much ramen." "I won't, Nei-sen, so you don't have to worry so much. I've survived this long, so I'll be fine." Naruto let a crease between her brows form in bemusement at Kushina's unreadable expression. What did she say that triggered it? "Alright kiddo, if you say so." Kushina ruffled up her hair, her face returning to its usual, soft smile. "Naruto-nichan," said girl turned to see a desperately running bunch of kids, shoulder bags flopping up and down behind them. She took in their red cheeks, harsh panting, and the sweat rolling down the side of their heads. Naruto smiled softly as she bent down to be at eye level with them. "Is Irika here rubbing off on you lot? I'm pretty sure going to the Konoha walls during school hours are against the academy and school rules." She playfully ruffled his spiky ponytail, giving a wide grin. Itachi stubbornly pouted, raising his arms straight up to her. Getting the message, Naruto laughed lightly and gestured for the other kids to come closer. She then wrapped her arms around the group and squeezed teasingly, receiving giggles. The small party watched the scene in silence, smiles on their faces. Minato and Kushina's were proud. Naruto would surely grow up to be a great mother, that was for sure. "Well, we would need to keep this short, seeing as it's affecting your studies. Don't complain now. School's important," Naruto said sternly before taking up a sheepish expression. "Actually, I can't say much about that, seeing as I was a child of mischief myself, but that's for another time. I'll keep in touch with you all through the toads, alright?" Irika sniffed, biting his lip as he tried not to cry, shoulders shaking violently, and he threw himself to her. Itachi dug his face into her jacket, Ayame and Hurai doing the same. When they all let go, Naruto got up and gave one final to her parents, Rin and Obito. She pouted at Kakashi. "What? Don't I get a hug?" Ignoring whatever reply he was going to give her, she swung herself to him and squeezed the life out of him. "Tell the summons that I'll miss them, too, and also, tell Pakin I'll miss his paws. Got it, I'm having trouble breathing." "Right, sorry." Her arms loosened. "You'll miss me, right? What kind of question is that?" He sighed. "Yes." "Good." Naruto pecked his cheek quickly, before running to Jiraiya, face aflame. Kakashi ignored Irika and Itachi's glare as well as Obito, Kushina and Jiraiya's not-so-subtle snicker. He paid no attention to Minato's wail, too, though it did make his ears ring for a moment. He watched wide-eyed at Naruto's quickly retreating form, hand on touching the cheek she kissed. It was warm. "So, can I base my new book on you and Kakashi, then?" "No. Never in a million years, Jiraiya." "Ah, so when those years are over I can? I would turn you into a flat-chest woman. How does that sound?" "I thought so." Rin nodded approvingly at her reflection on the mirror. She did not wear her hijit, so she braided the lock of hair that would cover her face to the side, pinning it in place. Her lavender yukata was patterned with silver and pink outlines of nadeshiko flowers, wrapped tightly together by a pastel blue obi. Grinning at the sound of the doorbell, she shuffled quickly to answer it. "Hey Rin, you look amazing." Obito gave her his brighter than the usual smile. Rin had gotten a faint red tint on her cheeks. "You're not so bad yourself." She smiled teasingly. The Uchiha wore a black yukata with no designs on it except for his clan symbol on the back. Wrapped loosely around his waist was a thin, white obi, and Obito didn't wear his goggles or hijit. Thanks. He rubbed the back of his neck, scratching his cheek as he grinned. So, wanna go? Rin grinned, holding Obito's hand as they looked through the different, brightly colored stalls around them. The Uchiha then blinked, stopping as he tried to stifle his laughter with his free hand. Rin raised a brow, and followed his gaze. Nair had just flipped a fish in the air. Rin gaped, barely noticing that the other viewers had done the same, as the goldfish twisted and turned in slow motion. She snapped her mouth shut at Obito's boisterous laugh. Obito! It isn't funny. Look at that poor fish. Nah, that's not what I'm laughing at. Look at Kakashi's face. Obito continued to laugh loudly, catching the attention of many people. Rin frowned, before doing as he said. She had thrown herself in a fit of laughter as well. Not only was Kakashi's wide, panicked eye a funny and rare expression to watch, Naru's was hilarious. Naru had her mouth agape, eyes just close to popping out as it followed the fish's movements. The blonde had moved her arms in front of her, resulting in her falling, the water splashing out of its container. Ah, now that I saw them playing around, I want to try a game. Obito grinned down at Rin. Wanna go to the shooting game we saw earlier? Rin smiled ear to ear. Sure. I bet I can take the most stuff down. Oh, bring it on. So? I think it's clear who won. Rin grinned as she blew the end of her gun. Aren't I a pro? Obito rolled his eyes, muttering, I swear you're becoming more like Naru with each passing day. He then grumbled, Well, the bet's a bet. What do you want to do? Chocolate-covered strawberries. That's a dessert, Rin. She pouted, Fine. I want you to buy me some chocolate-covered strawberries. Lots of it. Lots? How many is that? Obito scoffed, but had a smile on his face. And do they even have that around here? There are only bananas, ga. Okay. He waved his hands around, panicking at Rin's sad expression. It's alright, Obito, we can just... No, it's not alright. I'm sure we'll find some soon if we try hard enough. I think the crepe stall would have some. Rin had on a bright, blinding grin. Boys were so easy to manipulate. Somewhere, Namikaze's Minato sneezed as he let himself be dragged by a cackling redhead. Obito flopped on the grass, absolutely tired as he essayed in large gulps of air. Rin smiled happily, biting onto her chocolate-covered strawberries next to him. Once she was sure he had regained a normal pace of breathing, Rin popped one of the fruits in his mouth, inwardly pumping a fist when she saw Obito's blush. She looked back at the lake. The surface of the glass-like liquid had been draped with moonlight, sparkling softly. Obito watched the water slowly move up and down, almost like it was breathing. I never get enough of this place. Obito had a small smile on his face. Whenever I feel upset about something, I come here at night. He blinked when Rin linked her hands with his, and the smile almost succeeded in splitting his face. It really is beautiful, Rin agreed. Brings back a lot of nice memories too. With the team and all that. Yeah. I still remember accidentally dropping the demon cat in the water. Rin giggled, Right, I do too. Kakashi was really mad at you for breaking the mission rules, Obito. Pissage. He wanted to torture the beast, I'm sure of it. He just said that to keep up his, stick shoved up his butt, reputation. Ha, you really love that line, don't you? Well, I'm sorry for Kakashi, but it suited him perfectly. Obito grinned, it still sorta does. Although, he's a whole lot better now that he's with Naru and all. I think we did a good job. Rin smiled widely, they seem pretty happy. Yeah. He stared ahead at the flowing dark water. How about us? Rin didn't blink. I think it would work quite well. She tightened her fingers around his. I like you, Obito. She looked up at him, to see his wide eyes staring back at her. Rin leaned forwards, and Obito only just realized he had done the same. Faces mere centimeters apart, they both jumped at the sound of an explosion, followed by another. They looked at the colorful reflections blasting on the glass surface, and realized that the fireworks had started. The two found themselves blushing, knowing what would have happened had it began even just a second later. Drawing back, Obito and Rin kept their eyes on the bursting rainbows. Rin snuck a glance at Obito's odd expression and smiled to herself as she looked back at the fireworks. Obito did the same, but he didn't drift his eyes back to the display. Instead, he called her name. Rin hummed in question, shifting her head slightly to face him, and was taken aback at the pair of lips on hers. Widening her eyes, she stared back at coal orbs, full of warmth and love, all directed at her. She blinked a few times out of her stupor as Obito closed his eyes. Rin hesitantly brought her hands to his shoulders and kissed him back. They barely heard the loud fireworks setting off in the night sky.